How are you, my brother?
I'm doing fine, MJ. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Yes.
Good to see you, yes.
It's very early for me here. I'm in the UK and it's 6:58.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I see. So you're supposed to be in gowns, you know?
Exactly, my brother.
To show us that it's too early for you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. No, here it's fine.
Good morning. Good morning, local. Good morning, everyone, both the local and the international participants. Today will be I would say, technically, the first day of the conference, if I remove the opening ceremony. So we're starting the real conference today, and I have some practical information that I would like to share with you. I hope all our participants by now have received a program, have sent program to all registered participants. We have over 500 registered participants. And so we have, and also all our presenters have been provided with the program of the conference. And we have, the presenters have also been provided with a draft workbook of abstract. So I would urge everyone to have a look at your program thoroughly, look at it, read it thoroughly, because we have given all the details there. Especially, I wish to highlight that they have to go to page 8, where we have provided all the information regarding Zoom links for different sessions. And please note, for Zoom link 1, actually covers, the Zoom link 1 covers all the major sessions like keynote address, roundtable sessions. We have a special session on SAGI, write-up of paper in the South African Journal of Environmental Education. We have also the annual General Assembly for EEASA on the Zoom link 1. So it's only one Zoom link 1 that you have to go to attend all the major sessions. And you will get this information on page 8 in the program. Then other important point is, for those who are not familiar, they can easily go to page 18 and 19. That gives you an overview of the program, how the program is happening, especially the different session, parallel, roundtable, keynote session. It gives you exactly where it is happening. Today, we will have a keynote address by Dr. Sepert Orange from University of Uppsala, Sweden, in a few minutes. And that will be chaired by our colleague, Professor MJ Ketloe from University of Botswana. Okay. And then we will have 2 roundtable sessions in the afternoon. Okay. We will have 2 parallel sessions, one parallel session which will start us from 11:15 time, and then second session will be 16:45 in the afternoon. So I'm referring to, this is Mauritian time, but you will be guided in the program by the South African time and the Greenwich Mean Time. A very humble request to all the presenters, especially for the parallel sessions. I really want you to observe your time allocated to you, 10 minutes, please, because otherwise it will affect the whole program. And I want each and everyone benefit from this conference and all the sessions, which are very important. So if you use our time properly, everyone will get the information wholly. And then we have, the way it is, we have kept all the questions and answers at the end of each session so that everyone can participate. Now, finally, I want to highlight for those who have are giving the participating in the e-poster presentation, or who have presented, have submitted their posters. All their posters have been uploaded on the portal MI. And again, that information is found on the page 8. For those who want to see what kind of posters have been presented, you can go to the conference website. It's already there. We have provided all the information. We have the posters there, and also the videos, 3 to 5 minutes of video for each poster. You can go for it. And if you have any questions, you can always send a question to the email that we have provided. And we will capture, the secretariat will capture all your question and will be channeled to the chairperson. And this question will be taken care of in the e-poster session. Okay. Finally, I want to tell you is we have provided a workbook of abstract, which is still a working document, a draft. I understand there has been some kind of an oversight, some mistakes lying. We will try to polish after this conference, and we'll give you the final document as soon as possible. So thank you very much. Now I will leave the floor to Professor M.J. Ketloe from University of Botswana. Professor Ketloe is a professor who has been teaching in the field of education for sustainable development for many years now, and has been doing a number of research and consultancy in the field. And I think he's the right man here to chair this session, and I think he will also put the session interactive for others to participate. And I really hope this session will be helpful for everyone. Everyone will benefit from this session. So I leave the floor to Professor MJ. The floor is yours now. Thank you.
Can you please unmute your
You
mic?
are
We can't
muted,
hear you.
MJ.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Good.
Yes,
Let me
we can.
welcome everybody. Thank you. Let me welcome everybody to the first plenary today. I know it's too early or too late for other people because of the regional difference in time. So we are privileged at least to have our own Dr. Shepard Urenje leading the plenary today. In short, before I actually introduce him, let me also mention that we will give Dr. Urenje only 40 minutes to present, and then we will allow you to interact with him for 20 minutes. So this will last only for 1 hour, Dr. Urenje and the participants, wherever you are. So in short term, that's the instruction. And let me introduce our panelist today, Dr. Urenje. Dr. Urenje, originally from Zimbabwe.
He's frozen.
In Sweden. I would summarize his bio so that you read for yourself. So Dr. Urenje is a trainer of trainers. He is well known and associated with a number of projects in Southern Africa, as well as in Europe and part of Asia. So Dr. Urenje, I will not waste time by reciting a poem about you because you are well known in the region. So I will give you the floor to address the participants who are all over the globe, I would say. Majority of them are in Southern Africa. Dr. Urenje, the screen is yours. The participants are waiting to hear what you will deliver this morning. Thank you, Dr. Urenje. You may go ahead. 40
Thank
minutes.
you very much, Prof. Kitoilwe. May I also remind you that I tend to speak too long and you just nudge me when it is time to stop. I'm supposed to stop at 22. So just nudge me. Don't feel bad if I have to be stopped. That's okay. All right. Let me just upload
Okay, go ahead. Right.
my screen here. Where is it? Here. And then there. Thank you very much. I would like to start by greeting all and sundry in the EEASA community. Unfortunately, I couldn't join yesterday during the opening because my COVID vaccination was due. And if I missed that one, I was going to be in trouble because I'm traveling in a few weeks. So I was not part and parcel of yesterday. So some things may be repeated, and I hope we had a good opening. Okay, my discussion today will center around experiences that have been influencing my life in capacity development, in implementing education for sustainable development or sustainability education, in teacher education especially, in many different parts of the world, and I will explain that. And then I will open that for a discussion later on. The title of my talk today, I was not quite sure of what to call it, but I gave it this title: Unpacking Dilemmas, Tensions, and Paralysis in Implementing Transformative Learning Practice, Changes in Sustainability Education. The challenge that I had here is, what are the challenges that we meet when we try to implement changes in sustainability education in higher education? So I am looking at working with complexity of implementing ESD in higher education. That's where I will center my talk on. Our discussion today will be divided into roughly 5 sections. I will give a background of myself and where this talk is coming from, where this information that I'm going to discuss with you is coming from. And then I will discuss the dilemmas as coming from my work and the work that we have been doing in Southern Africa and other places. I will talk about tensions. I will also talk about paralysis, and then I will give an example of how the change project approach that I've been working with has helped to try and deal with the challenges that I would have cited. Okay, so my background, this is the first a picture that I would like to draw your attention to. That is the Baltic University Program. The picture on your right-hand side is the Baltic University Program. In this picture, Uppsala University, particularly myself and colleagues from Åbo Academy in Finland, have been working with 15 institutions from 8 countries in the Baltic University Program. These are countries surrounding the Baltic Sea, and we have been trying to institute or to help colleagues integrate sustainability education in higher education. So that is one area where my experience will come from. And then largely, as MJ has been saying, we have got many experiences from Southern Africa, but I will just cite one experience from Southern Africa, which came during the Global Action Program 2015 to about 2019. That is Sustainability Starts with Teachers. We are working with 9 countries in Southern Africa, and we were working with teacher education there. Exactly the same project was also running in Central Asia. That is countries around Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, where I was also involved in mainstreaming education for sustainable development in teacher education as a UNESCO project. Okay, And then what the experiences that were drawn from these two projects in the Global Action Program were around teaching and learning for social transformation. And we get different names different terms that we use when we try to integrate sustainability education or a different kind of education, like transformative learning, transgressive learning. Some people would prefer transdisciplinary learning. I am not quite fast on what we call it, because my task in most cases is to see how we can educate for a different time. Can we transform our education so that we talk to a different time? Okay. And then thirdly, this one is the most recent in Southern Africa. It was called the Zambia-Zimbabwe Pilot Project in 2019. We were working with 6 universities in Zambia and Zimbabwe. Again, here we were trying to look at institutionalizing education for sustainable development in faculties of education. It involves the faculties of education, the ministries, and also the teacher trainers. And of recent, we are also running what we refer to as the Campus Scotland Change Project. This is a program which is run on an island called Gotland. It is a campus of Uppsala University, and we have got several lecturers there who are interested in changing the whole campus into a sustainable campus in its teaching and many other facets. And we run some projects at that campus. So this is where my experiences are coming from. This is where the things that I will talk about are coming from. This is where I base what I would like to discuss with you as it is. Okay, I would like to draw your attention to this picture here before I go into the discussion of dilemmas, tensions, and the paralysis. I would like to draw your attention to the world's middle class. What the world middle class, how it is growing in the 21st century, as you can see that. This picture is showing us that millions of newly affluent people are emerging, in emerging economies are reshaping and resizing the global middle class. If you look at it carefully, the largest group of a growing middle class is in the Asia-Pacific region, okay? And then we have got Europe there, it is already big, but it will grow some more. Then you've got North America there is not much growth because it is already big. If you look at sub-Saharan Africa, for an example, it is still quite small there. But what is important here is not the sizes at continental levels. What is important at this stage is how do we reconcile a massive middle class expansion with a healthy planet? You will find out that the situation is actually quite dire when we look at our past. If I can also draw your attention to what has happened in the past, our attempts to deal with the issues that we have today, most of you will remember our common future, the World Commission on Environment and Development. This is probably for many of us the first time we have heard the term sustainable development. In other words, as early as this time, the world was committed to sustainability. This project is also referred to as the Brundtland Report, 1987. It is 34 years ago to the present. What we are looking at in the future, and the big question that I have always had when encountering colleagues is, why is the world still talking the talk? Why is the world finding it almost impossible to walk the talk? And the global mess that humanity has created is linked to the way the current generation has been educated? Why are we still living in the past? That is a question that we can have to answer later on. There were many attempts by the world to deal with the issue that I have just highlighted as one of them being the Millennium Development Goals, and now currently we are in the midst of the Sustainable Development Goals. This year it is 2021. We are supposed to achieve these goals in 2030, which means we have got less than 10 years to achieve these goals. What is realistic about us reaching the targets that we have set ourselves on? Okay, so I have got a question here, which is actually quite pertinent. It bothers me a lot. When the unimaginable happens, the unthinkable starts to become a reality. What do I mean here? There are several connotations here. I will give a few examples where human activities has created unimaginable wicked problems, and alternatives are unimaginable. Okay, we do not know how to build a sustainable society. We can only deliberate and suggest and look at the most likely ways by which this world can be sustainable. We do not know how to build a sustainable society which is ecologically sustainable, which enables shared prosperity with everybody on the planet, which promotes well-being, stability, democracy, and human rights, which is achievable in the time frame by 2030, necessary to make it through the challenges that we face today. One example that I can give here, I will not dwell too much on this one because you already know. The unthinkable led to the unimaginable, COVID-19. The unthinkable happened. The reality of COVID-19, it is a pandemic. The unimaginable also happened. Health, from delivering 5% of outpatient appointments virtually to delivering over 60% by video or telephone. And we have got a new normal: social distances, contact tracing, herd immunity, self-isolation, excuse me, etc. The advent of computers, they've become so important, etc. I will not go on with that. Another one that we scarcely talk about is the issue of water, for an example, when the unthinkable starts becoming a reality. When I was growing up, I never thought I would at one stage buy water at a price which is the same as Coca-Cola. But then the trouble that we see is we have got so many questions that I have in my mind when I travel to some countries. Why is bottled water twice as expensive as Coca-Cola? If it is not more, if bottled water is not yet more expensive than Coca-Cola where you live, you are quite fortunate. There are places where it is 2 times, sometimes more than 2 times the price of Coca-Cola. But the irony is Coke and Pepsi are making millions from bottling tap water. It is tap water, and in most cases, not necessarily the spring water that we have been promised. The unthinkable starts becoming a reality. Okay, now I will discuss the dilemmas as we go into the nitty-gritty of my discussion. Now, I've got this statement here from Dr. Doza, who is a professor of history at the University of California. It caught me right in the center. Formal systems and institutions of education always represent a gift from the present generation to the next generation. What is the gift in education that we are preparing for the generation to come? Are we going to give them a gift that will be meaningful to them in terms of the type of education, the curriculum that we have? Are we educating them for their time, or we are still educating them for our time? I don't have an answer to that. The answer is for you with your context to find out where we are coming from and where we are going. So the education dilemma in most cases, we have to think about a few things here which I have isolated. Number one, either to respond to educate for poverty and inequality, that's what we have right now. We have got a lot of poverty and inequality, or we educate for prosperity and equity. Poverty and inequality is what we have. Prosperity and equity is where we want to go, at least when we refer to the Sustainable Development Goals. Another one would be either respond to educate for conflict and war, which is what we have, or peace and unity. Is our education system, how is it responding? Is it educating for conflict and war or peace and unity? Okay. Dilemma of achieving Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. If current trends continue, the world will not achieve the goals until 2082. If you look at what is happening right now, we will not be able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals until 2082. And COVID-19 has come. This pandemic will set us back another 10 years, delaying achievement of the goals to 2092. Now, what this means is we are now destined for more than 30 years behind the global target of 2030. Now, when we are in higher education, the question that I always bring about is, how can higher education change from being part of the problem to become part of the solution? That is the other dilemma that I can isolate here. We move on to another dilemma here, which I refer to as the hegemony of the status quo. If the hegemony of the status quo determines what is assumed and therefore no longer contested, teaching and learning that wants to contribute to transformation cannot assume that vision of sustainability are not tainted by persistent, unsustainable assumptions. So the problem that we have here is our education system or our efforts to change tainted by persistent, unsustainable assumptions? This is the past. How is the past influencing what we want to change? This tainting has had a very big influence in the areas with colleagues that I work with, as I will cite later on. And if something is no longer contested, then we have a problem with that, because we are going to persist with unsustainable assumptions. Okay, what is the challenge here when we talk about persisting unsustainable practices? The knowledge, skills, aptitudes, and values necessary to industrialize the earth are not necessarily the same as those that will be needed to heal the earth or build durable economies and good communities based on principles of equity and sustainability. As long as we continue to look at the knowledge, skills, and aptitudes, values, which were necessary for industrialization as the answer to where we want to go, then we will not be able to arrive. We need creative and generative spaces for social transformation. Okay, then we have here, I've got the dilemma of sustainability competencies. Do we know the kind of learning that will take us out of sustainability? That is a big question, because if we knew the kind of learning that would take us out of sustainability, maybe we would be somewhere now. Okay, learning is important to respond to the challenges of sustainability, but we do not know the type of learning needed and associated processes and qualities of learning. Current challenges reflect the type of learning that we ourselves have received. The problems that we have in the world is testimony of how we have been educated, and that is difficult to deal with or to erase. Our ability to confront the challenges are therefore questionable, and this we are still battling with, and we will continue to battle with. We don't need to know everything. But we will need to look at the situation in a way that shows that at least we are putting an effort. Okay, so those were dilemmas. I will then go on here to isolate a few tensions. Emerging pedagogical practices have the potential energy for practitioners to confront historically accumulated structural tensions within this system. These tensions have actually surfaced as soon as colleagues have tried to implement education for sustainable development, or a different way of teaching and learning, or transformation learning for social transformation. Some tensions have begun to emerge. Okay, so grappling with the curriculum tension, I will cite two tensions here, one of which is the curriculum tension. So the first branch that I will give here is the hegemony of curriculum status quo and the curriculum transformation. It gives us the tension here that is created is the tension between business as usual and business as unusual. While we want to change, the old continues to linger on, and as a result, our changes are not going to be as meaningful as we would like to be. And the tension that emerges here is that there is a disruption of the transformative curriculum ideals. And then secondly, ill-defined beliefs and attitudes and intentions. You have got what I refer to here as cosmetic as compared to transformative change. Sometimes we just try to change a few things in the curriculum and we expect the whole system to change, and that does not happen. And I will explain this further when I talk about agentive paralysis, which is inability to take decisive action. This is usually a result of implementing cosmetic changes which do not change what is underneath. And then thirdly, struggling with the 21st century demands to meet transformative curriculum mandates. And the tension that results here is simplistic ESD projects versus radical innovations. There are many projects that have been run in schools, colleges, and universities on sustainability, to confront sustainability, like recycling, for an example. Some people think when they have started to recycle, they have become sustainable, but they don't realize that by introducing recycling and other lifestyles, you have only started to become less unsustainable. And as a result, what is required here is our thinking needs to be quite deep. And as a result, the tension that results there is the competition of competing sustainability objectives. Okay, then I will move on to a second set of tensions here, which I have referred to as salient constraints. The first one being that, say, when we introduce change, sometimes we unwittingly impose ideas onto unprepared recipients, colleagues, etc. And this is usually resulting in some kind of symbolic power, which is going to result in symbolic violence. Another one would be risk of excluding the uninitiated. In other words, here, sometimes we are too fast to move on. There are people who want to move with us, but we unintentionally exclude them. And this becomes what I refer to as an inadvertent embargo. And lastly, while still here, inability to take action despite having essential knowledge and skills. I will explain this further. I call it the synthesis paralysis, where there is inability to take action. So when I refer to paralysis here, I am talking about despite having managed to acquire knowledge and skills, people are still unable to take action. And this kind of paralysis is very important in as far as our situation is concerned. Okay, so managing agentive paralysis to confront the hegemony of the status quo. So I can explain it like this. I'm talking to the bullets that are in this black box here. First of all, despite the success realized by the participants, there were many times when their competencies are tested against urgency, that is, inability to act. Occasionally, participants became paralyzed and unable to act, as they could not proceed even when they had developed essential competencies. This inability to take action brings about a deficit syndrome, action deficit syndrome, or action deficit disorder. I have called this disorder agentive paralysis, okay? Now, in as far as agentive paralysis is concerned, it summarizes those two, action deficiency syndrome or action deficit disorder. It works like this. The first section is when the problem is assumed to be so big, people cannot see where they can even start. According to Gibson and Fox, the challenges that we have these days can be divided into three: simple, complex, and wicked. Now, when you look at the situations that we are in right now, like the COVID situation, it is a wicked problem where problems and solution are not understood and they keep shifting when we try to define them and we don't have one answer to them, etc. Now, when we overthink about this kind of situation, we tend to be paralyzed. We tend not to find a way out. And the result here is a paralysis of action because the challenges are too severe to bear. So that's one there. And then next, when I talk about paralysis, it is what we refer to as analysis paralysis, where action was hard to pin down. When action is hard to pin down, it is mainly due to overthinking about the complexity and uncertainty of surrounding details on one hand, and also the convolution was simply overpowering on the other hand. In other words, here there is excess contemplation of complexity. And then the third one being inappropriate ESD strategies. When we have got inappropriate ESD strategies, it is difficult to take action. The problem of waste management is an example here, where participants were aware that even after all the plastic had been put in one bin, they were still going to end up in a rubbish dump, just as they would, whether they had been separated or not. So this becomes a problem on whether we should continue recycling or not, for an example, just as one example. So these three combine to give us what I have referred earlier on as agentive paralysis, which is a combination of three things: overpowering convolution where challenges are too severe to bear, and then analysis paralysis, excess contemplation, thinking too much about the problem, and then thirdly, inappropriate strategies to try and confront the situation. So that's paralysis. I have got what, 5 minutes? Okay, right. I have got a few examples here on how this plays out in real life. This is my colleague from Uppsala University. She is a professor in sustainable tourism. And this is what she says. Well, for me, it has been when trying to fit sustainability competencies into the university bureaucracy in terms of examining and grading. There is an openness of transforming the classroom activities, but when it comes to grades and examination, the open door closes. Then we are back to written individual examinations, which basically examine the student's ability to write what the teacher likes, rather than demonstrating sustainability competencies. Those are perhaps very different to examine and grade with conventional methods, but would acquire doing things together, cooperation among students, collaboration with other teachers and society and community. So I will not read the rest. So she was confronted with this. She would like to involve students in sustainability education, developing sustainability competencies, but the university examination is different. It demands something quite different. So she had a dilemma there, a lot of tensions, and she is constantly finding the administration. And the program, Sustainability Starts with Teachers in Southern Africa, has addressed that problem. They are addressing that problem right now. Assessment should establish the achievement of these outcomes, provided these outcomes are part and parcel of the university objectives itself, etc. Okay, I've got another example here. This one is from the Ukraine. I will cite one thing. Firstly, there was a huge resistance from colleagues who had to join the teacher training program as they did not want any changes, apathy. Later on, when there was the first positive experience, the resistance declined a little bit and curiosity took place. There was a lot of tension with regards to this particular professor from the Ukraine. I will not read the other one because of my time here. So, how can higher education confront the dilemmas and tensions and action paralysis for sustainability? We have been working with the change project approach, as I have said earlier on, and we have found it to be one way by which you can deal with these dilemmas, with these tensions, and with this lack of action. It has helped a lot of people to take action. I will not spend too much time on the change project approach, as many of you are familiar with it, but I will just put the diagram as it is. Cycle 1 and cycle 2 are not difficult to achieve. That people attend, they have got workshops, they want to implement things, they take work to their institutions. It is here, crossing the agentive paralysis threshold, where it is a problem. Because institutionalizing ESD has become a problem. What we have noticed is when agentive paralysis has been crossed, when the threshold has been crossed, the situation becomes different. As you will find, professional capital, institutional competence, cumulative professional agency will set in. Okay. All right. I have got an example here. I will not discuss this one, it's too long. Okay. So I am going to conclude now. ESD learning, which involves the acquisition of new knowledge, new work ethic, and new pedagogical methods, will invite challenges. And new knowledge is challenged. As new knowledge is challenged, it is also rejected. And as the initiators try to defend this, they get into what we refer to as pedagogical solitude, where you are isolated because you are the only one who is talking about these changes. People will tell you, I was employed to teach maths and that's what I am doing. So new knowledge can also be defended and can be applied. Once that has happened, you begin to build social relations. And the result that we have seen in the work that we do is what we call professional capital, where there is agentive practice, there is a combination of production potential and discernibility, recognition, and appreciation of professional work. It takes time for these things to happen. Now, what I am trying to impress upon here is the fact that, you see, to arrive into that black box, there are a lot of tensions, dilemmas, and paralysis situations in between here. I was going to discuss this case here of Midlands State University in Zimbabwe. One case that we had in the course sustainability in the Zambia-Zimbabwe case. I will just read this area here where applied value. We restructured the modules and module outlines. These were very useful materials because when we rebranded the module, the aim was to meet the demands of the 21st century which were very crucial. I have shifted from being a dry academician to embrace liberating pedagogy. I have shifted from lecturing to achieve learning pedagogy. If I had had time, I was going to go through all these to see the values that have been created by the change project approach in trying to break the barriers of paralysis and tensions and dilemmas that exist between what we want to do and where we want to achieve. Now, the institutional competence here is like what the Midlands State University is moving towards achieving institutional competence. They're influenced by the Global Goals Education 2030, their national education curriculum, which is called Education 5.0, and they also have an institutional policy. And the Change Project has enabled them to take part in regional institutional workshops, and there are a lot of social learning processes, and there's a lot of transdisciplinary collegiality between and amongst colleagues. And the result is that they now have access to an ESD community of practice. They have inspired and they have been inspired by colleagues. They are experiencing extending professional knowledge and skills, continuing self-development, and also meeting their own stakeholder expectations. Now, in conclusion, despite the tensions arising from a new way of thinking and acting, a higher level of professional practice is developing as a result of the catalytic agency of the Change Project approach. A combination of personal, relational, and collective agency has started to unfold, sowing seeds for a superior level of professional practice called cumulative professional agency. So a combination of personal, relational, and collective agency has started to unfold, sowing seeds of a superior level of professional, cumulative professional agency, as I have said. This is long-term outcomes and short-term outcomes. Short-term outcomes, awareness, skills, attitudes, opinions, aspirations. This is personal. And then you have got personal lifestyle decisions, making personal principles and actions, institutional, professional capital, environments, learning, centeredness, etc., etc. I would say I have kind of rushed towards the end because of time, but I thought I have opened up a discussion. So I think I should end here. MJ, back to you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Urenje. Participants, colleagues, there we are. He has tried to explain those dilemmas, the tensions, the paralysis, and then maybe in addition to this discussion question, where do you fall yourself? When it comes to the dilemmas, are you facing any particular dilemmas, institutional or personal? What about the tensions? Institutional, personal, the paralysis, institutional, personal, public, where you are engaged. So that's something that we should also think about. I would not take much time for Dr. Urenje and the participants because we took much of his time at the beginning and he rushed towards the end, and I would like to extend this invitation to the participants to raise questions for further explanations or make comments. So colleagues, there we are, the participants, the floor is yours. You may raise up your hand. There we are, colleagues. We have over 100 participants. 10. So any I don't see their hands. I don't know whether I'm disabled this side. I can't see the hands.
The comments. Can you read the comments also, MJ? In the chat.
You mean the chats?
Yes, I can see here. Can you please, oh no, that's something else.
Yeah.
No, I see the chats are more for appreciation than
I thought there were
questions.
questions there. Anyway,
Yeah, but
there's a
Professor,
question and answer session.
Professor, excuse me, I think you have questions in the Q&A. You have two questions, one from Mr. Bechu and one from Dr. James. The first question is is the time frame defined? What does beyond mean? In how many years? This is the first question from Mr. Bechu. And the second question from Dr. James, how can you make the issues of the environment personal when much is associated with bad emotional experiences? So this is the second questions that we have. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 person who are actually raising their hand. You have Mr. Subhash, you have e-learning School of Business, Mr. Sanju, and Mr. Martin. Maybe later on you can take those.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, Dr. Renjek, you may take the questions. I see Irene's hand is up as well.
If I can take the questions in the question and answer box first.
Yes, please.
I am not sure I understand the first question. Is the time frame defined? What does beyond mean in how many years? I don't understand that time frame for what. I am afraid maybe if you clarify that one, I will come back to it. And then the second question, how can you make the issues of the environment personal when much is associated with bad emotional experiences? The way I would tackle this one is this is another problem that we have. This is another tension that we have. When you are living in the world, do you become of the world or you have got your own integrity? When we are talking about education for sustainable development, we are saying, how can education make it possible for people to choose to do the right thing without being prompted? How can people choose to do the right thing despite whether they are being watched or not? So that is a way of thinking. It is not a way, it is not something that you do for others. So if I can look at your question very closely, how can you make the issues of environment personal when much is associated with bad emotional experiences? My answer there would be, we should try as much as we can to learn how to learn how to think, and find out how we can personally choose to do the right thing without being prompted, without watching what other people are doing. Just choose to do the right thing. I could give an example for Sweden very quickly. For Sweden, you see, in summer, in the little town where I used to live in Sweden, it is called Visby. The summer is so packed with people that the shops put some of their clothes outside the shop, so that when you are walking and you like a t-shirt, you pick the t-shirt and then you go into the shop to pay. So people just do that. You know, there is no policeman, there is no guard, there is no one, because they have learned it is a way of life. It is a cultural way of life. That hit me. It surprised me so much. So how do you choose to do the right thing without being prompted? Okay. So.
Okay, Dr. Ranger.
Yes.
Dr. Ranger, the person who asked the first question, I think, had a follow-up to clarify that.
Okay.
So can you help us put that on the screen again? Yes, please. It says, can you please elaborate on the institutional parallels? No, not that one. The earlier one on time frame. Can you put that on the screen again so that we see the explanation, so that Dr. Ranger can respond to it? On the time frame, there was a follow-up to explain that on the screen. Now it has disappeared.
It was from Bechu. Would you please give a statement of the time frame that we expect the strategy to be effective? The concept beyond is undefined.
Yeah.
The concept beyond is undefined. I am still
not clear.
I am still struggling to be honest with you. I am still struggling to, which part of the presentation is he referring to?
Yes.
Beyond.
Let me tell you. So the question is the time frame defined? What does beyond mean? In how many years? This is the first question.
Which time frame?
Yeah.
What time frame is he referring to? I'm not sure now. Is he talking about the Sustainable Development Goals?
Maybe Mr. Bechu can. He said, would you please give a statement of the time frame that you expect the strategy to be effective?
Which
the concept beyond is undefined. This is the question.
Yes, I'm still struggling. I am sorry about this. Maybe I am slow.
Okay, yes. Maybe we move on to the next question because I still can't get it unless
I don't understand the question. Sorry.
That's right. So get the link and then later on link with the Dr. Urenyi so that you can get the explanation on this one. So time is not on our side. Can we move on to the next questions? They have disappeared from the screen. Irene's hand from Zambia was up. Irene, can you go ahead and ask the question?
Other question. She will not
on my screen. Those.
She will have to
Irene
type
is
the
not
question.
there.
She will have to type the question.
She has to type the question.
Here, MJ, on here that I can see, it says, can you please elaborate on the institutional paradox inherent in educational systems? Most of the education, better word is schooling, is vocational to serve a neoclassical economic model. The value inherent to the economic logic is not necessarily compatible with ecological sustainability. Yes, that's a very important question, because in the work that I do myself, what I have encountered is a situation where when colleagues are coming from a big university like mine, Uppsala University is the oldest university in Sweden, changing one thing takes a very long time, and it usually takes many channels in order for just one small thing to change, like examinations. One of my colleagues, the statement that I read there about my colleague, she has been battling with the university for 5 years now to see if she can have at least to examine her students, her master's students, from the sustainability point of view. That is, I would like to assess sustainability competencies, but the university itself says our standards are like this. This is what you do, and this is how we measure whether students have passed or not. So that is quite a problem. I had an encounter with one professor in Kazakhstan. He had been teaching teachers for 35 years. And I was talking about sustainability competencies. And I did say that if you are not preparing students for the future, if you are not preparing them for their time, maybe you should not be teaching them, because you are not doing them, you are not empowering them, you are not doing them a service. And then he stood up and said, are you saying that we have started to teach badly? We have been teaching teachers for 35 years and they've been doing fine. And I said to him, that is not an answer to come from me. But what I can ask you is, in your classes, in your programs, are you preparing students for their future? Are you empowering them so that they can be able to tackle the 21st century? If the answer is yes, you can answer that question and say, yes, I am still relevant in the education system. If the answer is no, that you are teaching children who will live in the future, you are teaching them about our present or in the past, maybe you should not be teaching them. So when it comes to curriculum, when it comes to institutions, those are contextual dilemmas which we confront. What does your context say? What I have also realized is every institution would like to work with competencies like critical thinking, creativity and innovation, collaboration, etc. But they still want to give an examination which does not test those things. So that's a dilemma that the institution itself has to deal with. That's how I can answer that one.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Urenje. I think we have only 3 minutes left. And at one point, there were 5 questions. Now I can see there are only 2 questions. Dr. Urenje, if you are able to see that, can you go ahead, I think, and answer the next one?
The next one here, I can see one from Rachel. It says, can you clarify more on recycling becoming less sustainable? Though you gave the statement that recycled materials end up in the dustbin. Okay, I did not say recycling is less sustainable. I said when you recycle, you have become less unsustainable because you are still unsustainable. Recycling does not take away your unsustainability. If you, even when you are doing it properly, you put everything. In the little city that I was staying in Sweden, 99% of the plastic goes back to the plastic factory. And there is no place, there is no rubbish dump where bins can be collected and you put them there. That place does not exist. Everything is recycled. Food goes to the biofuel station, compost station, etc., etc. But that does not mean that that city is sustainable. It is still unsustainable because you also consume from other means. When you do that, you have become less unsustainable. You are still unsustainable, but you are less than someone who is very unsustainable. So I wanted to bring the concept here that sometimes we think you have become sustainable because you recycle everything. That is not necessarily true. You have become less unsustainable. That's how I would answer that question. In a minute, maybe, can I quickly look at another one? It says here,
the last one, because we have only a minute, half a minute.
Okay.
Quickly,
if sustainable development is for 2092, do you assume a business as usual scenario? If so, humanity may be going straight to the wall. I did say that according to the trends right now, we may only be able to achieve sustainable development goals by 2092. That is if we don't change. Education has got a role to play so that we change, so that we move faster, so that we change our direction towards sustainability and not towards unsustainability like we are doing. It is possible to cut that time if education and other contributors are able to move us from unsustainability towards sustainability. This is a wake-up call that we are not doing enough so that we can achieve sustainable development goals. So we should change our strategies. That's how I can answer that one. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Urenje, for this informative and thought-provoking presentation. I know time is not on our side. We would have loved to listen to you more and for much longer time. And then I would like to also thank the participants for taking part, for attending. Sorry about those who were not able to ask questions or to make comments. But on the screen, I can see we have the charts. A number of people have actually written something there. So Dr. Urenje, later on, visit the chat to see the compliments, the questions, the comments, and everything that is there. Those who have questions, leave your questions there. Dr. Urenje, go back to those questions later on. And if it's possible to access them, please insert the answers to the questions so that later on when we revisit this, because it's recorded, we can see the questions and the answers that you would have provided. Otherwise, thanks very much from the control center. I'm now handing this back to you with a very big applause on behalf of the participants to Dr. Urenje. Dr. Urenje, do us more as usual as ever. Thank you very much, Dr. Urenje.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm handing back to you. Mauritius, yes, MIE?
Yeah.
Back to you.
Thank you very much, Professor MJ and Ketloy and Dr. Sepat Urenje. Now we are going to have a break of 15 minutes, and we will have 3 parallel sessions as from 11:15 Mauritian time to 12:45. So I urge participants to look at their program and go to their respective room. So we have for SUFIM 1, Rethinking Education for Sustainability towards SD, formal education settings and systemic systems, higher education, secondary and primary education, technical and vocational training, and early childhood. This is SUFIM 1. So another parallel session for SUFIM 2, Sustainability in Formal and Informal Education. And another one, last parallel session, transformative learning and other pedagogical innovations. So we will come back at 11:15 for the parallel session. Thank you very much again to Professor MJ and Seifert for this very interesting keynote address updated presentation. Thank you.
No, moet je niet claim back mijn host. Moet claim back mijn host.
L'île Maurice fait partie des petits États insulaires en développement, les PEID, qui sont parmi ceux qui ont la plus faible part de responsabilité dans le changement climatique. Ironiquement, ils courent toutefois le plus grand risque de subir les effets négatifs du changement climatique. Les PEID sont touchés par des événements météorologiques extrêmes, les tempêtes tropicales, les cyclones et les ouragans. Plusieurs d'entre eux sont aussi menacés par l'élévation du niveau de la mer. Certains PEID pourraient même devenir inhabitables à l'avenir. Les PEID sont plus vulnérables dû à leurs caractéristiques, dont leur L'île Maurice fait partie des petits États insulaires en développement, les PEID, qui sont parmi ceux qui ont la plus faible part de responsabilité dans le changement climatique. Ironiquement, ils courent toutefois le plus grand risque de subir les effets négatifs du changement climatique. Les PEID sont touchés par des événements météorologiques extrêmes, les tempêtes tropicales, les cyclones et les ouragans. Plusieurs d'entre eux sont aussi menacés par l'élévation du niveau de la mer. Certains PEID pourraient même devenir inhabitables à l'avenir. Les PEID sont plus vulnérables dû à leurs caractéristiques, dont leur topographie, des ressources naturelles limitées, une densité de population élevée et les activités socio-économiques. Parmi les autres facteurs, on compte un nombre croissant d'infrastructures le long de la côte et la dépendance à l'égard des ressources en eau. Selon le rapport évaluant les risques mondiaux, publié en 2014 par l'Institut de l'Université des Nations Unies pour l'environnement et la sécurité humaine, Maurice est classé 14e sur 171 pays. L'indice examine l'exposition de ces pays aux catastrophes causées par des événements naturels extrêmes. L'environnement et divers systèmes biologiques des PEID sont déjà proches de leurs limites de tolérance. Ils subissent une pression liée au climat en raison de la hausse de température, de changements incertains dans la pluviométrie et de l'augmentation de concentration de CO2 dans les océans. À Maurice, une analyse de la température à Vacoa montre une hausse du nombre annuel de journées chaudes et de nuits tièdes. La montée de température pourrait accroître la fréquence des sécheresses, menacer l'approvisionnement en eau potable et rendre les cultures vivrières plus difficiles. Ces impacts peuvent aussi être une réduction en apport en eau ainsi que la propagation de nouvelles maladies et d'insectes.
Moi, je m'appelle Lila Devi Jamna. Alors, dans mes activités de tous les jours, surtout qu'il est un peu plus âgé, moi, tout ça, salaire, fatigue la santé. Moi, tout le monde manger dans la cuisine, pas reste bon trop longtemps. Ça veut dire que si vous payez un frigidaire, vous ne pouvez pas manger garder pour longtemps. Et parfois, quand nous achetons des légumes aussi, nous trouvons que les légumes là, c'est gâtés vite. Bon, bien sûr, quand il y a les temps extrêmes, comme à Maurice, nous avons un flash flooding, un coup de tout tomber sur la tête et monter, un coup de tout la pluie peut tomber. C'est bien difficile pour nous, nous ne pouvons pas planer rien d'avance actuellement. Et ça va la pluie là. Je fais des moustiques aussi, beaucoup dans mes jardins. Et il y a pire, parfois, pendant nous avons ça une maladie, nouvelle maladie qui peut commencer à gagner dans le monde partout. 1 degré plus 1 degré, il y a vraiment beaucoup pour le corps humain. Mais à ce temps-là, c'est triste qui me tout ça. Quand la température est montée, à ce temps-là, pas trouver mes enfants jouer dehors beaucoup, excepté dans l'école peut-être. La température là, quand elle est montée, elle a affecté les plantes, manger, nos comportements. Parce que moi, je dis que je suis content de faire une étude pour lui de temps en temps. Ah, c'est là mon père. Mon père, si je gagne 50, je tombe. C'est difficile. À Maurice, il y en a beaucoup d'associations qui peuvent prendre compte pour redonner certaines cantines dans la forêt. Et il y a une plante qui est design de Maurice, qui nous peut préserver. Donc, on servi cette bonne plante-là. Mais nous, au centre de femmes de Floréal, quand on apprend beaucoup de choses, et pas moi tout seul, tout le monde, madame, qui est dans les autres centres aussi, on a eu l'occasion de former un club qui est le club de l'environnement. Nous avons à peu près 40 membres. Régulièrement, nous venons, nous partageons l'agrément, nous visitons des jardins privés, des jardins publics, et nous disons que nous les faisons quelque chose pour l'environnement. Madame du quartier, et ben, visiteur qui me dit, j'étais inspirée. Mais ça nous la fausse, ça. C'est ça qui nous inspire tout madame d'Amoris pour sauver cette jolie île.
Everyone. So we're going to start our first parallel session of sub-theme 1. And our chairperson will be Professor Rob. Okay. So, and, Professor Rob, are you? Yes, I can see you.
Yes.
A long time.
Yeah, long time. Lovely to see you.
So you have been promoted to the status of panelist. So you can host. So you can you have certain control on this session.
Okay.
So since we are exactly on time, 11:15, we will start the session.
Super.
Yes, and you will also be able to take note of the question and answers that could be there on the question and answer section there. So after the session, we are going to take a few questions.
Super. Thank you very much, and welcome to the seven panelists. It's going to be quite an intensive session. So we got Sandra, we have got Velepini, we've got Hinshu, Deepika, Michael, Emma, and Tabile. I hope you're all there. I can't actually see everyone, but the important thing is what I would propose that the way we work is that participants put questions into the boxes, into the question and answer session while each speaker is speaking. And then as you finished speaking, we switch to the next one, then you can go on to and answer the questions online. So then we'll have a question and answer session at the very end. So without any further ado, we go on to Sandra, who is from Hungary, and she's done research amongst the Roma on early school leaving, a problem that we have right across Southern Africa. So welcome, Sandra, and over to you. I hope I've got your name correct. Is Sandra there? I can't see all of the names on my screen. Sandra, are you there? No? Okay, so let's not waste any time. Velempini is the next speaker on teachers' mindsets and looking at natural resource management and tourism. So Velempini, are you there? Would you like to take up your 10 minutes?
Yes, we are trying to...
Professor Rob?
Yep.
Morning. I just want, maybe Sandra is on the attendees list. Maybe you have to promote her because I can't see her in the panelist. You have all the option as the host. You will be able to promote her as a panelist. Can you
Okay,
try
I
to
can't,
see her in
see
the...
her, I can't see her on the attendees list at the moment.
Yeah.
I can only see Hinshu, one of our speakers.
Yeah.
That's the only speaker that I can see at the moment. So maybe that's where we start, so that we don't have the time running away from
maybe
us.
I can see Dr. Pillay in the attendees. Maybe you can promote her to panelist. Then she will be able to talk and present.
I have absolutely no
Further
idea
host.
how to do that.
Let
I
me
have
do
no
it.
idea how to promote anyone.
Let me do it, and then I will give you the host again.
Yeah, you can keep the host,
Yeah.
and I'll just manage the session.
Okay. I'm reclaiming back the host. I'm going to promote Dr. Pillay to a panelist. Dr. Pillay, if you are here, can you please rejoin as a panelist? Then you will have the options to actually share your screen.
Okay. The only panelist that I can see is Hinshu.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, it's Rob here.
Yes, Professor Rob, it's Rajan Pillay here.
Hi, Rajan, are you on this?
Yes, I'm the third presenter there on ecotourism.
Okay, that's Sustainable Mauritius. I've got Sustainable Mauritius as that one.
Dr. Pillay is here as a panelist now. I think it's okay, she can start.
Okay, Dr. Pillay, would you like to start? You're not on my list, but you've got the floor.
Thank you for that, Professor Rob O'Donoghue. I just want to share my screen.
Okay. And then you've got 10 minutes. I'll prompt you at about 8 minutes.
Right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, it's fine.
At the conclusion. You need to go to the beginning. There we are.
Okay, I think I can start.
Yes, please go ahead.
Right, good morning to the session chair, Prof. Rob O'Donoghue, and colleagues who have joined. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share our thoughts. This presentation is being reported by myself, Rajan Pillay, and my colleague, Indrani Hazel Govender. The title of our presentation is Exploring Tertiary Students' Understanding of Ecotourism within the context of education for sustainable development, and focusing on fragmented notions. Just to indicate as an introduction, environmental issues are more complex than they appear, but we have students at higher education institutions who have the role both as citizens and as stewards. Now, within the higher education curricula, there are environmental topics such as ecotourism, and these can actually initiate or strengthen these roles of the students. The International Ecotourism Society ties the revised definition of ecotourism states that it is responsible travel to natural areas that conserves the environment, sustains the well-being of local people, and involves interpretation and education. The Department of Education, in its preamble to the school curricula, makes a very nice statement, which goes as, the world is a set of related systems and problem solving does not occur in isolation. So this brings us to our question on how do pre-service teachers conceptualize the environment within the context of ecotourism? So the basis for our study is this whole conceptualization is likely to impact on behavior and attitude to problem solving now and in the future. And also that higher education institutions play a role, a critical role in developing future citizens with foresight. The literature shows that this conceptualization of the environment should be multifaceted. And this goes way back to 2004 and probably before that as well. There are a number of models, but all seem to be indicating that it is not unidimensional. According to the systems theory, according to Clare, a new way of looking at the world in which individual phenomena are viewed as interrelated rather than isolated, and complexity has become a subject of interest. And this complexity is something that we also cannot ignore in education for sustainable development. Our research design involved an interpretivist paradigm, and students were doing a pre-service teacher course were asked to respond to a questionnaire with open-ended questions. And one of the questions was, what is your understanding of ecotourism? And we used this response to analyze, in terms of the system thinking, where did the focus of the response actually lie? Some of the findings are in terms of a qualitative finding, and we've indicated quotations here. For an example, we had a student respond to ecotourism as the responsible travel to natural areas that conserve the environment and improves the well-being of the local people. And then we classified this as natural, social, and economic dimensions. Similarly, we went through all the responses, and F8 shows you a different focus. Since tourists come to South Africa to invest financially, by so doing, they are imparting positively on our economy. So we can see the focus somehow here is on the economic dimension. Then we had another student who responded, ecotourism has to do with the study of the natural world around us and how the land operates. And this one seemed to be focusing on the dimension of education, not forgetting that the TIE's definition, revised definition, included education. We then quantified all these responses that we had after categorizing them qualitatively. And we found that 6% of the students' responses in terms of their understanding of ecotourism included the natural, social, and economic dimensions. The focus on the natural or the conservation dimension was about 50%, and the economic, we had a total focus there of about 10%. And so we had other combinations as well, with about 22% of the students including education into the response. So briefly then, from what we've seen in the literature, there is this call for having a conceptual understanding of the environment in a multidimensional and related way, as well as what the school curriculum had actually stated in its preamble. But this is not unique to South Africa in terms of the school curriculum. The Brazilian education system and the Taiwanese education system, and I'm sure other education systems in the world, also call on students to have an interrelated multidimensional understanding of the environment. The concern in our study is that we had 6% of the students that included this multidimensional understanding. Now, students are citizens, and more especially in this particular role, they are pre-service teachers. And if they have this understanding where it is limited, how are they actually going to get the learners to understand the environment in a holistic way? So Leo and Lynn have made a very nice statement. You need to understand that these components are interrelated but diverse. And we can also switch it the other way around to say that they are diverse, but also interrelated. This image here gives a very apt message of education for sustainable development and we as human beings. Humans are a part of nature and not apart from nature. So our conclusion and recommendation is that our study shows that students have a fragmented notion of ecotourism, and extending that a little further, a fragmented understanding of the environment. The implication is that this message is likely to be disseminated in a fragmented way to society, as these are pre-service teachers. So what our findings actually highlight is there is a need to adopt this holistic systems thinking approach to ecotourism, and not only ecotourism, other environmental topics in the content in higher education, especially in teacher training and pre-service teacher training. And this is more likely to translate to society through the basic education sector. And the second recommendation is that the focus on ESD, including the SDGs, should also be on how critical content is mediated to the students, so that they can, to the pre-service students, so that they can mediate this in a way using appropriate pedagogical activities to get this message of environmental stewardship, innovative thinking, and that the world is indeed a set of related systems, and problem solving does not occur in isolation. We thank you.
Thanks, Rajan. That was perfect timing. And now if participants would like to put their questions to Rajan in the chat, and then you can respond to them, then we'll wrap up the questions later on. Who is next? Hinshu? Hello? Hinshu, are you available to be next?
I think Sandra is here. Maybe Sandra
Okay,
can...
I can see he...
Yes, I'm here. Good morning. Just a few minutes and I will show my presentation.
Super. So if you'd like to go ahead, just launch your presentation and you'll have your 10 minutes. I think we'll probably need to reduce it to 8 minutes because we're losing time. So I'll just keep a time and remind you. Okay, Sandra, over to you.
Okay, just a few minutes, please.
Okay.
I try to share my presentation.
Good. It's going to swing down.
Can do it again, though.
Mm.
I think you went last, then I would imagine.
Sorry, I'm having to move away from a noisy place. How are you going, Sandra?
Yes, I try, but I can't. Can I present the third presenter?
Yeah. Okay. So.
Thank you so much.
Third presenter is Hinshu. Would you like to go ahead?
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Hi, Hinshu.
Hello. Yeah.
Go ahead. You've got your.
Really great today. Yeah. It feels really great to present my research in this EEASA conference. Thank you very much.
Sustainable Mauritius.
I will start sharing my screen.
Your screen. Great. Coming through?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Just full screen.
Okay.
There we go. Over to you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. So my title of my research is Understanding of the Maurice Ilgerap, means to say the Sustainable Mauritius, among school children, a case study. So basically, it's my master's research that I did some years back. So I'll start setting up the scene. So as Mauritius is a small island with fragile ecosystem and form parts of the SIDS, it attaches great importance to its global and national socio-economic and environmental problems. Therefore, there is an urgent need to have conscious citizens concerned for saving our environment, social fragility, and a high degree of economic vulnerability from any further harm. So some years back, the government of Mauritius launched a far-reaching program, Maurice Ilgerap, that is Sustainable Mauritius, a long-term vision for the island's sustainable development. And one of the pillars of the program was education to provide the citizens with necessary competencies for achieving sustainability. So there was an urgent need for this study, in my belief. So it was therefore imperative to inculcate and assess education for sustainability in line with the MID at the very beginning of school age, as school children were going to be the future of Mauritius. My aims the research was aimed at firstly at the understanding of MID concepts, which was actually my research phenomenon. And then secondly, the current attitude and awareness towards sustainability among them in Mauritius. I came up with a research study which I carried out to investigate the current knowledge, attitude, and behavior, and awareness towards sustainability and MID concept among pupils and teachers in primary schools. I set some research questions to fulfill the objectives. The research questions were as number one, what were pupils and teachers' knowledge, attitude, and behavior towards sustainability? Secondly, what was the current understanding of sustainability and MID concepts among pupils and teachers? Third, how teachers were willing to include concepts of education on sustainability and MID in their school curriculum. And then lastly, why do teachers prefer to teach on sustainability and MID concepts in the ways they do. I employed a case study design with a quantitative approach using data gathering tools such as pre and post instructions, lesson activities, evaluations among pupils, and also questionnaires among teachers to answer the research questions. I use a convenience sampling for recruitment of participants, that is around 24 general purpose teachers and pupils from each class. It was around 8 pupils per class of four section. That would make around 32 pupils per grade. And then a case school, which actually was my place of work. So for this research, I use following research instruments: survey questionnaire for teachers, pre-instruction question for pupils, post-instruction evaluation for pupils, and then lastly, worksheets, that is tests for pupils. These are the ethical considerations that I observed during the research. So gatekeepers' permission were taken prior to the start of the study. Parents and teachers' consent were taken for voluntary participation. And then confidentiality was observed all over the research. Now, the data analysis all the data collected from survey and lesson activities through tests and evaluation were compiled, processed, and analyzed using statistical softwares. Data are presented in form of table, figures, and graph, and also interpreted to provide descriptive findings. Now, my results and findings could be summarized as follows. First one, the respondents' knowledge, attitude, and behavior showed a strong support for sustainability and MID concepts. School children understood sustainability-related issues, but were not familiar to MID concepts, and their depth of knowledge was limited. There was indication that the respondent felt more concerned towards sustainability issues as a whole, as can be judged by the positive actions they took within their capabilities. And then after exposure to sustainability education and MID concept, pupils were more sensitized to the fact that there was a need to act in a more conscious way in their daily activities, such as avoiding wastage of energy, littering, use of excess plastic bags, and also avoid food wastage. There was a general shift in attitude of the teachers and pupils as a result of being exposed to the environmental and sustainability education components of MID. Pupils were more aware and sensitized to sustainability components in the MID, but their level of awareness was quite superficial and they lacked internalization. And then present educational system were not helping learners to become critical thinkers, and therefore they couldn't develop problem-solving skills. There was a lack of practical first-hand experiences and little diversity in teaching methods required for effective sustainability education. So I came up with my conclusion and recommendation. Firstly, there was a need to raise awareness of sustainability and MID concepts among pupils, school community, such as NGOs, Parent Teachers Association, environmental clubs, and other local and clubs that can help the school. Secondly, increased school participation in sustainability and MID activities with cooperation of all relevant stakeholders who are finding it difficult to expand the actions and consider the full range of sustainability education. Thirdly, curricula of primary school were not reflecting actually pupils' aspirations toward MID, and they were rather exam-oriented. There should be further integration of sustainability and MID concept in the curricula at all levels. And finally, there should be something that can create pedagogical transformation. So there was the need for a whole school approach, like a clear pathway or a map providing necessary information about existing schemes which can support government's vision, and also a method of rewarding excellence in education for sustainability. So that was my main recommendation and conclusion. So I end up my presentation here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, perfect timing. Thank you very much, Hinshu. And of course, we have got Shepherd, Professor Shepherd in this group. So you illustrate many of the questions that he raised in his plenary this morning.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you've got questions, then put them into the question and answers and have a chat. Let's go back to Zandra again and see if she can actually load. Oh, fantastic. So Zandra, over to you for your 10 minutes. If you can stick to time like the others have, that's fantastic.
Yes, can you see my presentation?
Perfect, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Welcome everyone. My name is Sandra and I'm a PhD student in Doctoral School of Education in University of Szeged, Hungary. My dissertation theme is Causes of Early School Leaving in Hungary, and this presentation title is Obstacle to Sustainable Development, Exploring the Causes of Early School Leaving in Hungary. And let's see my outline. Firstly, I would like to speak on the theoretical background of early school leaving, and secondly, I will show my research aims and hypotheses, and finally show my research results. I can't see my presentation.
Okay, you need to just pull it up. Your presentation has now disappeared from our screens.
I'll try again. Okay. Okay, research over the past few decades has highlighted that early school leaving should be seen as a long-term process and not as an event, as early school leaving as an end of results of academic failure begins in early childhood, often before a child enters school. So, early schooling is one of the biggest problems in the world, not only Hungary. And according to the UNESCO report, there are 26 million people in the world who only primary school completed. This number is very worrying because it causes many undesirable consequences, both economically and socially. This long-term approach has greatly improved the understanding of the problem of early school leaving and the key implication of its prevention, as well as the fact that early school leaving does not affect all social groups in the same way, especially among economically, socially, and culturally disadvantaged groups. I can't see my own presentation.
Yeah, it's just stuck on the opening session. So if you just keep going and present it verbally, it's
And
probably
I don't know
best
why.
option. Okay. We're not going to get over that problem. So just present verbally if you can, because it's of great interest in this area where we have early school leaving to get to the conclusions of your research. I don't think you need to worry about the research design, but all members will be very interested in some of the conclusions that are coming out of your research.
Yes, and I try to speak, but my presentation I will send to email. And now
Perfect.
Is it okay? I will send my
Yeah.
presentation for everyone on email.
That's perfect. You can, at the end of your presentation, you can just put it into the chat and people can get it.
Yeah, can I continue my presentation?
Please, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. And how is related to early school living and sustainable development? Education that the thread which ties the society with the discipline and knowledge, and the role of education is experienced universally, which transforms societies in the fastidious way and leading to the sustainable development. It is essential to development of any nation. Education, which is considered as backbone of the society, is the base of human as well as economic development. And understand why students leave school without qualification is very important. In 1995, Russell Romberger pointed of 3 levels of early school living, which are family, school, and the community in which students live. And the empirical research on early school living has defined a number of factors in students' families, schools, and the communities that might predict early school living. And the school and the family are most important places to learn social skills and to be a productive member of society. And my research aim is to explore the causes of early school living in Hungary. The study was conducted among those who were already affected by early school living. In order to be able to draw a conclusion about the scientific characteristic of the questionnaire, it was necessary to formulate a hypothesis. First hypothesis, we hypothesized that a positive relationship with teachers' attitude and in a strong school attachment. And the second one, we hypothesized that there is a positive correlation between peer impact and the school performance. And the third one, we hypothesized that there is a strong relationship between early employment and the school performance. And my questionnaire is an online and voluntary and anonymously, and took about 20-30 minutes. And the questionnaire contained 23 items that could be answered on a 5-point Likert scale according to whether 1 strongly disagree or 5 strongly agreed with the statement. In addition to the 23 statements, the questionnaire also included general background questions, the study of the current samples of 623 people ran from 2020 March to 2020 June by contacting several church and NGO organizations, and the find organizations was very important because among there may be persons who have affected by or involved with issues or early school living. And most of Hungarian village people can't use the internet for questionnaires, just using Facebook and YouTube. And a lot of disadvantaged people can't use the internet because they can't pay the internet. And the 3 criteria had to meet in order to participate in this study. The first criteria did not have a primary school education. And the second, obtained a primary school education and did not acquire a profession. And the third, completed primary school, but only acquired a profession later. And the questionnaire developed by Success at School Assessment Tools by Hanna Tomasevska-Pekala and et al. And the education longitudinal study was most aligned with the aims of the researchers, and the original questionnaire by the Success at School Assessment Tools contained 40 items, while the education longitudinal study included 69 statements along with background questions, but we only 15 items for questionnaire development by successful assessment tools were used. This is because
Sandra,
the other...
You've got 2 minutes now to wrap up, please.
Oh, I try to...
Thanks.
We use 15 items, just 15 items, and the people... and I try to show my conclusion. And some of background questions related to the period with the responses was still in school. For this reason, the question of what kind of family live in was also given a role. Most of the participants living on the foster family. You will see my presentation, and we found a strong correlation between positive attitude towards teachers and the school attachment. Those students who have experienced teacher positive attitudes in school had better performance, and then another strong correlation between peers and school performance. And the negative impacts of peers has an impact on the school performance, and the responses reveal that their peers in school performance heavily influenced to the respondent. And we can find a moderately strong correlation can be observed between the early work and the poor school performance. And the responses show the students who took a job in addiction to had a poor school performance. And the conclusion, the early school living is one of the biggest problems in the world, and the answers revealed a safe school environment is very important, and very important the positive relationship with teachers and teachers' attitude too, and involving parents in the child school life. And the justification of the hypothesis 1 and 2 was true, and hypothesis 3 was half true. And thank you for your kind attention, and I sent my presentation the
Okay,
email.
thank you. Thanks very much, Sandra. This is a really extremely important topic in our region, and particularly with COVID now, and many students not completing school. There's been a tremendous dropout here in South Africa. So if you now look at the chat for questions, and then if you put your email address in the chat, then people can, who are pursuing similar research, can contact you. Okay, next up is Deepika. Deepika, are you there?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to share my screen.
Perfect. And your 10 minutes begin now.
Oh.
Away you go. And off to the marine environment again, or it's understandable in Mauritius. So Deepika, yours, off you go. And Ravi is your co-author, so that's lovely. Thank you.
Okay, just give me a second. So can you just confirm if you can see my slide?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so I'll start right away and try to finish within the time limit. So good morning, everyone. I'm Deepika Kodli Singh, Senior Lecturer at the Department of Biosciences and Ocean Studies at the University of Mauritius. So the work that I have here today provides an overview of marine environmental science education in Mauritius. Here we present a compilation of secondary data to highlight the promises and the challenges faced by this field of education from our perspective. Definitely in an attempt to bring marine environmental science education into the mainstream of both formal and non-formal education. So the Republic of Mauritius, it's a main ocean state at the center of the Indian Ocean with an EEZ, an exclusive economic zone of 2.3 million square kilometers. So that's a vast sea area, which is more than 1,000-fold the total land area. So it is important that we ensure the sustainable use of marine resources in this sea area, especially in an era of climate change accompanied by exploitation, overexploitation, I would say, of the sea and resources. So ensuring the sustainable use of marine resources, especially in line with the SDG 14, which is life below water, it is very important. And this, it relies heavily on the population's environmental knowledge on the ocean, which is the ocean literacy. So, from the statistics available, we know that 91% of Mauritians are literate, but the level of ocean literacy among Mauritians from different age groups, backgrounds, education level, etc., is unknown. Ocean literacy, it is the understanding of the ocean's influence on you and how you influence the ocean. But the high literacy, ocean literacy, can be noted only among stakeholders such as fishermen, NGOs working for the protection of the marine environment, academics, scientists, researchers, etc. Basically, people who are directly involved with the sea or sea-based activities. But we believe that the majority of the Mauritian public remains largely ignorant of the importance of the ocean and the need to protect them. So this is the main concern here. So how can we achieve ocean literacy, especially in a small island like Mauritius? So definitely through formal education and non-formal education. And the introduction of marine environmental science here in the curricula is very important. So marine environmental science, it covers a broad range of disciplines. We can say it is an interdisciplinary field of education, covers the biology part, chemistry, physics, and mathematics, etc. So the aim and the approach for this particular study is we try to analyze the development of marine environmental science education in Mauritius over the past decades. So we started, we have data from 2005, and then we compared it with with present data. So desk research, secondary data was collected. So this is the overview of formal marine education, science education in Mauritius in 2015. So here in 2005. So in 2005, primary and secondary school curricula included some elementary information about marine science or marine environmental science. So in the primary syllabus, the unit water covered the blue planet, seawater, the uses of marine resources, for example, salt, in 2005. Then the next unit, materials in the environment, also covered some aspects of related to the sea, to the ocean. In standard 6, so we have the unit water also covers topics such as mentions about life underwater, marine pollution, marine mammals, etc. And then coming to the lower secondary syllabus, Form 1, Form 2, and Form 3, here, marine science related topics are covered in chemistry and biology. And then for the SC syllabus and HSC syllabus, there are certain aspects that are covered in biology again. So in 2005, we can say that marine environmental science was not well represented in the school curricula. With development in this field, so marine science was introduced at A level in 2011, Cambridge, and also in 2016 at O level. And then currently in 2021, this is the content overview for O level. So we have 9 topics that are covered in the syllabus for marine science. And we have the content overview for A level, that is the grade 30. So here we can see a difference between the old syllabus that ran from 2011 to 2020 with the new syllabus 2020 that changed in 2020. So in 2011, the content was basic but there was a diverse coverage of the topics in marine environmental science, in marine science. It was more biology oriented, and basic statistics such as mean, median, mode, etc. were covered. When we compare this to 2020 syllabus, the new syllabus that is currently being used, there is limited a number of topics, but the topics go in depth with the content. So the number of chapters decreased. Certain chapters were combined into a single one, and the orientation went more towards chemistry. And there was inclusion of statistics, important statistics such as correlation. So this is the development from 2011 to 2020. So analysis of the existing status of marine environmental science education in Mauritius, it revealed that this particular field of education is poorly represented at the secondary level, especially. So we have marine science that is currently being taught only in 4 private schools in Mauritius. And that is since the introduction in 2011. And then we have formal marine science education at the tertiary level. For example, University of Mauritius has been offering courses in marine science related to marine science since 2007. We have courses such as BSc Marine Science and Technology that has already phased out. And then now we have BSc Honors Marine Environmental Sciences, and we have 2 MSc programs as well. And at the University of Technology of Mauritius, they offer Diploma in Fisheries and Naval Services since 2007. So this has been the development of marine environmental science education in Mauritius, especially at the secondary and tertiary levels. This graph here, it shows the marine science percentage pass at A level. So we can see that there has been an increase in the pass level. We can say it is an improvement in the performance of the students, especially at A level. So this is an important point to note that people are getting interested in this field of science, field of education. So this was about the formal education.
You've got 2 minutes to wrap up now.
Okay. So non-formal education is offered by certain organizations under the Ministry of Blue Economy, Marine Resources, Fisheries and Shipping, the Rajiv Gandhi Science Center. We have NGOs such as Reef Conservation, the Biodiversity and Environment Institute, and EcoSud, Wise Ocean as well. So there has been a considerable evolution in marine environmental science education in Mauritius from 2005 to present date. However, the advancements in this field, we believe that they do not seem to match up to the demands of the country. The current educational system does not incorporate the key elements of marine science education in the curricula. So is it because of the declining interest of students in this subject, or other reasons such as the job market is not able to absorb the graduates? So where is the bottleneck? This is the question. So we have another challenge here. It is the dynamic and complex state of the ocean. We have threats such as storms, etc. So in these situations, there is a need for enhanced understanding and skill in predicting and facing these challenges. So the perturbations of the imposed on the ocean, it is causing a decline in marine resources. So there needs to be education from a young age for people to know about these challenges, about these threats to the marine ecosystem, and in order to protect the health of the ocean. And there also we can highlight inadequate facilities or resources dedicated to develop this sector of education. So this hinders the appropriate conceptualization of a framework. And at the pedagogical level also, we can notice that there is a lacune whereby no training is available to individuals who want to be marine educators. There are courses in education for biology or science subject in general, but not for marine science. So definitely COVID-19 has been another challenge that has impacted almost everyone. But we should also note that the effectiveness of distance learning is questionable in science subjects, especially in marine environmental science, where hands-on practice and fieldwork is required. And about the opportunities, so we have a vast ocean that can be explored. It is a fundamental asset to Mauritius. There is a scope for authentic education, hands-on experience, if we forget about COVID-19 for a while. And there are tons of research opportunities as well. And there is a growing interest of school leavers to join courses such as marine environmental science, especially at the tertiary level. So a proposed model is to integrate science, marine environmental science in state schools and additional private schools. We can start with the pilot project for this to identify the problems that are encountered. So I'll quickly conclude. Ocean literacy, it is required to build a nation of informed citizens. And it is the global calamities that have impacted our planet shows that we need to be better prepared for such environmental issues. So this can be achieved by formal and non-formal education, integrating marine environmental science education. So thank you.
Right, thank you for getting over so much in such a short time. Questions and discussion into the chat for Deepika. And now we go on to Michael. If you're ready, Michael, to launch your presentation. Right, Michael, over to you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. You should see the first slide of my presentation by now, hopefully.
Yes, got it, perfect.
Okay, perfect. Just to confirm that you see what you're supposed to see. Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Michael Kretzer. I present on behalf of Dr. Stefan Schweiger, as well as Abir Abdul Nabi Ali, our research conducted in Lesotho about analyzing the challenge of plastic and its pollution at secondary schools, public secondary schools in Maseru district in Lesotho. The agenda of today's very brief and quick 10 minutes talk. I will try to be in time. First of all, I will give some basic introduction, followed by very brief methodology remarks done by me, as well as explaining a little bit about the research area, as we are coming from, I forgot to mention, from Ruhr University in Bochum, and are based at the Department of Geography, as well as Rhodes University. After that, I will give some preliminary and brief information about the legal framework, some just very brief overview about the curricula in Lesotho, and then I will share with you some of the results of our conducted study. And there we will focus in specific about the perceptions about plastic and plastic pollution. First, to just introduce very briefly, just on one slide, about plastic and humans. How is the relationship between plastic and us humans? The first, somehow quite semi-synthetic plastic basically was introduced or discovered, developed by a monk in the late 15th, early 16th century. It was based on some kind of cheese. I will not go into detail as it's not that necessary, but just to give an overview that it's not something which only started like now in the 21st or 20th century. At the beginning, plastics or the innovation of plastic was to replace as a way as surrogates. So for example, some kind of natural raw materials were on shortage, for example, ivory, and then plastic, or the aim was to replace it by plastic. Some earlier plastic forms, for example, was bakelite. And then also in the 20th century, in general, mass consumption without plastic is basically hard to imagine, because plastic was very cheap to produce, and just as up until now overwhelming and just everywhere in our daily lives, which is very important. But then also in the 1970s, to some extent, a change occurred, so that plastic was more or less seen also as some kind of inferior and short-lived product, and some increasingly awareness occurred in societies. It was not at that stage too much about environment, so to say, because you see on the bottom right the picture with German echtes Leder, which is like in English genuine leather, which means like due to the fact that plastic or artificial leather was introduced, there needed to be a brand or a word even introduced to highlight that that was the real natural leather. And so such terms or such words were not necessary before. Yes, as I mentioned already earlier, from the 1970s, plastic was also more seen into relation to littering. This was very important, and also seen more as a negative or cheap product. For example, already in the 1970s, the air carrier Lufthansa from Germany, for example, just decided that plastic should not be used in the first class in the airplanes, for example, as it was more or less closely related to a cheap product at that time. And then very important is also the discovery of microplastics, quite more or less recently by an essay from Richard C. Thompson, who was one of the first ones to detect microplastics. And also it was like the combination then at that time of the environmental narrative or discourse and the health discourse. But that's just a very brief nutshell running over the topic just to collect you all at some point. Speaking about the methodology, our fieldwork was conducted prior to COVID-19, came all over us in November 2019, and it's a pilot study. It was aimed to be conducted originally not only in Lesotho, also in Grahamstown or Makanda, as it's now named, in Eastern Cape in South Africa at schools, as I was working there as a postdoc, so I was at the same university as Europe, so for 2 years. And but then we only were able, unfortunately, to collect the data at 2 public secondary schools in Maseru City, including 207 secondary school pupils. The questionnaire itself was a quantitative questionnaire. It consisted out of 18 content-related questions, mainly in relation to plastic usage, as well as plastic and the environment. And also 4 demographic questions were included in the questionnaire, for example, about the gender, language being spoken, or where pupils were born. The case study, as I mentioned, was done at 2 public secondary schools and included grades 11 and 12. They were also selected due to the fact of language, as the questionnaire was delivered in English and not in Sesotho. Just to give you a very brief overview about the legal framework, we had already this morning, or we spoke already in the very interesting and great keynote this morning about the Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the SDGs, you're all aware of that, is, for example, SDG number 4 about quality education, and there 4.7 aims to educate for an education for sustainable development and global citizenship. Just as an overall frame, and then within the context of Lesotho, as I just mentioned, 2 documents. The first one is the Environment Act from 2008 in Lesotho. There we have one part 13, focusing on information, education, and public awareness. And there again, point 97, specifically speaks about environmental education. And basically the document itself, it's roughly over 100 pages long, mentions 10 times environmental education within the document. And it's always mentioned in relation to environmental awareness and information. But environmental education should be also conducted at all levels of education and not only restricted or focusing on secondary schools, which is important. And also it's mentioned throughout the document at those times where it's mentioned that it's not only or should not be restricted to only formal education like public schools, may it be secondary or primary, but also non-formal education or adult-based education, for example. Within the curricula in Lesotho, we just selected one example, the grade 8 social science syllabus from 2019. And we're just analyzing that in relation to environmental education or environment, if it's mentioned within that syllabus, for example. And there, under the headline of values and attitudes, environmental concern is, for example, mentioned, as well as environmental justice. And there, I quote here, the document speaks about to use resources in a sustainable manner. So just to give some overview in the past and also still up to recently, but I just selected here one example for you. There were also quite a lot of donor aid funded projects existed in Lesotho, for example, the Lesotho Environmental Education Support Project.
Michael, you've got 2 minutes left to wrap up.
Just to give you some comments from the pupils about the case study here, which pupils were writing down in the questionnaire. You see the first one, for example, focuses on reducing, reusing, and recycling plastic for a better usage. The second one also speaks about that plastic should be removed and connects the plastic littering or general environmental degradation and littering to the soil, as Lesotho is an agriculture, or agriculture remains a very important socioeconomic source of income. The third one is also quite very interesting because the pupil mentioned that plastic should be collected and recycled to keep the country very clean. But he also sees the obstacle if ever this is taken very seriously or not. And the last one, how will recycling help the people? This pupil tries to connect it also to, again, to socioeconomic advancement, that it might help also to reduce unemployment for Basotho people. Just to give you 2 examples of some quantitative data, one of the statements being asked the pupils was, for example, plastic waste does not belong in nature. And you see here on the left-hand column, school 1, on the right-hand column, school 2, see some differences between those 2 schools. And in general, school 1 agrees slightly more compared to school 2, and also disagrees stronger. But then overall, the agreement to that statement is quite large in both schools. The second statement, plastic waste cannot be avoided. You see here that especially in the school 1, again, on the left-hand column, that up to close to 60 or 55% of pupils fully disagree to that statement. And on the school 1, it's more evenly distributed. To conclude, have an outlook and to conclude, this pilot study helped and can help and will help to conduct a larger mixed methodology study in the future whenever COVID allows safe travels and schools allow research again. It can be conducted in a safe way. Also, the comments revealed already that a qualitative approach, that's why we aim for a mixed methodology in the future, is very important, and probably it will be also helpful to use Sesotho, especially for the interviews, to really enable and understand the pupils' concepts. As well as a much larger sample of different schools is necessary, as the difference of these 2 schools for the pilot here revealed. There is some kind of a widespread, or seem at least to exist, a widespread awareness among those pupils, but also on some kind of continuum. And yeah, a qualitative approach might also help to really understand what the pupil tried to say. And also there's a relationship, as I mentioned, with some of the comments between the socioeconomic conditions and waste management was also mentioned within the collected data. For example, a lot of pupils mentioned that there are no waste bin or garbage bins nearby the school, so that a littering is, or they are forced to litter basically, because there is no waste management infrastructure, at least not a perfect one existing, just some reference, and then I can only say thank you. And
thank you very much, Michael. It's such an important topic, and it would be interesting because it connects with the ocean work that we've looked at. And Carleen at the ELRC is just starting out on a study. You might have met her. Hopefully she's online and you can actually link up, because there's so many links that can be made around your project. So thanks. Let's move the conversation now to the chat. If there are any questions for Michael. And now on to Tabile for your work on teachers' perceptions. Tabile, are you there? Okay, you've unmuted yourself. You'd like to just lift up your presentation now onto the screen. Okay, and show full screen. I can't hear you yet, Tabile. Are you there? Oh, yes, perfect. We can see your presentation very well now.
Good morning, colleagues. Am I audible now?
Perfect. Well done. Okay, your 10 minutes.
Okay, we are excited to be here today, and then I'll be presenting on behalf of Zamoguhle Magubane as well as Professor Hlalele. We are from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, the School of Education. So in terms of the study, what we were interested in finding out were the geography student teachers' perceptions of education for sustainable development. So when we're talking about geography student teachers, we are referring to the teachers in training who are going to teach geography in the near future. So looking at the sustainable development goals, we saw that it would be interesting for us to explore how are they, what are their views about education for sustainable development, because as they are going out to the field as teachers, we believe that they are custodians of environmental education as well as sustainable development. So the conversation began there. My slides are not moving. Hopefully I'll be able to move them soon. So from there, what we did was that we conducted a qualitative case study where we presented the idea of this study to the student teachers, and then they responded by saying that they are interested, and then that's how the study began. So just a brief literature on the problem. We're looking at sustainable development as a concept. That's where we started to say that it was introduced in the UN Nations Conference in 1992. And from there, there were also conversations about the current generation as well as the future generation. And then the aim was to raise consciousness by access to quality education and sustainable development. So as I said, that we are from the School of Education. So the fact that they were talking about education, we saw that we should also be playing our part. So what exactly are we doing to prepare future teachers to be able to address environmental problems? Because from literature, we get that most of the problems that we have are actually caused by humans. So since we are in touch with people who are going to teach the younger kids, why don't we play the part there? And then we also felt that the geography student teachers, most so is geography is the home of the relationship between the environment and humans. So we should be playing a part there to teach it to the practicing teachers, the pre-service teachers. And then this was a case study that was underpinned by a qualitative interpretivist case study. And then 12 student teachers indicated that they would like to be part of the study. And then we grew from the theoretical framework of constructivism, where we're looking at how people construct knowledge. So since we were researching student teachers, then we saw it fit for the purpose of this paper. Then from there, we analyzed data using thematic data analysis. I'm not sure if Zamok has been able to join because he had connection issues before. Zamo, are you here? So that maybe you can present on what we found when we were interviewing the student teachers. Zamo, can you hear me?
I can't see Zamo online.
Okay, thank you so much. Then I'll continue. And then from asking those questions relating to their perceptions, they defined sustainable education for sustainable development as the sustainable resource use for future generations. So that's how they understood it. Whenever we asked them, what is your understanding of education for sustainable development? So they were saying that it's about using resources wisely while we are conserving for the future generations. And then from there, this was relating to the literature, which says that geography is a vehicle for promoting ESD. And then we're saying that it's only, the students were also of the view that geography shouldn't be the only discipline that is pushing ESD, but then other disciplines should also be playing their part. And then as this was also confirmed by literature, where they were saying that ESD is a schooling life cycle and disciplines work towards social order, and then they should be promoting the values of ESD. And then the student teachers, we asked them about the awareness of ESD programs that they've come across during their schooling, or maybe when they were doing teaching practice. And then they were said that they are aware of the eco-schooling project. And then, but their concern was that although there are some schools would like to participate, but you find that, especially in government schools, they are finding problems where, as a geography teacher, you are coming to say that, can I maybe have funds to be able to affiliate to eco schools? There's a lot of red tape there, because the schools would be saying, but we are paying for water, we are paying for electricity, we're already running a feeding scheme, so this eco school of yours can take a back seat. So those were some of the conversations that were coming from the student teachers from their teaching practice, as well as from them when they were schooling. So this is just to flag there that although sometimes teachers might be willing to participate in environmental campaigns and these affiliations, but school management teams are very reluctant. So this suggests that teachers should try to find other avenues in order to raise money for such affiliations. And then in terms of higher education, we found that there were also some green campus initiatives that the student teachers were involved in, where there were litter campaigns, and then there were also involved in environmental education forums, where when it's Arbor Week and what have you, they will visit different schools. And then another project that was also on campus was the naming of the plants that are found outside the school, our campus, whereby you could identify which plants are indigenous, which ones are alien. And then from there, we had to take a decision about what to do with alien plants and what have you. So a lot has been going on, but we feel that it's not enough. When I say we, I'm talking about the student teachers now, because they were saying that although these things are infused in the geography curriculum, but it is done so sparingly. So they would like a module or a course which is focused only on ESD. So now it shouldn't be ESD and other geographical content in the same module. They would like to see a module or an entire course now for teachers, which is focused on ESD, because from them, what we are doing is not enough, of which I think to a certain extent, this study was valuable in that to inform curriculum development, because it shouldn't be an issue now that is infused in other geographical topics, but it should be a standalone issue. And then
we've got 2 minutes just to wrap up.
Okay, thank you so much. The overall finding was that the student teachers did not have a thorough understanding of ESD. And then obviously this is because, as we said, it's infused in the geography modules, not being offered as a standalone teachers. And then we are saying that from here now, where do we go from here? Then the pandemic hit. So now we still hope to continue the conversation. But now we've just been dealing with a lot. But in future, when it's time to update modules and what have you, then some of the feedback from the students can be used to inform curriculum development. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Thabile, for opening up this really important window on the realities of teachers' perceptions and how they play out in the ESD work that we're doing. And last but not least, Emma, in teacher education and agriculture. Okay, Emma. Oh, she is there. Oh, perfect, Emma. Would you just like to put up your presentation? So Thabile, see if there are any questions for you in the chat now while Emma gets ready to present.
Good morning.
Morning, Emma.
Are you hearing me? Good.
Yes, hearing you well. We just need your presentation. It's starting to share. Still saying
Good
starting.
morning.
Yeah. Morning, Emma. You're breaking up slightly.
To you all. Can you hear me?
There, your presentation's coming up now. Yes, I can hear you very well.
Oh, thank you. Title, Phytoremediation to Infectious Diseases, Unlocking Sustainable Propagative Methods.
Put your presentation on full screen. There we are, just the bottom right-hand corner. You can just click on the show full screen. Or just okay. It doesn't seem to want to go to full screen. So just go ahead with what you've got. We can see your slides perfectly.
Okay. So we are looking at phytoremediation to infectious diseases, unlocking sustainable propagative methods, techniques to enhance availability of herbal therapeutic extracts. Presentation by Emma Gonye and Trinus Kutenda. Can I move on? Introduction. Our introduction, our background and introduction. Lipia javanica BEM F. Spring or Elo javanica has been used for a time immemorial by the rural folk in Zimbabwe. Its therapeutic characteristics have been highly sought for in the treatment and management of colds, flu, pneumonia, and headaches. So the different parts of L. javanica, for example, the leaves and twigs, are used for the treatment of asthma, coughs, colds, influenza, pneumonia, tuberculosis, and bronchial problems in Bangladesh, Botswana, Ethiopia, Kenya, South Africa, and Zimbabwe, according to Maroi 2016. Multiple phytochemicals are found in L. javanica. These include triterpenoids, volatile and non-volatile secondary metabolites, such as flavonoids, alkaloids, iridoids, lemon, and essential oils. So the shrub has been found to contain medicinal and nutritional properties, such as amino acids and zinc, which are well sought. You remember in 2020, most people were looking for zinc tablets and vitamin C. But according to Bebe, these are found in the Lupia javanica. So prospects for manufacturing throat lozenges and cough drops are underway as part of heritage-based innovations by Africa University. So in Zimbabwe, we find that Africa University has already gone a long way in trying to produce these products. And we also have got this product in form of teas in the supermarkets, especially from Utsanzi, Zumbani Tea and other companies, but it's still very, very limited. However, the advent of COVID-19 world over forced the people to revisit the old practices and use of indigenous knowledge systems, IKS, in the management of COVID-19. So this has resulted in an upsurge in the demand for therapeutic extracts, which outweighs the informal supply, since there has never been a widespread use of this natural herb. So visits to supermarkets such as Pick n Pay and OK Zimbabwe revealed that fresh deliveries of L. javanica, which were made almost on daily basis. That's my personal observation, as the demand of javanica increased. Statement of the problem. A high demand for therapeutic extracts outweighs informal supply of L. javanica. The deficit in L. javanica is worrisome to consumers and environmentalists or botanists or scientists. There is a gap between high demand of javanica due to its phytochemicals associated with management of COVID-19. This study therefore endeavors to fill the gap by proposing a fast mass production of L. javanica. in Zimbabwe and other countries. Purpose: the need to establish the quickest method of propagation and cultivation of L. javanica to cater for the demand of adequate fresh leaves in management of COVID-19 prompted this experimental research. So when we look at our objectives, the time of establishment was one of the objectives that we were focusing on. And then we also looked at the height of the plants, since it has got an influence on the yield of the crop. And lastly, the yield of L. javanica. Methodology: the trial was conducted in 2020 to 2021 season to establish the quickest method of propagation and cultivation of L. javanica bush. The trial was laid in randomized complete block design with 3 treatments replicated times. The treatment used in the experiment were seeds, that's our control, then cuttings and suckers, 30 plants per bed measuring 170 plants for all the treatments. Data was collected on time of establishment, height of plants, and the leaf yield, the 3 methods of propagation. Data was analyzed using analysis of variance, ANOVA GenStat release version 14.2 at 0.05 significance level. Results showed that there were significant differences at probability 0.05 in terms of time of establishment, height of the plant, leaf yield among the 3 methods of propagation. The highest establishment was noted in suckers that took about 5 to 9 days, followed by cuttings 11 to 14 days, and compared to seed, which took about 21 to 28 days to get established. Effect of methods of propagation on time of establishment of L. javanica. So that's our first objective. The time of establishment varied with the method of propagation. And the seed method took much longer than anticipated when compared to suckers and cuttings. This could be attributed to availability of food reserves and chlorophyll, which activated the process of rejuvenation in suckers and cuttings compared to the use of the seed. This graph is showing the methods of propagation on time of establishment of L. javanica. As you can see, seed method on average, when you're looking at the mean, that's about 8, suckers 12, and then cuttings 24. When we look at effect of methods of propagation on high javanica, the height of plants was also influenced by the time of establishment. Suckers grew faster than seed propagation method, and the suckers and cuttings quickly access the radiant heat, which is necessary for photosynthesis and growth. The graph illustrates the height of plants of L. javanica in different treatments, starting from seed, suckers, and cuttings. As you can, more height was obtained in suckers. The effect of propagation method on yield of L. javanica, suckers and cuttings yielded much faster than seed propagation. Vegetative propagation promotes vigorous growth and production of biomass, as you can see.
Emma, you've got 2 minutes to wrap up now. 2 minutes to wrap up.
Okay, so this that's the yield of L. javanica. Conclusion: there is great potential of establishing Lupia javanica using suckers and cuttings to provide adequate leaves and reduce possibility of extinction of the herb. The propagation of L. javanica will go a long way in reducing overharvesting, which has been noted in urban areas of the country and even in rural areas. There is also great potential of accessing L. javanica bush in its original taste. We need to carry out scientific research on the actual phytochemicals that are produced in different therapeutic formulations in order to utilize the herb effectively in the management of COVID-19. The rise in demand offers opportunities in agriculture for commercialization of the herb as more and more products are being produced for the market, such as herbal teas, cough drops, and lozenges and teas for export. The presence of terpenoids, methanol, and other products is a clear testimony that the plant has phytoremedial substances that may assist in COVID-19 management. I thank you.
Well, fantastic. Perfect timing, Emma. And what an interesting topic that your students are looking into, because we've had Shepard starting up, and I bet Shepard's up there in the north now looking for his L. javanica for zinc, because zinc is so important in the treatment of COVID. So, and thank you very much to all of the presenters, Rajan, Hinshu, Zandra, Deepika, Michael, Tabile, and Emma. What's so interesting about all of your presentations is that they are so diverse and that you actually worked as teams together. We only have a few seconds left now, 2 minutes, for any questions. Emma, if you just respond to questions in the chat like the others have done. Are there any questions that have come through or any final comments that the presenters, panelists would like to make? Please just put up your hands and away you go. We only have 2 minutes
It's
left.
Rajan here. Sorry, Prof, it's Rajan here. There's a,
hi, Rajan.
Yeah, a Velopini was supposed to do the second presentation. That's just put something on the chat to say that here they are online and they would like to do the presentation. I don't know how you're going to handle that. It's
have we got time? Have we got time for that? Have we got time for that, do you think?
Yes, I think we can take it.
Okay, fine. Okay, so let's, Velopini, on teacher's mindset, that will relate to some of the work that Tabile has done. So Velopini, if you'd like to launch, you can have your 10 minutes and we're going to overrun a bit now. Velopini, are you there? I didn't see you online.
We are promoting her right now.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Good morning.
Welcome, and go ahead. Your 10 minutes of.
Thank you. Sorry, I apologize again, and we had a power cut. So let me just straight go to our PPT.
Yeah, I was worried about a power cut, and well done to make it here.
Thank you. Are you able to see our PowerPoint?
Yes, go to full screen now, and then you're, we've got it.
Okay.
Presenter mode. That's it. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
thank
perfect.
you so much. And again, good morning, colleagues. My name is Dr. Velopini. I am in Botswana. My colleague is Sharon Chetty in the Seychelles Islands, and actually she's the one who is supposed to be presenting, but unfortunately due to some other reasons, she is not able to make it. She is the one who collected the data for this study, and I supervised her research. So it is titled Teachers' Mindset, Strategies and Challenges in Integrating Environmental Education and the Language Subject in Seychelles, Archipelago. We are gonna start by giving an introduction of the study and the problem statement, the location, the research question, the methodology findings, and then going to the conclusion. Seychelles Islands is situated in East Africa region, north of Madagascar and east of Kenya and Tanzania, made up of 115 islands, and is mostly dependent on tourism industry and the fisheries industry, particularly tuna fisheries. And there is it's mostly vulnerable to impacts of human influence on its delicate environment. And that really constitutes the problem statement for this research. That's what motivated us, or motivated my colleague, to focus on how environmental education is integrated in the English subject curriculum. This slide is just to show the structure of the education system in Seychelles. That is to say, pre-primary is 2 years, that is a creche education, and followed by 6 years of primary education from P1 to P6. And then after that, learners go to secondary education, S1 to S5. We were interested in understanding integration of environmental education at the secondary education, that is S1, S2, and also S3. And after that, learners usually apply to go to higher education. Problem statement. According to the literature, really there is a lot of anthropogenic factors, that is human influence, as I have said. For example, sand mining for construction, and this lead to the destruction of endemic species, the coconut palms, the mangrove forests, and as well as the disturbance of turtles during nesting. And also the literature indicates that there is a lot of climate crisis, and this leads to rise in sea level and constitute a threat to the island ecology in Seychelles. Water pollution as well, due to sewage disposal and fresh water consumption. This constitutes a problem statement. And when we look into the curriculum framework of Seychelles, it emphasizes integration or inclusion of environmental education in cross-curricular subjects. And also that there is the need to implement environmental education as a way of enabling knowledge and skills to both local people and as well as learners for sustainable use of natural resources. When we investigate the literature, we are finding that there is a really scarcity of literature or lack of research that focuses on how environmental education is integrated in teaching strategies in Seychelles. This slide is particularly showing the Mahe Island and also pointing into Montfleury district, where data was collected in that particular secondary school. So majority of the schools are situated in the Mahe Island, and that is also where there are a lot of government offices in the Mahe Island. And selecting the district of Montfleury as a research site enabled the researcher to easily access the selected school and as well as have that easy contact to environmental officers in the Ministry of Education. And this is the research question. How is environmental education integrated in the teaching and learning during English language instruction in a secondary school in Seychelles Island? So we are hoping this study contributes to the transformation of environmental education and also creating and enhance the critical analysis and the rethinking of how environmental education can be effectively integrated in the school curriculum. This was a case study, as I have said, that is to say, following a qualitative research design, we looked into the document analysis, and those are some of them, and also some classroom observations from S1, S2, and also S3, that is Form 1, Form 2, and Form 3. And also there were some semi-structured interviewees with 7 teachers in the English language department, the school's principal, and also the environmental officer in the Ministry of Education. So this was just a case study in that particular secondary school from Form 1, Form 2, and also Form 3. Okay, now, just to talk about the responses from some of the respondents or the teachers who were interviewed. In terms of how they are viewing the integration of environmental education in their teaching and learning in the English language subject. So we are finding that teachers really, they appreciate the natural environment, but not all are engaged in environmental activities. For example, the first response there says that if the environment is unhealthy, we will also be unhealthy. We need to take care of it for future generations. We are learning here that teachers do have that understanding or sense of promotion of the sustainable development concept. And there is the other response which focuses on understanding of global warming, and that environmental education will get its true importance, and it can change the mindset of people. And then the other response focuses on some sort of wild pedagogies. Here he says, I'm a member of the Eco School. I help by using plastic bottles to plant in them. I clean the school environment. I participated in a hike, and we went to a trail in St. Anne Island. And we are learning here that there is that interest towards wild pedagogies or towards outdoor education when they participate in some hike. And this constitutes like, how can we rethink environmental education? By infusing outdoor education, by infusing wild pedagogies. Here are the other three interesting responses from the teachers.
Lepini, you've got 1.5 minutes just to wrap up.
Oh, okay. Let me try to do that. And these three responses are really contrary to what the other responses have said. The teacher said I was not really, so I was talking about Eco School program and that it was not really active. And also the other teacher says they do not know about the clubs in the schools. And the other teacher says it depends on the topic that you are teaching if you are to include, for example, climate change. And these are the strategies that the teachers are using, like class discussions, group work, and also brainstorming from a particular environmental issue. These last two are interesting. And then we had the environmental officer talking about the NGO that focuses on environmental education called Island Development Company, whereby teachers can also network and collaborate with these existing NGOs. And also there was the observation made when the teacher was, when he came with a newspaper about river pollution and asked the student, how would you react to this situation whereby you come across the polluted river? And the student say, I would have cleaned the river with the help of some of my friends in the Eco School Club. And the other one will say, I would have reported this issue of river pollution to the ministry concerned. And we are sensing here that indeed also the students, they have that care of the environment. The challenges constitute the lack of resources, textbooks being philosophical and not being practical, not being locally relevant. And teachers are saying there is lack of knowledge and skills on how to integrate environmental education. Okay, this is the last slide. On conclusion, what we are currently saying is that there is that need for continuous professional development of teachers, and this will constitute into building capacities of educators, which is a priority action area of ESD, building capacities of educators. And also, in addition to regular strategies, there is need to strengthen collaboration, with the existing NGOs, and also to strengthen the Eco School program that's accelerating local level actions as well. When you read the comment from the teacher, when he says it's not something that comes to mind, it suggests that some teachers are really not even aware that environmental education exists, or it is really much more important. So really we have to emphasize on issues of continuous professional development. And like I have said, production of locally written textbooks and handouts is much more important, and to inform as well about environmental resources in Seychelles Island.
Thanks, Philippine.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, our apologies. sincere apologies.
No, we are really glad that you managed to get in, and congratulations for that. I'm sure your colleague is very happy with the way you represented her work. And also the collections, the connections between the presentations. First of all, apologies for the interruptions where I've forced you to stick to time, and thank you very much for sticking to time. Also, a big thank you for the background team for making the presentations happen so seamlessly. And remember that what EEASA is about is people connecting with people who connect with environment, who are beginning to resolve the problems. And there's so many connections between this research, from Velapini to Tabile and to Rajin and Hinshu and Deepika and Michael, the oceans, literacy, and the plastics. And also a special topic that is very important for COVID is Sandra's topic on early school exits and Emma's topic on the medicinal plants and indigenous knowledge. So we can see a tremendous diversity, and a really big thank you to all of you for beating the power failures, for making it onto EEASA, for sharing your wisdom and your research. And thank you for a wonderful session. It was really a pleasure for me to be part of it with you. And now back to the organizers.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for chairing this session. Dear participants, we are going to meet in, say, around half an hour for the next session. That will be a roundtable presentation. Thank you very much.
I can all take a nice break. It was quite a breathless session with so much sharing.
It's an end session.
La forêt, qui est considérée comme un poumon de la planète, couvert près de 30% superficie mondiale de la Terre. C'est à la fois une source abri, manger, l'énergie et que les autres bénéfices pour l'écosystème. La forêt fournit l'air et l'eau propre et sauvegarde biodiversité et agir comme un tampon contre le changement climatique. Dégradation de la forêt menace plus que 1,6 milliard d'humains qui dépendent directement et vitalement d'un écosystème forestier pour leur subsistance. Parmi les États membres des Nations Unies, ici à Maurice, le gouvernement, à travers le ministère agro-industrie et sécurité alimentaire, peut faire beaucoup d'efforts pour restaurer, protéger et exercer nos patrimoines forestiers. De par l'importance et le potentiel de la forêt, le gouvernement peut lancer une campagne nationale, le tree planting, à travers le pays, et fin mettre du bout un plan stratégique plusieurs années. C'est surtout un projet qui invite tous Mauriciens, tous stakeholders à agir au quotidien pour amener une retombée au plan social, économique et environnemental. À nous agir ensemble pour le développement durable et assurer une prospérité future à tous.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Rosemont Verlo, je habite dans le monde. 2008-2009, j'ai une association qui vient de nous pour planter mangrove. Et là, nous venons planter, on veut trouver mangrove, il a des grands aujourd'hui. Mais ça amène beaucoup de choses, comment crabe, comment crever. Avant, pas de China, mais China, tu perdu. Tu peux trouver du tout. Mais à ce là, il y en a beaucoup. Mais du monde a la vie, même si du monde peut travailler. Mais il y a autre crevette, même crabe. Car il y a des informations. C'est facile pour planter. Ça, c'est sur fruits. On peut mettre ça là, sur fruits. On peut aller au pique-nique dans ça. Deuxième façon, on fait pépinière. Nous mettons des racines plus faciles de transplanter là. Parce que des fois, il y a le fini, puis il y a la graine dans la réserve.
Je m'appelle Durand Maningom, habitant le monde village. Et je suis représentant de ce grand Gilles au niveau du monde village. Et moi, j'ai un contact avec M. Kaboudayan, du secrétaire du Conseil Rivière Nord. Nous avons un comité ensemble, nous travaillons ensemble pour être capables de faire place, capables de planter un manguier. Je connais parce qu'au monde, un endroit qui est dans la mer rentrée. Pour l'aime, là, vous trouvez pas de lagon pour aider. Et dans nous venons pour faire commencement la planter. Nous sommes en région, plusieurs habitants au monde, plusieurs associations, en ONG. C'est tout, le numéro 1 PCR et puis le conseiller village. Nous tombons d'accord pour nous capables de faire la plantation là, nous mettons qui sont rendement pour le village. Les habitants au monde, nous sommes une vingtaine, madame, monsieur, c'est mélangé. Nous faisons la plantation là. La plantation aujourd'hui, c'est un succès pour nous. Parce que l'hypothèse, nous, l'eau beaucoup. Des rations, disons, faire comme quand la pluie tombe, pourquoi face nous, face montagne d'écouter. Quand la pluie tombe, plie pas, feuillage, enfin la boue, qui sont venus descendre dans la mer. C'est pour ça qu'ils nous la groupe parfois les garder. Mais dans le plan de sa mango là, vous voyez qu'on est dans la rivière, c'est tout comme là, c'est le commencement même. Nous disons, à nous qui sommes côté qui commencer avant, nous qui côté qui apporter. Pour moi, nous commençons l'eau. La rivière là, côté son finition, côté vient dans la mer. Il y a tout simplement une plantation, c'est qui une plante là, une portée soit là pour qui descend dans la mer là. Il garde pas les siphons n'importe. Mais ça reste avec une bonne portée. Et c'est tout, ou bien un crabe, un petit poisson. À ce là où il y a un soir, et qu'on prend une toast, on a l'espace qui nous quitte pour visiter aussi. Ou alors on prend une toast, on passe dans l'espace là. Vous voyez combien de poissons, petits poissons et combien de crabes. C'est pour ça qu'ils nous demandent si à place. Faire comment dire un touriste en veut venir, il a envie de faire une photo mango. Il n'est pas gagné, il n'est pas pour gagner en général, il est capable de passer l'espace par l'espace. Donc il faire une photo, comme ça il gagne, pas de passer qui est carré sur une photo.
l'anoucage noyal, continue association, une plante mangrove depuis 2018 à 2014. Nous plante environ 20 000 propagules qui représentent 20 hectares. Comment je trouvais, dans environ 8 ans, sont bien grandis et justement, je apporte beaucoup de bénéfices à la région. Et le camarade Adjei, qui ne prend pas un peu, depuis le commencement, il ne prend pas de sa plantation-là. Alors, on passe la parole et les cas qui ajoutent un peu qui avantage la région indienne.
Bonjour, complètement mon habitant ici. Parti comme ça, projet-là, j'avais vraiment mon gros. Et depuis qu'il m'a même planté ça, mon gros là, dans sa région-là, il empêche beaucoup l'érosion. Il rapproche un peu plus de poisson. Il crée la casse, de crabe. Enfin, il apporte beaucoup de bénéfices. Voilà, aujourd'hui, on a retrouvé une bien grandi. Et même là, maintenant, où aller ouvrir un poisson, le poisson fait grandir. Et un poisson là aussi, je peux nous dire tout là-dedans. Voilà, un peu sur un bénéfice, mon gros.
East of Madagascar in the Indian Ocean, Mauritius. An independent state since 1968, Mauritius has diversified its economy. Sugar production, a textile sector, a financial hub, and of course tourism. But behind this postcard landscape, the impact of global warming can be seen. In certain coastal areas, the rise of the ocean erodes the coastline. Tourists may not be aware, but Mauritian authorities certainly are. To address the situation, the government decided to federate actors of public and private sectors to initiate a new policy, Maurice, île durable.
Maurice, île durable, c'est essentiellement une vision, allons dire, d'une société en termes de développement économique, en termes de développement social et de développement environnement.
Ce projet a consisté surtout à essayer de voir comment un mix des énergies renouvelables pouvait permettre à Maurice d'atteindre 65% de sa production et de sa distribution d'énergie en 2030.
Lorsqu'on parle d'énergie, souvent des fois on parle d'énergie renouvelable, énergie classique, fossile, et on parle moins d'efficacité énergétique.
L'efficacité énergétique étant la possibilité de réduire les consommations des moteurs électriques dans les usines, des moteurs électriques dans les bâtiments, des moteurs électriques dans les ascenseurs, etc.
First stage, a mapping of 650 local enterprises. Then a volunteer group of 10 companies agreeing to participate in an audit of their energy efficiency. This audit was conducted with experts from Reunion Island. It was funded by international donors.
Nous avons choisi de participer à la démarche d'audit vapeur car la vapeur est le premier poste de notre facture énergétique, soit plus de 50% de la facture énergétique. Je pense que s'il n'y avait pas eu d'aide pour réaliser l'audit, nous ne l'aurions pas réalisé aussi vite. On n'aurait pas engagé le niveau d'investissement qu'on a engagé et dont on est en train de récolter les fruits aujourd'hui.
Since the 1970s, economic development has caused growing needs in electricity. For Mauritius, as with any island state, energy supply is a crucial issue. The Mauritian government has instructed sugar producers to produce and sell electricity from their thermal power plants to the local distributor.
Le groupe Omnican, au départ, a produit du sucre. Il est exporté comme sucre raffiné sur l'Europe. Elle utilise la bagasse, qui est un résidu de la canne, après production du sucre, pour brûler et faire de l'énergie. Le mix est de à peu près 70% de charbon pour 30% de bagasse dans les centrales de cogénération. Et la volonté est de réduire cette dépendance du charbon, et donc développer d'autres sources de biomasse, comme le bois, la paille de canne.
Sustainable development is also all about limiting waste and optimizing production lines.
Tous les produits sont recyclés, nos effluents sont retraités, sont réutilisés, quelquefois dans nos installations.
In this way, fermentation of molasses can produce ethanol.
Les usages peuvent être de plusieurs ordres. Elle peut être utilisée pour les boissons, elle peut être utilisée pour la pharmaceutique, dans la parfumerie.
In Mauritius, there are even plans to use ethanol as a motor fuel.
C'est vraiment une volonté et c'est un acte de foi dans le pays de vraiment essayer de rejoindre cette vocation de Maurice île durable qui est tellement chère à nous tous ici.
Il y aura de plus en plus de petites sociétés qu'on appelle à Maurice des Small Independent Power Producers, c'est-à-dire des petits producteurs indépendants d'énergie, qui, soit par l'éolien, soit par l'hydroélectrique, soit par la biomasse ou le biogaz, vont pouvoir contribuer à enrichir en électricité cette grille intelligente, ce réseau intelligent de distribution d'électricité qui permettra de plus en plus à cette démocratie énergétique de prendre le pouvoir sur le fait qu'aujourd'hui nous sommes en quelque sorte dominés par des très grandes entreprises de production et de distribution d'énergie, pétrolière ou nucléaire. Enfin, nous allons pouvoir, nous, les êtres humains, dans la société, jouer un rôle de construction et de planification de notre avenir.
In the Indian Ocean, as elsewhere in the world, energy consumption, lifestyles, and climate change have become interrelated. Should society invent a new model?
On ne peut pas changer le modèle, on peut construire, on peut bâtir, on peut emmener des changements, on peut s'ajuster.
Nous avons souhaité faire de l'île Maurice une sorte de projet pilote pour le monde concernant non seulement les questions liées au réchauffement climatique, mais aussi au développement durable.
Maurice est très petit. Nous savons bien que, quelque part, l'infiniment grand et l'infiniment petit se rencontrent. Il n'y a pas de différence, en fait, entre l'infiniment grand et l'infiniment petit.
Expérience, il y a assez de nous planter. Nous avons assez de nous planter aussi, de protéger la nature. très intéressant par rapport à l'école, à montrer aux élèves comment planter et faire à la maison comme ça. Après, les enfants, j'organise un moment de plaisir, à s'amuser, pour peindre, pour jardiner au lieu de travailler.
Il y a un beau projet, il y a des pour l'environnement. C'est très intéressant parce que ça aide les élèves à comprendre comment planter. À l'école, on a planté des épinards, des jardins, des choux, piments, vraiment des cheveux. Beaucoup de choses. Oui, beaucoup de choses. Et on a même vendu. Et on a même rapporté à la maison.
C'est une très bonne initiative parce que si je ne pas faire ça, une bête qui se fait là, nous ne pas faire ça comme ça. À chaque fois, nous prenons beaucoup de temps pour refaire nos bêtes. Tandis que là, c'est plus facile pour les élèves, pour les enfants. Et les enfants plus motivés pour le travail parce que c'est plus facile de venir planter, plus facile pour arroser, plus facile pour entretenir. Elle s'épargne de nous beaucoup de choses. Nous avons une planche pour faire une plante. Nous avons une plante qui nous plante, qui nous récolte. Nous avons une roxane. Nous fait une nursery. Plus de récoltes. Il est vrai que nos jardins existent depuis assez longtemps. Alors moi, mon rêve, c'est que ce jardin-là, c'est un jardin pour les élèves, que les élèves viennent de planter, de t'apprendre comment planter, et puis aussi de refaire la même chose à la maison, et que je garde tout le temps ce jardin-là en bon état, et que tout le temps, il reste vert.
She's a good girl, bells around, loves Jesus and America too. She's a good girl, crazy about us, loves horses and a boyfriend too.
Good afternoon, everyone. Back in after a short break. And for this first roundtable presentation, we have Professor McGrath, Professor Shudel, Dr. Verma, and we have Dr. Lee. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Verma from the Mauritius Institute of Education. The session will be for 90 minutes. And at the end, we can take some questions and answers that we will find on the question and answer section down there. Okay, so I give the floor to Dr. Verma to chair the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon and good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to chair this first roundtable, which is on rethinking education for sustainability in the era of uncertainty. We have in this panel discussion roundtable Professor McGrath, Professor Shudel, Dr. Jim Taylor, and myself. Since I have been talking a lot since yesterday, and a lot of what we were supposed to be saying here have already been discussed in the previous sessions, I would prefer to allow more time to the other three colleagues here to express themselves. How we'll proceed is that I will give an introduction, and then I will proceed with introducing each of the speakers one by one as they before their speech presentation, and afterwards we will look at the question and answers and launch them for our speakers to give their responses. And in the end, we will allow around 2 minutes, 1 or 2 minutes to each speaker to do a final roundup of what has been done or some opinion if they wish to express at the end of this roundtable. So let us start with this first roundtable. It's my pleasure to start this and to chair this roundtable. I am myself Dr. Verma, the director of the Institute of Education. And as we said yesterday, it's a big pleasure for us to host this conference this year. Our roundtable is on rethinking education for sustainability in the era of uncertainty. The path of sustainable development requires a profound transformation in how we think and act, and in using education as a vehicle for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development recognizes the importance of education in driving the achievement of the 17 SDGs. Education empowers people with the knowledge, skills, and values to live in dignity, build their lives, and contribute to the societies. Education, therefore, is crucial to attain the objectives of the 2030 Agenda. An appropriate response of the education sector in achieving the SDGs, therefore, required. Discussion in this roundtable focus on how to employ education in achieving the SDGs in various formal education settings, from early childhood education to higher education, including technical and vocational education. We'll also explore how the achievement of the SDGs can be accelerated within the context of the fourth industrial revolution. We will look at the opportunities and challenges of collaboration between the formal and informal education to continue education for sustainability during the post-pandemic era. So it's my pleasure to start by introducing Professor McGrath, who will be the first speaker on this roundtable discussion. Professor Simon McGrath is the UNESCO Chair in International Education and Development in the Center of International Education Research and an extraordinary professor in the Institute of Post-School Studies, University of Western Cape, South Africa. He has published on a number of aspects of education, development links, especially in the post-school level. He's researching theories of vocational education and training for sustainable human development. He has engaged in policy advice and evaluation research for a range of national and international organizations, including SADC, UNESCO, and the Commonwealth Secretariat. Until August 31st, 2020, he was at the Scientific Advisory Group of the UK Department of International Development. So with such an eloquent background and knowledge, we now have the pleasure to listen to Professor McGrath. Over to you, Professor. You can share your screen and you have 15 minutes or so. Since we have the time, you can take probably 20 minutes and do your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just try and get the screen up.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, I'm just going down to the slides. Sorry.
Yes,
yeah, you can see that. Okay.
Carry on.
Great, thank you.
Everything's fine. Yes.
Right. So thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you, colleagues, for inviting me and for being here for this session. It's a great pleasure to be with you. Obviously, like many people will be saying, a shame not to be in Mauritius, somewhere I haven't visited for a very long time. So I'm going to talk a little bit about vocational education training here with some of that location that we've already just had there. I think the first thing to say is striking lack of communication between a vocational education training debate and an education for sustainable development one. I am just coming in to be the editor or the editors of the Journal of Vocational Education Training, and I was just looking back through the back issues. The first article to have sustainable development in the title in that journal, I was shocked, I have to say, to find out was last year. So there's a big challenge for us. However, within thinking about vocational education training, there are signs of hope. A decade ago, I was on secondment to UNESCO in Paris, and we were talking about the need for vocational education and training to be transformed so it can contribute to wider transformations. I think this wasn't the language you used then, but I think the language is emerging of thinking of this in two ways. One is thinking of vocational education training as a skills generator for just transitions. We're going to talk about this a bit more in a round table tomorrow. But also how vocational education training itself is economically, socially and environmentally just, and how it contributes to broader human flourishing. So that's at least where some of the talk in vocational education training is going, but it needs to go a lot further. In your introduction, you mentioned the SDGs. Now, we lobbied very hard, sort of 2013, 2014 into 2015, to get vocational education training into the SDGs. The previous version of education had been very much focused on primary education. The view was that vocational education training had nothing to contribute. And a lot of us lobbied hard to try and get a sense that we needed to think about lifelong learning, and that part of that was vocational education training. So we got it on the agenda. That was a good thing. However, we thought we'd won, but actually in many ways we lost. And so if you look at the indicators, many of the indicators across the SDGs, they're very much a sign of, one, what can be measured with conventional data, but two, I think quite a large pushback from those who want the SDGs to be business as usual as much as possible and greenwashed. So the indicator 4.4, I'm using the word dishonest here. I don't think there was any attempt to take the text of the objective and make it into a meaningful indicator. So what we've got is something about ICT use to capture the whole of the skills agenda. And one can be very cynical there and think this has a lot to do with the interests of those corporations that are pushing EdTech. So hence the word dishonest. But I also think there's another major problem with where vocational education training is in the SDGs. This is more an implicit one, but it comes in that vocational education training is seen as being about SDG 8. And SDG 8 within it, again, has multiple problematic indicators that are talking about growth accelerating, that are talking about formalization of economies, that are talking about employability in very simplistic human capital ways. So there's no sense in there about this double transformation that UNESCO were talking about. It really feels like a much less radical story than we were talking about when we were talking about vocational education training at the Third World Conference on TVET in 2012. So I want to say three provocative things now for the next few minutes about the problem on the VET side. So first, that it's ill-placed to become transformed and transformative. I think partly we need to look honestly into the history of VET and what that's done about its culture. It was in the region inexorably linked in with extractivism and colonialism. It's built on a vision of an economy that's then an industrial economy. And throughout what has gone on, there are clear elements of distinction by race, by class, by gender, by able-bodiedness. So there are a whole range of issues here that make VET have a problematic history that we need to acknowledge if we're going to get over it. We then have a challenge that most of our systems, in spite of a lot of policy talk, actually lack autonomy. There's a limited ability on the ground at a provider level to make the changes that we need to talk about. And part of that then means that they're not grounded generally. I'm generalizing hugely. Generally, they're not grounded particularly strongly in their communities. They're seen as national institutions rather than community institutions. And we often talk about VET being the poor stepchild of the family, that it's neglected in terms of resources compared to much of the rest of the education system. In spite of coming on the agenda, there's still a very, very powerful lobby which says we have to just focus on children into schools. It was mentioned that I'd been on DFID's scientific advisory group. I then became part of the scientific advisory group for the new UK ministry, the FCDO, which I resigned from because, as far as they're concerned, the only education agenda is girls' education. I don't wish to say that girls' education isn't a major priority, but everything else has just been abandoned as not a priority. Part of the problem here, and I want to come to that notion of the fourth industrial revolution in a second, is that VET historically and still now today is trying to respond to a labour market that is a mirage. Guy Standing, the ILO economist, talked about the 20th century being the century of the labouring man, a very gendered term. But the reality is that that has ended for the few in this region that actually experienced that. Formal vocational education training in the region, however, has always focused on that mirage. The assumption that there will be formal work for all. It never said men, but in practice men. And I want to respond back to the introductory comments with a provocation that the fourth industrial revolution is largely a new fantasy based in a techno-utopian capitalist view of how we can transit into a new economy with work for all, that just seems totally implausible from where we are today. The third part of this thesis is that the actual real world of work is largely being ignored by vocational education systems, or rather formal vocational education systems. So very little focus on informality or subsistence, even less so on some of the language that I'm sure we're using here, about commoning, about reproduction, about regenerative economies. We need to be thinking much more about those spaces, but VET isn't doing very much. Okay, so that was very negative. Well, can we say some positive things? Well, let me at least try and suggest that there are at least some things going on. I want to start with this model from Shyamal Majumdar, who was the former head of the UNESCO Univoc International Centre, with a notion of, well, what do greening VET institutions look like? And so he's got a model here of kind of 5 things we would want to talk about. How we think about campuses and start to think about how they become greener. Of course, the curriculum, but that has to link to community. Something I was saying was weak, has to link to research, something that VET hasn't been particularly good at. And also we need to think about the bigger cultural side. We can't just train people with new skills, but we need to think about new values and attitudes and practices. So how are we going towards this? Well, I think some of the signs of change that we're seeing, and I hope that the audience will be able to be more positive than me and give better examples, but we're seeing quite a lot of things that are about reducing waste, recycling, and these are good things. We're seeing some short courses, for instance, around solar or lighting systems. However, often they're not taking the rest of the curriculum with them. We are seeing the integration of generic green skills into traditional occupations. In Mauritius, hotel and tourism, I would imagine, would be a major part of that. And we are seeing often single curricular major changes with new courses and support packages. These, as I say, are all positive things. But I want to use some of Stephen Sterling's work about education and sustainable development, mainly from the higher education perspective. I think from Sterling's language, these are largely bolt-ons. So the system itself hasn't been transformed, although these are welcome innovations, generally. So how do we go from that to building in his language, sustainability ideas that gets the system to be more critically reflective, more adaptive, where we start to ask about whether the system can change, can be transformed. And so we can move, we can transition from bolt-ons to build-ins, but we have to be engaged in institutions in collective learning processes. We have to be open to that change being more radical. And finally, I want to reflect on the word transformation that I had earlier in the presentation, and what in, I think, adapting Sterling's language would be, going from vocational education for sustainable development to sustainable vocational education. So Sterling is calling for transformation, a deep conscious reordering of assumptions, which leads to paradigm change. And that's very much like that UNESCO double transformation. So this means that not just for sustainability, but being sustainable. And again, Sterling uses, I think, some quite challenging language for us. Sustainable with 4 elements. So sustaining. So is the VET that we are doing now helping to sustain people, communities and ecosystems? Is it tenable? Is it ethically defensible? Is it working with integrity, justice, respect, inclusiveness? Is it healthy? Does it nurture healthy relationships? Does it have healthy, just practices? And is it durable? Is it working well enough that we'll keep doing it when the donor funds or the charismatic leader goes away. We're at an early moment, I think, in making vocational education more sustainable. I'm being quite negative here in pointing at how far we have still got to travel. I'm hoping, as I say, from what we hear in the questions and discussion, that there will be more positive stories to tell there. But this is a challenge that we really have to take forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Yes. Thank you very much for this presentation. I think you started by talking about the lack of communication between VET and ESD. And then you also had certain views on curriculum, vocational curriculum in the fourth industrial revolution, which you questioned to a certain extent. And then you felt that vocational education should be open to more radical change. And you gave some indication of how vocational education can be sustainable. Thank you very much for this presentation. We will take up the questions afterwards in the open session. I would wish now to introduce the next speaker, Professor Shudel. Ingrid Shudel has a Bachelor of Science Education, majoring in Zoology and Microbiology, in Masters in Education, a Master in Education, Environmental Education, and a Doctorate in Philosophy from Rhodes University. The title of a PhD thesis was Examining Emergent Active Learning Processes as Transformative Praxis, the Case of the School and Sustainability Professional Development Program. Professor Shudel started her work in environmental education through involvement in the Sunbird Environmental Education Center and the Thomas Baines Goldfields Environmental Education Center. After moving to Rhodes University in 2000, her early work included materials development in ecological footprinting, environmental management, consumer choices, and developing environmentally focused materials to support school curriculum needs. Currently, she is a senior lecturer at Rhodes University, involved in pre-service and in-service courses at bachelor's certificate honors level with a focus on transformative learning, environmental education, and natural science teaching in schools. She's also a lecturer and coordinator of the Masters in Education, Environmental Education, which supports environmental education in school, higher education, community, NGO, and the government context. She has successfully supervised a number of master's students and is currently moving into doctoral supervision as well. So we are pleased now to listen to Professor Shudel. I'll leave the floor over to her. I think her slide is already visible. So Professor, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Varma, for that introduction. Some things I'd forgotten about in there. Right, so I've been asked to talk to you about the formal schooling sector. I will be talking from experience in a number of different parts of my life. So the one is my actual lecturing at Rhodes University. And the other is my involvement in various national programs in South Africa since the early 2000s, the National Environmental Education Program, and currently the Fundisa for Change program, and also trying to get more of an international, or at least a Southern African and Pacific perspective from my experiences in the INTI network, which is part of the UNESCO chair, and discussions with and amongst colleagues there around teacher education and the integration of environmental learning in teacher education and curricula. So that's where I'm coming from, and that's my experience. And so let me move on with my presentation. So I've thought about the EEASA fraternity and thought about what might be common drivers and challenges within schooling amongst us here at EEASA. And some of our common drivers are certainly our histories of colonization in this area, concern for inclusivity, equality, and redress in our schools, and our environmental context of vulnerability, both the African continent, which has got its specific issues around vulnerability, as well as our Pacific neighbors. So these are some of the contexts in which we are, in which our curricula are emerging. And then some of the challenges that we're experiencing are, for example, across the different countries, I've noticed that there are both outcomes-based or competence-based curricula, but also content-based curricula. And then, for example, in South Africa, why I'm so conscious of it is because we have pretty much bounced between the two quite strongly. And so we have a good experience and knowledge of what these two mean. Very strong theoretical framings, influenced by also what's happening in the UK, but we have calls from the social realists who are concerned with this notion of powerful knowledge. And they want to know what and how, what knowledge emerges and how does that knowledge emerge in social contexts, and what is that role of knowledge in changing society. We've also got strong constructivist theoretical framings, which are concerned with how knowledge is constructed by individuals with others in sociocultural contexts. Often these are positioned against each other, but this is something I'm trying very hard and thinking a lot about and sort of trying to break down these contrasts between the two. There's also emergent pedagogies. I'm sure many of you from the different countries have got curricula that are learner-centered, have a strong emphasis on learner-centeredness. We talk of active learning, certainly in South Africa. And then these are often positioned against ingrained historical traditions of the passive learner. So despite great ideals in our curricula, we often have these more traditional ingrained pedagogies. We've also got challenges with assessment. So for example, national and international benchmark testing becomes very significant and very important for countries in terms of positioning themselves in the global market, etc. And that often gives us big challenges if we're wanting to assess meaningful learning. So these are some of the contextual challenges. So I've taken some, what I think are kind of knowledge questions, and then some pedagogical questions and assessment questions. And instead of giving you a whole lot of answers, I'm asking a whole lot of questions. So each slide is going to present a different question. The first one is around building blocks in the curricula, in our curricula. So what facts and information do learners need? If we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, we look at their broad coverage, then what facts and information, what essential building blocks can we or do we need to organize and combine in different ways? And these building blocks need to then lead into higher levels of thinking, which involve analysis, critical thinking, and deeper levels of understanding. So it's this question around building blocks. For example, feeding into the SDGs, we need building blocks to understand ecology and biodiversity. We need building blocks to understand global warming. We need building blocks around water catchments, building blocks around what does it mean to live healthily? What does it mean to eat healthily? All of these have got important building blocks that belong in particular places in the curriculum. And do we have these facts and information, these important building blocks in place, is my question. The other thing is that often we have some more generic content knowledge that is quite critical to respond to the SDGs. And are we seeing that more generic content knowledge in our curricula? So for example, the South African curriculum has one of its generic aims, and that is showing responsibility towards the environment and the health of others. It's a big, holistic, general, quite tough thing to achieve. Other things, so for example, another aim is to demonstrate an understanding of the world as a set of related systems. So now if we think about these more holistic, generic attempts of embracing environmental learning in our curricula, are they going to give us insight into, and I've just chosen a few of the SDGs, but for example, if we talk about sustainability, sustainable cities and communities, what do we mean by sustainability? Are we developing this understanding? What do we mean by responsible? How it's easy to say we should be responsible, but what does it mean and how can we unpack this? Professor McGrath spoke about this problem around economic growth. What is decent work? How do we define decent work? And are our curricula giving us good insight and critical insight into these questions? And does decent work need to be associated with economic growth? Good health and well-being. Well-being is something that could be interpreted in many, many ways by different people. Gender equality, what do we mean by equality? Is quality simply about access, or is it also about giving voice? There's different ways of interpreting these things, and they need to be, we need to work these into our curricula, and when they are in our curriculum, like these examples from the South African curriculum, are we dealing with them in a holistic way and in enough depth? These kinds of questions also then open up, this is very closely linked to ethical deliberations. So if we have this particular aim in our curriculum, showing responsibility towards the environment and the health of others, and then I've taken two little extracts below that. And this is content from the foundation phase curriculum in life skills. And this is two topics: animals that give us food and what we get from the earth. These are two topics I work with quite a lot when I work in the primary phase curriculum. So now I struggle with these two topics. I struggle with these two topics because I don't think they will give us the right insight we need into questions around some of these questions here: zero hunger, life below water, life on land, responsible consumption and production. And why do I say that? Is because these have got very strong anthropomorphic tendencies, these topics. And I feel like they don't adequately prepare younger learners for this ethics of care. Rob, I'm not sure if you're still in the session, but these more environmental, strongly environmental and ethically deliberated questions. I think we should be asking, how can animals help us and how do we help animals? What do we get from the earth and what can we give back to the earth? For me, very significant things that are missing from the curriculum there. So those are some of the kind of the knowledge questions that we might ask. And then we might start to ask what I would say are more pedagogical questions. And it's this question around competencies. Many of us are working with competencies. And again, I've picked on this same aim to show responsibility towards the environment and the health of others. Now, what competencies do we need in order to show that responsibility. We first need, for example, and these are just two, and you can throw many more at me, I'm sure, but we need critical thinking. Because we're not responsible right now, and we need to think critically about what we need to change. And we need creativity in order to show responsibility. We need to come up with transformative ideas. So these are, again, big, ambitious ideals that are in our curriculum. The question is about making them happen. What pedagogies do we have or can we use that support the development of such competencies? That's another big curriculum or schooling question that we have right now. So another big schooling question is influenced by Muller and Young, who are the social realists who are influencing our work. And they say, we have not addressed the thorny issue about how powerful knowledge, and powerful knowledge is what they are calling the disciplinary knowledge, the subject-based disciplinary knowledge, how can that best articulate with a lived world of meanings of all learners, making it accessible without boring or alienating them? Now that is one challenge and a half, okay? So they want us to have powerful disciplinary knowledge, and they want us to be able to, for this knowledge to have meaning. And so this links to questions around access, inclusivity, etc. The problem and the difficulty is that we have what Haraway describes as heterogeneous multiplicities, okay? And that is the context in which our knowledge emerges and is applied, and which we may want to apply into the future. So what we're sitting with is, if you look at this these three columns that I have here, is our disciplinary knowledge, which to be powerful, our social realists argue needs to be systematic, it needs to be logical, coherent, and we need propositional and procedural knowledge. We need to consider progression, and we need clear subject boundaries so that our learners can access the knowledge of the day. But then this knowledge needs to then relate to the known contexts of the learners, the curriculum developers, the teachers, the parents, the communities. And when I think about context, I think about it in many different ways, like geographically. I've said here and not here. So it might be a rural child, or a concept being applied in a rural context or an urban context. It could be in a global north or a global south context. It could be in an African context versus an American context. So there's these different geographies. We've got past, present, and future. And I'm saying even the future is known is because we model futures. If we continue to emit carbon at this rate, this is the future. So they are kind of, in a way, they are known futures. We've got the local and the global. We need to acknowledge that if we're thinking about context, we are all global citizens. So we have a right to be involved and engaged in global questions. But at the same time, we need to understand things that are relevant and accessible to us in our local contexts. There's also me, my community, and my culture, which are also quite complex because we have also diverse communities. We've got diverse cultures. These cultures change over time. So that is the known context in which knowledge is developed. And we also need to talk about new contexts when we're talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, into the futures, visions about futures, different futures that we want, transformed futures. So there's this complex context in which we need to work. Then another big issue is the question of language. And Spall, who does research in South Africa around curriculum, stimulates this question: how can we support learning to read so that learners can read to learn? Okay. And here is just a little example of something I've been working on, where I was developing materials around bees, trying to get materials around thematic learning. And I ended up having to write my own poem because you go onto the internet and there's lots of work around bee poems and phonics. But I was working with grade 3, and all of the poems on the internet were focused on the EE sound only. And I read, well, in grade 3, they have to do something more complex. Okay, so I'm not going to mess with environmental learning and just bring it in without careful consideration of what learners need to do at this level in grade 3. And they need to do all of these complex things on the right-hand side, which is around sound the same but spelled differently, recognizes that some sounds can be represented by a number of different spelling choices, recognizes and uses rhyming words, so much more challenging than what I was finding on the internet. So the importance of language and developing and supporting language is critical in our curriculum work. I think this is my last one, which is around assessment, and then what we should be assessing in the light of curricula responding to needs for. We've got questions around education for all, around accessibility, around accountability, standardization, as I mentioned before, measurability. All of these things become important in sort of national curricula. But how are we, so for example, this block at the bottom comes from our national curriculum. They're talking about lower, middle, and higher order questions. And they're talking about the importance of learning across these. But we've also got from the ESD community, we've got these different competencies that we're talking about: strategic thinking, values thinking, futures thinking, problem solving. How do we assess these and how do we work with these? We've also got something that you'll probably see or have seen in the conference already, but questions around significant learning. So, all right, I'm not sure if I've got time. I've got a few more slides, but I'm not sure how my timing is. Shall I could stop after this slide, Dr. Varma.
We do have some time. We can carry on. I'll give you another 4 minutes or 5 minutes to continue.
Okay, all right. Well, let me see if I can just get a few slides out. So
5 minutes.
My final thing is then, what can we do around innovative curriculum planning? And what are some of the challenges that will enable us to think creatively with the curriculum so that we can respond critically and creatively to these SDGs. So for example, the model that you can see in the top right-hand corner is something I've been working with, where I think about nested curricula, also nested subject disciplines. So where we can work with the different disciplines, but we still are very careful to make sure that we build those building blocks. Remember, my very first slide was around the building blocks. And that for example, so that we keep a conscious attempt to strengthen things such as language. How can we do that, but create more of a holistic picture? So what you've got here is a nested model of subject discipline work in curriculum planning, where we've got mathematics focusing on counting in tens and hundreds and conceptualizing big numbers. And why this is this is around a question of how many flowers a bee has to visit in order to make 1 drop of honey. So you can see I'm bringing mathematics in there. I'll show you this a bit later. And then this is also focusing on life skills, and it's focusing on animals that give us food. But because we are developing some kind of empathy with the bee, because of how hard it has to work, we're starting to move a little bit beyond just, well, what can we get from the bees? English home language skills such as vocab building and shared writing are also built into this activity. So I'll just show you quickly an example from this curriculum work that I've been doing. And so, for example, this is a little video that we made where this is around how hard bees work. And this is a maths activity. I've just taken little screenshots from along the video, but we asked the learner the question, how hard does a bee work? How many flowers does the bee need to visit? And then they have to guess. And then you start them with their counting and you go up. Well, how many flowers is this? This is 10. And you build up 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, until you get to 90. Then you get to 100. And then you can see the video slowly builds with them getting to actually picture 10,000 flowers. Each one of these tiny little dots is now a flower that a bee needs to visit. To contextualize it, to turn the abstract picture into a reality, we've got a picture of the Namaqualand flower field. And we can ask the learners, well, is this enough flowers for a bee to make 1 drop of honey? So you can see the mathematical concepts being built there. Then this moves on to bee poetry, where we have a little poem from Isaac Watts, which is about how doth the little busy bee improve each shining hour, etc. And this is bringing up the concept of busy as a bee and relating that to the mathematical activity. And then it's also linked to writing. They then are encouraged to write their own poems, and they're given a website where they can go and find little insect sayings. They can be bees or other insects, and they can make their own poems with the help of the website. Here's another aspect of what was included in this little activity. Because remember, I was speaking about animals that give us food. Not only do bees give us honey, but they also pollinate the vegetables that we eat. So they've got this double role in providing us with food. So it explains, this is a little story that the teacher reads to the learners and shows them the pictures. And so it's linked to listening skills in language as well. So that's a story about bees and how they help to pollinate our vegetables. And that's it. Yeah, thank you very much. Hope I didn't take too much time.
Okay, thank you very much, Shodel. I think your intervention was quite rich with a lot of ideas. You started talking about knowledge, the role of knowledge in changing societies. You talk about the challenges of pedagogy, the ethical questions to keeping sustainability in consideration. You raised questions on the pedagogies, the curriculum, disciplinary knowledge versus meaningful knowledge, the problem of engaging the heterogeneity of society, the challenges in language and assessment, and finally, you gave an idea of curriculum planning and the response to the SDGs using the nested model, the building blocks model. So that was a very interesting talk. There are a few questions and comments in the questions and answers, which we'll take later on. Right now, we'll move on to the third and the last speaker, who is Dr. Jim Taylor. He's a former president of EEASA Council member and journal editor team. His affiliation to the University of KwaZulu-Natal as the SD expert, NET, and UN Regional Center of Expertise. He has keen interest in education for sustainable development, indigenous knowledge practices, social change and sustainability, learning, transformation, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Jim worked for the Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa for 35 years. For 20 of these, he served as Director of Environment Education. During this time, he was a former member of the project lead of SADC Regional Environmental Education Program. This program continued for 15 years and now lives on in partnership with UNESCO and the Rhodes University. He is now a honorary life member of EEASA. Jim is active in ESD with UNESCO, where he co-chaired the ESD 2030 initiative for transforming teaching environment. And his research interest lies in co-engaged research with people around topics of sustainability, citizen science tools, and action learning. As a member of ESD Expert Net program, he is currently working on mentoring programs in Germany, Mexico, India, South Africa, and you never know, you might see him at your doorstep sometime. So here we are. Jim, over to you.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Varma, for that rather comprehensive overview. And it's really tremendous to be sharing. It's really tremendous to be sharing a roundtable with Simon McGrath and Ingrid Trudel. And I just thought the way Simon put the context of colonialism and an extractive society was really spot on. And Ingrid's ability to situate learning within the formal curriculum really helped. My task is to introduce the informal or non-formal education. And of course, that's key to strengthen the learning. And many people refer to this as whole institution education, where a more fuller learning takes place in addition to the formal learning in the classroom. So great. And I thought I'd begin by saying, what is the best way of supporting the informal or non-formal curriculum? But for me, it's EEASA. EEASA, one of the longest running environmental education associations in the world, has supported this kind of thing forever. So if you're not a member of EEASA, consider joining, and you might even consider UNESCO's Associated Schools Network, ASP.NET, as another network that supports informal learning. The other resource I'd like to share with you, and one that Professor Ingrid Trudel has worked a lot with, is the ShareNet Digital Materials Development Network, which is people working together to share templates and ideas and then customize and redevelop them in different formats. And we'll hear a little bit more about that in a minute. I'm also going to give an example of a ShareNet resource, the mini-SAS or stream assessment scoring system that helps us take the learning out of the classroom and situate it in the field. ShareNet, the mini-SAS, is very useful because you can monitor a local stream, and people like Kathy Young in Mauritius are doing this and doing it with their partners and with young people. You can monitor a local stream and you don't need expensive apparatus. You can do it instantly. You don't need a laboratory, and you simply use the organisms that you find in the stream as indicators of the river health of that stream. It's like a river health index. And I'll explain that with a PowerPoint in the middle in a minute. So great to be with you all. And in our next slide, we have, just to run through some of the ideas that I shared with you in text. And these are with the conference organizers for the proceedings, so everyone can get a copy if you want to follow any of the links. I've mentioned the ASP.NET, Associated Schools Network, over 11,000 members in 182 countries, supporting peace and intercultural dialogue. Isn't that just fundamental for what Simon and Ingrid have been urging us to look at? And Stephen Sterling as well, one of the fathers, if I may say so, of the environmental education movement. And linking to the SDGs and Target 4.7 for innovative and quality education. ASP.NET promises three interlinking approaches a laboratory of ideas for sharing and experimenting, teaching and learning in the wider school community, or as we call it, WRE, whole school, whole institution education, and then interacting and sharing. So you have African schools interacting and sharing with schools in Europe and other parts of the world. And there are the contact details for ASP.NET. ShareNet is an informal, low-cost network. It doesn't cost anything to join. It's just a group of people sharing digital materials and customizing these in local contexts. And two that are quite well known are Puzzling Climate Change and MiniSAS, the stream assessment scoring system that I mentioned. So just to give you an example of Puzzling Climate Change, here is a picture drawn by a young isiZulu child, and on the back of the picture is an explanation of the greenhouse effect. Now we know that there are not many greenhouses in the global south. They are a Eurocentric phenomenon, and Simon would be the first to describe that to us. So in South Africa, we use the metaphor of the parked car in the parking lot. Why is it problematic to leave your puppy or your child in a parked car in a parking lot? For many people in the global south, a greenhouse is a house that's planted green, not having grown up with the experience of the greenhouses that are so widespread in Europe. This is just a picture of some industrial pollution. And again, on the backs of the cards are the text, which are almost like the prompts for the teacher or facilitator or the children themselves. I'm now going to pop onto the MiniSAS idea, which is back to SDG 6. And what is this? So we can use it to monitor the health of a river. We collect a sample of animals or macroinvertebrates from the stream. We use a dichotomous key to classify them, and then we calculate the index. If we would like to, we can put it on the Google Earth layer, and Google Earth will calculate the river health index for us immediately on that screen, and the data stays on that
We can't hear. Can I think we can't hear well. Probably Professor Taylor has to start over again. Professor Schudel.
I can tell you that Jim told me he was on top of a mountain in the Drakensberg with good reception, but
Yes,
clearly,
we'll hold on for some time and then we'll get him back.
yes, but he jokingly asked me to do his presentation, but I don't have it.
Yeah, I understand that he's trying. Let's hold on. Il y a un problème de connexion. There's a connection problem. The rest are here, yes, of course. Can we carry on with some discussion and question and answers until Jim finds a way to get in again?
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, because he might have a connection problem, but we did understand what he wanted to talk about in general, looking at it mostly from the contextual perspective of informal education and what we need to consider before we conclude. Let's look at some of the comments and questions that we have got, so we can continue discussion until he joins. I see here there's a question which says to design competency-based curriculum for a technical stream in the formal education at secondary level. What are the building blocks that need to be considered in line with the fourth industrial revolution? And probably Ingrid could talk a little bit about this curriculum building for the technical stream. I think, or Professor McGrath, anybody? Then we have a question, should TVET be integrated with other mainstream academic subjects or be separate and specific content within the curriculum? There's a question from Dr. Shuril. The nested and integrated approaches are indeed very the nested and integrated approaches are indeed key to development of STEM skills and competencies. But how do we migrate the hurdle of bringing educators from different disciplines, especially at secondary level, where content is compartmentalized into discrete disciplines? Could anybody respond to this?
Yes, let me try. The one. Yes, so the nested approach is, it's a really important question, because you will see that a lot of the examples I gave were, or all of the examples I gave, because I happen to be working there, are from the primary curriculum, where integration is actually encouraged and supported and facilitated in the way the curriculum is set up. So with the nested approach in the senior phases, in specific subjects where you've got particular materials that you need to get through, etc., I think that you would work quite differently in the senior school, but you might work across a number of different...
Yes, please carry on, sorry.
Across a number of different disciplines. And one of the places where we're doing that, for example, and Shani might like to add here, is in the Keep It Cool project with a Fundisa for Change. And what we're doing is we are working with geography teachers and natural science teachers around climate change. We're very specifically developing important skills for science and important skills for geography, but there's a place where the teachers can come together to develop whole school development and environmental projects and change projects in the school. And this is the space where you would still have that idea of the nested approach. You would say, well, what can the geography educators add in order to make our nursery work better? Okay, what can the natural science educators contribute here in order to make our nursery work well? So it's kind of coming out of the classroom and into the school, into kind of project-based challenges, where those nested approaches would come in. So that's how I'm seeing it. And yeah, I'm not sure if anybody else would like to add to that.
I think there is another, I think there's another question related to this. It says, in my university days, we learned how to integrate environmental education in all subjects. My question now is, are the teachers of the different subjects well equipped on such integration, and how is this monitored at primary and high school levels that there is an effective and efficient integration. I think these questions keep on coming. We also have similar issues because we have a system where teachers were employed 15, 20, 30 years ago when this idea of integration was not there. But I do remember in the 80s, 90s, integration was the model. And then later on, it became subject based because the emphasis was more on examination and getting through the secondary examination, the primary examination with specific compartmentalized subjects. And then now when we are talking about knowledge, we understand that knowledge is not something which we learn in chunks, because when you go out in real life, you need knowledge from multidisciplines to be able to solve a problem. But the school is still a very segregated type of curriculum attitude among teachers. We also had a big problem when we wanted to do integrated science. Chemistry, biology, and physics teachers said that I was employed to do chemistry, I was employed to do biology, I was employed to do physics. I can't do that. We had a huge problem telling them that you are degree holders and you are teaching grade 9, grade 10. How come the grade 8, 9 can do integration and you can't do it? So these are big attitude problems that you face. And I think this question also is in the same line. And how do you deal with it? Do you have any issue of how you have dealt with going back towards an integrated model? Anybody probably you could give from your example? From your context, Professor Schultz, Shudel.
Oh, sorry, for me. Yes.
Let's come back. But let's look at this one question, and then we'll allow Jim to talk again.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. So yes, the question around whether teachers are equipped, it's a really important question because I don't think they are well equipped to work in an integrated way. But I think when we look at this, if as environmental educators, it's just so critical that the questions and challenges that we face require this sort of multidisciplinary answers. So teachers are not equipped, and I think, and that is why these materials that I've been showing you are actually developed for the Bachelor of Education students that I work with in curriculum. I developed it for them to model innovative curriculum work. So I think that there's two ways that we can approach this challenge. One is to bring it in and integrate it into teacher education programs, both pre-service and in-service. And then secondly, also to take more responsibility as materials developers and not make the assumption that teachers have got the time and the energy to do the kind of that kind of complex work that is required in order to think creatively across the curriculum, to make sure that curriculum is properly covered, to make sure that progression is covered, etc. So I'm calling for more materials development around this integrative work.
Thank you very much. I think we'll leave it over to Jim over again to continue his presentation. I know he is somebody who moves from places to places, and then that's why he gets cut off. So Jim, please carry on from where you left.
Dr. Varma, thank you so much, and I appreciate your bearing with me. I'm speaking to you from the top of a mountain, the Drakensberg Mountains, and between South Africa and Lesotho. And I'd like to pay tribute to two great people from Mauritius, who really were paramount in informal education. The first is Kemraj Sukna, who, although blind, completely blind, wrote many, many materials for non-formal learning that we used extensively in Africa and I know are in use in Mauritius through the Mauritius Wildlife Club. So, and one of the projects Kemraj did, although blind, was take blind children up onto the highest mountain near them. And we took children up onto this mountain where I'm sitting now, completely blind, and they spoke to blind children on the mountain in Mauritius. and we had similar children up on mountains in other parts of the world to celebrate sustainability and the environment. And I just thought, if a man who's completely blind can write brilliant non-formal materials, what's wrong with the rest of us? Why aren't we doing it as well? So to people like Kemraj Sukna, who's sadly no longer with us, and Jaya Naga, we learned so much about informal learning. Kemraj was also very keen on the mini-SAS program that I showed you. And just by finding those indicator organisms, one can work out the quality of a local stream or river and complement the learning and link to SDG 6.3.2. And the United Nations Committee responsible for SDG 6 are urging all countries of the world to now use mini-SAS as a level 2 indicator for SDG 6.3.2. Isn't that marvelous that from places like Mauritius and Southern Africa, we have a worldwide methodology to actually help us understand the environment around us? And what could be more important than learning about water and complementing the curriculum? So again, just thanks to Professor McGrath, Professor Trudel for the backdrop on technology and the backdrop on formal curriculum. Let's complement it with going outdoors as well, working through networks and inspiring young people to care for this very, very beautiful planet of ours. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Varma.
Thank you very much. I think for managing to come back from wherever you are and getting the connectivity and sharing your experience with us. I think it was a wonderful example to give of Kemraj Sukna, who is very much engaged in internationally with you. And I think we should take advantage of his or experience or whatever he has written as well in our situation, in our context. I think it's a very good example of how non-formal education complements the formal education, because the previous speaker talked about the problem of meaningful education. I think, and this is where the education becomes more meaningful for the child, for everybody to learn, if not to be able to go to make it, but at least to learn about the experiences from the non-formal sector. So here we are. Thank you very much. So let us look at some of the other comments and questions that we have here. Somebody has said that please advise on authors on significant learning. Now let me just see.
I did reply to that one. That's Steve Fink. I put it in the chat.
Yeah, okay. Sharing presentation, definitely we are going to do. And then currently, certain lifestyle and values education has the potential to enable sustainable education. Can we talk a little bit, somebody, about values education in as far as this context is concerned? Can any panelists talk about that?
I've spoken a lot, so I'm going to let my colleagues have the floor.
Yes, Professor McGrath, I haven't heard about. Can you have any?
But otherwise, I can comment. Oh, there we go.
Please carry on and until somebody else wish to come in. I think there's a lot of appreciation of what you're doing because you are in the field, and it resonates to people who are listening here also. This is why I see a lot of questions directed towards you, Ingrid.
Yes. So yes, values education. I think it's really critical that values education does come in quite explicitly, but obviously in a way where it's more. I think, I'm not sure if I called it that in my presentation, but more ethical deliberation You know, so that when we come across these kind of contradictions where, for example, we highlight human needs above the ecological needs, for example. This is where we can maybe even not explicitly teach values, but we teach respect, we teach empathy. If you see that that's what I was trying to do, even in the mathematics activities around bees. How hard does a bee have to work, you know? So sort of through indirect ways, we can also start to raise value-based questions and to instill important ethics that are important for environmental learning. And yeah, so it's always very hard to say we should teach this, we should teach that, we should teach that with regards to values. But I think if you develop good understandings of ecological health, of human health, of the impact that various sort of environmental development, industrial activities have on people, the natural human aspect of empathy and care comes through. So yeah, that's kind of my approach to values education.
Yeah, Dr. Farmer, if I can,
yes, please.
I may pick up from that and
sure,
really reinforce what Ingrid said. Thank you very much. And go to a next question, and the question answer from Shakil. Shakil is asking, how do we accelerate the SDGs in Africa? Well, for me, the SDGs are a wonderful platform to go beyond the classroom and to encourage non-formal and informal learning. And if you think of Ingrid's point about ethics and we're getting a little bit of an echo. There we go. Thank you very much, Dr. Varma, for muting. What you find there is that these ethical issues are really paramount within the SDGs as they aspire to inclusive learning processes and a sense of humanity. So whichever way you want to go forward, you can fast track or advance the SDG agendas, especially in the non-formal and informal learning. So thank you, Shakil, for your engagement. And may I also just say that it's through networks that we can change the world. It's the networks that provide the power to bring us all together, like EEASA, and to really compliment MIE for being a regional hub that has led us in learning in the eastern and western part of the Pacific Ocean and all the island states. Many of us have learned from what MIE is doing, and congratulations for picking this up for Prof. Ravi Bola, Dr. Anwar Ranjwam, yourself, Dr. Varma. Your leadership has really strengthened the network, and it's that sort of networking and working together that can bring about all the possibilities that people in this roundtable are speaking of. So well done, and thank you all for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind comments. And I know that my colleagues here are doing a wonderful work. I know sometimes it's more of an uphill because everybody is concerned with their own subject area and say, who is this coming in now? And they don't understand how they should mainstream sustainability and education for environment, all these issues across the curriculum. And we do have this tension sometimes, but we are forging ahead. I think Professor McGrath earlier spoke of the issue of the fourth industrial revolution, where there is, he talks about the fourth industrial revolution as a fantasy. He had certain issues with that. I don't know whether you can give us some additional point of view on the fourth industrial revolution, because there's a question on that. How the achievement of the SDG in Africa can be accelerated within the context of fourth industrial revolution. Would you like to say more about it?
Okay, thank you. And then there's another question that I'll answer further down. I suppose, let me start. I hear what Jim says about the SDGs and the possibilities that are contained within the SDGs, but I think there's a real tension within them. You know, the SDGs wouldn't have been passed by the governments of the world. They wouldn't have had major transnational corporation buy-in if there weren't possibilities for having a business as usual view of this. And my problem with, when I see the SDGs and I see the fourth industrial revolution in the same sentence, I become very concerned that we have slogans that are not related to the ground and the real issues that are being faced in people's livelihoods. So almost I don't have an answer to a question of what we should do about making the fourth industrial revolution real, because I'm not sure that has any great relevance on the ground. So, you know, I'd be keen to be educating why the fourth industrial revolution was not just sloganeering from business schools and Davos and places like that. But I'd like to come to Togo's question, if I could. Togo is asking, the model for greening VET, this is Shaimal Majumdar's model. Do we have practical examples of how this is translating into action, especially on the green community and green culture aspects? And I think where I'd like to go from that is, and partly linking back again to what Jim was saying, my presentation largely focused on formal and public vocational education and training. But I think in those spaces, for some of the reasons I was saying, there's limited progress in these areas, largely because those institutions lack autonomy. They're wedded to a particular way of doing things that makes it very difficult for them to engage with the community in the first place. And it also links to that values question. The public vocational education training has not been good about thinking about values. But of course, where things are happening are in a range of non-formal and informal vocational spaces. And so we need to remember that much of the vocational learning that's going on in the SADC region, but globally, is in spaces that are not within that public vocational system. And there are spaces there often where, many of them are faith-based, but not only, but lots of things going on where people are actually trying to work out what it means to live in harmony with the world, in the best environmental education traditions, but are doing this within a vocational context. So I think the formal public vocational system, it's very difficult to change. I think it's really deeply embedded in its DNA to think about productivism, to think about extraction, to think about industry, and to then chase the fourth industrial revolution notions rather than much more grounded vocational practices that come out of communities and less formal spaces.
Thank you very much, Professor McGrath. I think we don't have much time, so it looks like what you said is a little bit of the conclusion that we wish to draw from what you have been talking to us so far. That was very interesting and inspiring, and it inspires me also on my paper tomorrow because I'm going to raise some questions. I feel comfortable that you're around. So if I ask Ingrid and Jim to put in a last word before we close the session, would you like to say something else, Professor Shodel, before we close?
Thank you. Yes, I think just this has really helped me in my thinking. So thank you for the invitation, the opportunity. And what's come across through developing my own presentation and listening to others as well is the importance of the critical perspectives and the role of the school in developing critical perspectives, and for us to see ourselves not in service of the SDGs, but in dialogue with the SDGs through education. And then the other thing is also just highlighting again, all of your questions have been really difficult questions, because your questions all highlight tensions around the kind of practicalities of national curricula with assessment, pedagogy, the structuring of curriculum. And so we just constantly need to work with these tensions and inconsistencies in our theoretical and practical work and try and work them through. Those are my closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jim, do you have a last word before we close?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And I did type it in the chat, but it strikes me that these networks are precious. A human being is as good as the people they work with, and as smart as the dialogue they have with others. This network made it possible for Simon McGrath to articulate his concerns about the SDGs, and we learned about them and we can engage with them. Were it not for EEASA, how would we have heard about that and engaged with it as we did? So just to say to everyone, let's do all we can to strengthen networks around learning, and that way we can all learn better. Thank you so much for this session.
Okay, now I'll conclude and thank all the speakers who were very inspiring and gave us a little bit of the thinking, the research, and raised questions, I think, which all of us will carry from here and will be able to think in our respective institutions and places, and then help us go beyond what we are. I think that is very enriching. It will help all of us think beyond and further. And I should thank Professor McGrath, Professor Shudel, and Dr. Jim Taylor for their wonderful expose, the time that they gave, and the way in which we discussed all the questions and answers. So it's now 3 o'clock. Thank you all participants for being here, for listening, and for helping us with the questions and discussions. So we are now closing the sessions, and you can go over to the parallel sessions. And we'll have another roundtable in the afternoon, just after this one. And if you wish to join the other one, please carry on. Thank you very much. It's from me, it's bye.
Thank you, everyone. So we meet in 15 minutes for the next roundtable. I see Dr. Ojo is already in waiting. Thank you.
Quand je trouvais mon gros, il a des grands outils, mais ça il amène beaucoup de choses, comment crabe, comment crever. Avant pas de mais tu ne perds, pas tu peux trouver du tout. Mais à ce là, il y en a beaucoup. Mais du coup, la vie, même si tu ne fais pas de travail, mais il y a le crever, même crabe, car il y a une information, c'est facile pour planter. Ça, c'est souffrir. On peut mettre ça là, souffrir. On peut aller au pique-nique dans le sable. Deuxième façon, on fait pépinière. Nous mettons les racines plus faciles de transplanter là. Parce que des fois, il y a le fini, puis on a la graine dans la réserve.
Je m'appelle Durand Manigom, habitant le monde village. Et je suis représentant de ce grand Gilles au niveau du monde village. Et moi, j'ai un contact avec M. Kaboudayan, le secrétaire du Conseil Rivière Nord. Nous avons un comité ensemble, nous travaillons ensemble pour être capables de faire place, capables de prendre un peu régulier. Je connais parce que au monde, un endroit qui est dans la mer rentrée. Pour l'aime là, vous trouvez pas de lagon qui ont été. Et dans nous venus pour faire commencement. Plusieurs habitants au monde, plusieurs associations, ONG. C'est tout, numéro 1 CPCR et puis c'est conseiller village. Nous tous d'accord pour nous capables de faire la plantation là, nous qui sont rendement pour le village. Les habitants au monde, nous avons une vingtaine, madame, monsieur, mélangé. Nous faisons la plantation là. La plantation aujourd'hui, c'est un succès pour nous. Parce que l'hypothèse, nous, l'eau beaucoup, bonne décoration, disons. Quand moi j'ai une grande pluie tombée, pourquoi face nous, dans face montagne d'écouter. Quand la pluie tombée, plie pas, bonne feuillage, enfin la boue, qui sont venus descendre dans la mer. C'est pour ça qu'ils nous lagons pour pouvoir les garder. Mais dans le plan de sa mango là, vous voyez quand on est dans la rivière, c'est tout comme là, c'est le commencement même. Nous disons, à nous qui sommes encore commencé avant, nous étions côté apporter ce village. Pour moi, nous commençons l'eau, la rivière là, côté son finition, côté vient dans la mer. Il y a tout simplement une plantation, c'est qui une plante là, qui porte soit là, beaucoup descend dans la mer là. Il gardent par les siphons partout. Mais ça reste avec une pour importer. Et c'est tout, ou bien un crabe, un petit poisson. À ce là où il y a un soir, et vous prenez tous, vous avez l'espace qui nous quitte, vous pouvez visiter aussi. Ou alors vous prenez tous, vous passez dans l'espace là, vous voyez combien de poissons, petits poissons, et combien de crabes. C'est pour ça qu'ils nous demandent sur place. Fait qu'on va dire un touriste envie de venir, il a envie de faire une photo mangrove. Il n'a pas gagné, il n'est pas pour gagner en général, il est capable de passer l'espace par l'espace. Il va faire une photo, comme ça il gagne, pas de passer qui est carré sur une photo.
Là, nous avons Noyal, continue l'association, une plante mangrove depuis 2018 à 2014. Nous plantons environ 20 000 propagules qui représentent 20 hectares. Comment je trouvais, dans environ 8 ans, ils sont bien grandis et justement, je apporte beaucoup de bénéfices à la région. Et le camarade Adjei, qui prend part un peu, depuis le commencement, il prend part de sa plantation-là. Alors, on vous passe la parole et les cas qui ajoutent un peu qui avantage la région indienne.
Bonjour. Mon habitant ici, parce que ça projet là, j'avais vraiment mon gros. Et depuis qu'il m'a donné dans sa région là, il empêche beaucoup d'érosion, il nous rapproche un peu plus de poisson, il y a la casse, de crabe, enfin il y a beaucoup de bénéfices. Voilà, aujourd'hui, on a trouvé bien grandi. Et même là, maintenant, on va aller ouvrir un poisson, le poisson va grandir et un poisson là aussi. Je peux nous dire tout là-dedans. Voilà, un peu sur un bénéfice, mon gros.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Rosemont Vélo, je habite dans le monde. Depuis le 8 2009, j'ai une association qui vient de nous pour planter mangrove. Et là, nous venons nous planter. On a trouvé mangrove, il a des grands outils. Mais ça il amène beaucoup de choses, comment crabe, comment crever. Avant pas de mais tu ne perds, Pas tu peux trouver du tout. Mais à ce là, il y en a beaucoup. Mais du monde a la vie, même si du monde fait un travail. Mais il y a le crevé, même crabe. Car il nous des informations. C'est facile pour planter. Ça, c'est souffrir.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello,
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Charles?
Look, my name is Luke. I have in my round table, I have people who are in the participants list and they won't be able to. Can I give you their names?
I didn't get you, Dr. Charles Chikunda. Can you repeat?
I'm saying I'm chairing a round table now in the next 2 minutes.
Yes.
My colleagues, my round table mates are in the participants list. They need to be promoted to be panelists so that they can have speaking rights.
Is Professor Michael Hela Lotz. Yes.
It's Hela Lotz. The other one is Mushinga Kapelwa Mutu. I'm writing them on the chat. Mutu. Then we have Previn.
Chetty?
Yes.
Chetty, yeah.
That one is Silichena from Melbourne.
Cheryl Ogilvy.
Sorry?
No. Is it Cheryl Ogilvy?
No.
Because according to the program is Hela.
Yes, but we have invited people who are working in the SST program who are going to be discussing about that program. I've put some names in the chat. Let me look for the other one from Marymount.
Okay, just send me, because according to the program, it's Hela and you. If you can let me know, I can add more, no problem. We can add it.
Yeah, I wrote the other two in the chat.
Okay, then okay. We are going to
Even,
see. Yeah.
Even have you been promoted?
Yeah,
I'm here now, Charles. Yes. Thank you.
Good. And Mushinga?
Okay, we are adding. Just hold on 1 minute.
I'm here, Charles, as well. Eh?
I'm looking for Marymount. Sorry, I could have done this earlier, but all these things you are always learning, which is nice.
I think the Marymount she's not on the platform yet.
Okay, let me just contact her.
Once we can promote it, no problem.
Charles, are you seeing my screen?
Yes. I'm quickly checking with Marymount.
Yes. Charles?
Yes.
I want to cross check with you. Hela is on board. There is Scovia Ardupio. Scovia is on the panelist list. Scovia.
No, Scovia is not on the panel.
Okay, just move. Okay,
she's
fine.
Probably just attending the conference, and I think she's got a Zoom link into the plenary link.
Yes, I think Marymount will be joining soon. I'll tell you when they join. Over to you. Hela, are we ready to go? I thought you were going to introduce us.
As soon as you are ready, Charles. I think you're chairing the session, so you can.
Yes, so should I go ahead? Yes.
And then I was going to open the session. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, Charles, do you want us to wait a while, or we start? You let us know. Let's start.
I think let's start.
Better start.
Yeah, let's start.
The only problem is once we started, so it will be very difficult to add. Am I right? To add another. Okay, yeah, we can add. Okay, we can start.
You can add. Good. Thank you. Let's start.
You can add, yeah.
Okay. She can join us as we proceed. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, EEASA. I'm very excited to be in this EEASA conference once more. Although I'm going to be missing the dancing at the end. We always dance and enjoy ourselves at the end with this virtual mode. I think it's going to be very impossible. We can dance from our houses. Thank you very much for joining our roundtable on sustainability. It starts with teachers, which is a capacity building program for teacher educators and TVET educators on education for sustainable development. Hela will give us some overview of the program, but to quickly introduce our members in this roundtable, we have Mushinga Moto from Zambia, from Mungu College of Education. We also have Priven Chiti from South Africa. LRC will be talking about citizen science. Hela, as I said, will give us the overview. We'll soon be joined by the principal of Marymount Chias College. So we've got 3 people who are going to give us what the Change Project is doing in their colleges and their institutions. That is after Hela has given us the broad overview of the program. So I don't want to take much of your time. I'm handing over to you, Hela, please. Can you take us through your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles and colleagues. It's good to be back on the EEASA stage. As Charles says, we're all going to miss the dancing, and I'm so sorry we can't be in Mauritius. It's such a wonderful place. So thank you very much to Anwar for holding our session together as well, and for all the colleagues that have joined us. This is a round table, and a round table is a space in which we can all discuss and deliberate. So we thought we would start with a little bit of just an introduction, some insights from the change projects in the field, and then we really wanted to discuss with you, especially the dimensions of the work that are leading us to monitoring and evaluation of the work, and then also how that monitoring and evaluation can help us as a region to strengthen the monitoring and evaluation work towards SDG target 4.7. Charles and I have just had a meeting with the UNESCO Regional Office colleagues, and this has once again been identified as something important for us to discuss. So that's how I'm going to introduce. I'm going to introduce the program and also introduce the questions that we'd like to discuss at the end, after the presentations, after you've had time to listen to some of the participants. And then we'll ask the participants that are presenting to join all of you in the round table process. So Anwar, I hope that you're very agile there on the letting people speak and opening questions and answers and the chat function, because we're going to need to be quite engaged in our round table. We don't want to just sit here on the webinar side and not have engagement with the 85 participants that have joined the session. So once I'm finished, Anwar, I can also help you with managing chat, Q&As, and so on. And between us, we'll have a lively and interesting and important discussion. So this program that we are bringing to this roundtable today, some of you will already be familiar with it. It's a UNESCO program that we at Rhodes University are supporting UNESCO to implement. It's a program that is being supported by SIDA and by Swedest and by SARUA, the Southern African Regional Universities Association. And it's a program to bring sustainability and ESD into focus in teacher education. Now, its history is that we have had many, many years of capacity building programs in SADC region via the SADC REAP, via some of the EEASA programs in the early days, the Rhodes University certificate courses, and many, many others. But when we got to sort of midway towards the end of the decade, it was found that the scope and impact of ESD in teacher education was wanting. It was not very strong in teacher education. So the decision was made to try to expand our capabilities to strengthen ESD in teacher education. Of course, this is very critical because the teacher educators are educating our future teachers, all of the next generation of teachers going into our schools and into our TVETs and into our early childhood education centers and into our universities and into our NGO sector where we have, educators. So, and even in our government sector where we have educators that are working on ESD. So we felt it was very, very important to strengthen contributions into teacher education. And so we worked together with UNESCO to leverage the support for such a program in the Southern African region. We can see why it's very important that we give attention to our teachers, our teacher educators, and the next future generation of teachers, because if they only learn about these issues, 20 years from now, it may well be a little bit too late. We're already running behind ourselves. So we need to, really look at strengthening and upscaling our working here with teachers, teacher educators. So that's what this program is about. It is about this as well. Africa is currently the most, or one of the most useful continents in the world. And by 2050, half of the world's children will live in Africa. That is, half of the planet's young people will be on this continent. And those young people will need to be educated by the future teachers that we're talking about now. These future teachers are being educated by our teacher educators that are currently sitting in our system. So we need to be able to prepare these teachers, TVET educators, to support these young people to live and work in a more complex world under rapidly changing conditions. As I also mentioned in yesterday afternoon's keynote address, we've seen with the COVID-19 and with climate change that we've got a short-term crisis and a long-term crisis intersecting, and that produces food crisis, which is another kind of livelihoods crisis. So we really need to be preparing people more adequately for the complexities of the world in which they are growing up in. And are our policy systems responsive enough? Are our teacher educators responsive enough? Are we preparing ourselves adequately enough for this most exciting task to be able to provide good quality education to more than half of the world's children by 2050. What a wonderful opportunity for Africa to be able to do that. But we need to be preparing ourselves well for that as we stand here today. So we have also been working on this work within the current policy systems that are emerging. I think all of you will by now be very much familiar with the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, with SDG 4 particularly, and quality, the target on quality education. And the new move in the wide education policy system to integrate environment and sustainability education into the concept of what counts as quality education. And that's what Target 4.7 does, is it centers this work as an integral feature of quality education. So the expectation is that by 2030, we need to ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, amongst others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship and appreciation, cultural diversity, and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. And of course, that does not exclude a long history of environmental education, out of which much of what is going down in the world today as ESD was born. And the new ESD discourse is saying that we have to sharpen and extend the work in environmental concerns, especially climate change, biodiversity, water, etc., etc. So this is the agenda that we're looking at. And essentially what this is that there is no possibility to offer young people quality education unless we give attention to these issues. So this is what the policy context that we're working in. It's complex. It's not unproblematic in many ways, but it also is very challenging and also offers a good opportunity. So this program has set up a big partnership structure at a multi levels. There's the UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa, where Charles is leading this project together with Julia Heiss and Patience and Carolyn and other colleagues there. And ourselves, where we are trying to support the UNESCO Rosa office, coming out of the original work with the SADC REAP and the partnership that was established between UNESCO Rosa, SADC REAP, and ourselves many years ago. as we've been working on these issues for the last 20, 30 years. So there's also higher education policy and leadership dialogues where we're trying to link in with partners in the Sarua system. In fact, straight after this, I have another meeting with Sarua members now, also revitalizing their work on curriculum innovation, in which this project is connected. Then there's national level partners, especially national ministries of education, the Environment and Sustainable Development sector and its ministries, the National Teacher Education and Technical and Vocational Education institutions, ESD experts, reference group members, and other colleagues that have been working in this area for many years. At the local level, we have partners of the teacher education colleges, the TVETs, and the higher education institutions. And then we also have Swedish expert support, where we're working with Swedest and other Swedish expertise from Swedish universities as relevant and as we're able to draw on their support. So it's a multi-leveled, complex partnership system, but very important for carrying forward what we're needing to do. So the way the program is structured is we structure around working with 3 countries per year so that we can do substantive work with each of the 3 countries. In 2019, we had Botswana, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. 2020, Lesotho, South Africa, and Zambia. We're now currently working with Eswatini, Malawi, and Tanzania, and then next year, Angola and Mozambique. So the program will be available in both English and in Portuguese, and will be implemented there. It follows an action learning program structure, because when we first did the deliberations for this program, people said, look, we don't want another course for teacher educators. We want an action learning program that leads to actual changes in our institutions and in our communities and with our students. So we then used the SADC model, the tried and tested model of the Change Project, and we are encouraging all of the participants on the program to put a change project at the center, one that they're working on with their colleagues and communities. You'll hear now from some of the examples what's happening there. And then we work through a 5-step action learning program where we cover, policy and context issues. We look at the SDGs and other critical issues in our context. We look at transformative learning methods and creating transformative learning environments. We look at alternative assessments, and then we look at monitoring and evaluating and scaling our work for impact. And we've developed support materials for that. It's all available on the program's website. You can visit the program website, sustainabilityteachers.org, and you can find all those materials there, and you can find information on the program. And there's also an alumni forum. If you want to join the activities of the program, that are some of the seminars and so on, we are going to work especially more intensively this year into next year with the alumni forum, and we're very grateful that Previn is supporting us with some of that activity. So each of these quality change projects that participants developed are responding to national and institutional policies and strategies. They are aligned with national and institutional curriculums and frameworks. They also support and enhance interdepartmental engagement, cooperation, and communication, and also have a whole system approach or a sort of whole department or some other systemic approach. And they really are aspirational projects that help us to, build the kind of the Africa that we want for these future generations that I also mentioned a little bit earlier, that are in our custodianship as teacher educators and educators. So you'll hear more about some of the change projects just now. You can also look on the website and you'll begin to see some of the change projects are being captured up there and reported on. We're still capturing more of them and adding them on as we go along. And Charles can tell you how many change projects we now currently have, but I think we're sitting on about 60 to 70 that have come up in the last couple of years. So a very dynamic system, and Carolyn from the UNESCO Rosa office has just challenged us to start to look across these change projects. What is the impact of them, not only in the specific institutions or for the professionals involved, but for ESD in Africa? So here's a challenge for us as we move forward too. So this is the section that I really wanted to concentrate a little bit more on here in this roundtable session with all of us, as you would have seen also from our abstract, is that we're trying to develop monitoring, evaluation, and scaling for impact tools and understandings and approaches. So in the program, we have a learning action number 5, which is monitoring, evaluation, and scaling for impact. And in that program, we're using what we call the value creation framework, which I'll talk about a little bit more just now. And then we're asking our participants to analyze the value of what they've been doing in the course and in the change project. You.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay, yes. So we're asking participants to do that. And then we're asking them to identify, you know, how can this then influence decisions on how to scale for impact? And we're looking at different types of scaling, horizontal scaling, functional scaling, and vertical scaling. And what we're wanting to do with this is to carry this into policy dialogues, into developing stronger tools for monitoring and evaluating of target 4.7, and you can see here that this is the target that has the least best data for reporting on in the SADC countries. So there's big work to be done there, and we need to look into these. We can talk about them a bit later in the session, what these indicators are for target 4.7, and then what we're learning already from the programs. We'll reflect on that a little bit more. How to strengthen the monitoring and evaluation work, how to make use of this framework, the value creation framework, how to link that to other levels of the system. And what we wanted to discuss with you today was these questions. You know, what value is being created from a program like this into our region and into this new policy context? How is this work responding to gaps in TVET and teacher education, and how can it contribute to national level SDG 4.7 monitoring and evaluation? So this is what we want to discuss with you in the question and answer period. And then we also want to look at if there's interest amongst all of you to, you know, join us in the SST program on an M&E working group for SDG 4.7 that we're hoping to establish for this work going forward. So I think, Charles, that's a fairly quick introduction from me. We can come back to some of these and to the questions when we move on from this session now. So
yes. Thank you very much, Hela, and thank you very much.
There we go.
Thanks a lot for giving us that overview. Can you hear me? Can someone confirm?
Yes, we can hear you, Charles.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that overview, and thank you for the purpose of this roundtable for underlining the change project model that we use to transform practices in institutions and in countries. Now, we have lined up 3 examples of change projects that are going to be talking to the ESD for 2030 framework. I'm going to start with Priven Chitty from Rhodes University, from the EEASA, to share with us his change project and how he has really situated it in the priority action area 5, mainly, which is accelerating local level action. Priven has proudly told the world that his citizen science is to accelerate the local level action in terms of sustainability practice. So Priven, over to you. I'm giving you 8 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Charles, and thank you, everyone. It's so great to be here with almost with 100 people on the platform today, and it really shows how important teacher education is and where citizen science can go. I think also we're really seeing a resurgence in sustainability, in environmental education. Especially now that we see that climate change is looming, and really teacher education probably is paving the way for the younger generation to respond to these challenges. So my change project, which I was engaging with for some time, I'm titling it River Rescue in Makanda. Makanda is the new name of the town of Grahamstown. And as you can see, these two pictures, it's really focuses on the rivers within South Africa. And you can see from this catchment picture here, done by the IWR and Sukmantel, she's actually mapped out the arteries, as it were, of our country, which is the rivers that flow through it. These catchments are very, very important to us because South Africa is a semi-arid country. Drought and its effects are already being felt across various municipalities and across many provinces. The ground zero has already been reached in many provinces as well in South Africa. And this is also a global problem as well. Way back in 2002, Accord was saying that the next war will be water wars, where countries will actually be fighting over water. So what can we do as educators? What can we do as a new generation to address these issues? And one of the change projects I've been involved with is to involve schools and communities in river cleaning campaigns to help restore the integrity of the river systems, creating a social movement of caring for our rivers and environment to reduce litter and waste, and to activate champions and change project leaders in the schools and local communities. This began way back in 2012 when, along with the Duziam-Geni Conservation Trust, we championed a source to sea walk of the entire length of the Mgeni River, which flows in KwaZulu-Natal. And on that river walk, we, as some of you might remember, I think Margaret Berger is here in the room. You also remember when we came past her mangroves and past Treasure Beach. What we found was that where there is care given to a section of the river, no matter how polluted it was on either side of it, the river really responded well. And the mini SAS, if you've been to the previous session before where Dr. Jim Taylor spoke about mini SAS, and I will speak about it further, is an indicator of the river health and integrity. Mini SAS scores actually shot up and were improved by just caring for the river. So what we're seeing is that these actions, small actions, big actions by communities really do make an impact on the river. Some of these are pictures of us working with school groups. The picture on the upper right-hand corner is with school groups in KwaZulu-Natal along the river walk. And you can see the second upper left picture is with the 2019 Sustainable Starts with Teachers course, where they're using a turbidity dial. And here working with school groups again. Really what we found that school children were extremely engaged and their eyes lit up when they could find these organisms and invertebrates in the river and then use it and use simple maths and simple observation to then assess the quality of the river. In Makanda currently, I'm working with Fikazola Primary School, Utemba Maria School, PG Olivia House School, Graham College, Kingswood School, the Scouts, Finger Village, and then also local communities, which are around Ivan Street, Bukani Township, Fitchet Street, and Scottsville Farm. These form a tributary to the Blowcurrents River, and these communities and schools really do live along the riverbanks, as it were. And the health of the town is also dependent on it. So we were wondering to see how a place where there is severe waste and litter problems, severe drought problems, how can that be changed by change projects? And what we did was find local champions in the communities. So here we have Elizabeth, who is actually here engaging with the children, explaining the water cycle to them. And then just behind them in the back is the river that's flowing through, which the children were engaged in cleaning up, children and community members. And it seems strange at first that someone's coming into and cleaning up the river, but eventually a movement is created. And more leaders emerge in the community, more and more people want to be involved. And then we fill up skips that we find along, that we place along the riverbank, and then haul the trash away. And this place looks really clean. You should have seen it as it was before, extremely full with litter and waste, as most of our rivers are. Most of the waste pollution falls down from stormwater drains. Most of it is also coming from factories. We have sewage spills by the municipality. We have alien invasive plants. So the problems that plague a river are myriad, but nothing that cannot be overcome with community action. So the next way forward is we're trying to create more sustainable community action and change agents within each community center. So each community then takes, adopts a river as it is, or takes care of their section of the river. And that becomes a chain where we begin to realize that we all are connected upstream and downstream. To achieve this, we've also started to implement a small training program that upskills interested community members or change agents that we see in river monitoring and artisanal skills, such as plumbing, also monitoring, which was the work done with DUC, the Zambia Conservation Trust, where they created river monitors who would see where the sewage was spilling into rivers and then liaise with the municipalities. This is a program which we're hoping to roll out throughout this year, and hopefully more community members will be interested. The other aspect of the way forward is to start incorporating these river activities into the curriculum. It flows very nicely into the geography and natural science curriculum, especially when working with invertebrates. And we have done also curriculum integrative research projects where with the grade 11s, where they then look at sections of the river, do a riparian habitat and a river habitat assessment score, and then mini SAS along various points of the river. Also with primary school children, this works nicely in natural sciences, beginning to understand invertebrates, beginning to understand the water cycle. So within the school system, there's a lot of space for this kind of campaign or this change project to actually evolve. And this is one example of the mini-SAS. Here you see a minnow mayfly, and mini-SAS is being done, as you can see, with very low-tech equipment. Nothing fancy scientific equipment is needed. So, yes, thank you, Charles. I'm wrapping up now. And as you can see, children are very excited to be jotting down their thoughts and to also to assess the quality of the river using the mini-SAS assessment score. We also want to create art and poetry and music in the expression of being in nature, because once a sense of place can evolve where youth and the community members really feel that they belong in a place and that they can change and take care of a place, then a resonance develops where they're able to take care of the environment and themselves. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks a lot, Preven, from citizen science to supporting and enriching school curriculum. Thank you very much, very beautiful. Now from South Africa, colleagues, we'll have a roundtable or a question and answer later. Please keep on writing your questions in the Q&A session. Some people will prefer to raise their hands, so we'll do that at the end. Now we're moving now to Zimbabwe, where we have a participating College of Education, Marymount College in the Eastern Highlands of Zimbabwe. The argument that is coming from that change project is if you really want to transform curriculum, you don't have to do it in parts. You have to do it using the whole institution approach. And to share this change project with us is the principal of the college herself, Mrs. Silichena, who is going to take us through the change project. Over to you, Mrs. Silichena. Hello? Miss Silitera.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. And now I'm trying to share the screen. Let me go to share screen.
At the bottom of your screen, yes.
Okay, there we are. There we are. Sorry about that. Right. I'm getting there. Sorry about that. Have I shared anything? Not yet.
I'm not seeing anything from you.
It says new share. Should I click there? New share.
You need to open the PowerPoint if possible, and then you can share.
Yeah, open the PowerPoint.
Sorry, I've taken everyone's time. I'm sorry about that, but I hope I'll get there now.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I can see where I'm going now. Sorry. Yeah. Now I need to. Yeah. Okay. All right. Soon I'll be there. Just a minute or half a minute. I'm actually trying to open the PowerPoint. There I am. Right, it's coming up. Can you see something now?
Yes. Maybe if you can put it in the slide mode.
Slideshow.
Yes.
But can you see from here?
Yes.
Maybe let me just continue so that I avoid more problems. Otherwise, I've taken everyone's time.
Go ahead.
Please, can I just go ahead? I'm sure you can see my.
Yes, we can follow.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share our change project as Marymount Teachers College under the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science and Technology Development. Like it has already been said, Silichena Petty is my name and I'm the college principal. The theme for our change project, colleagues, is integrating 21st century competencies in teacher education curriculum through recycling, reusing, and reducing waste. And we always talk of the 3 R's. Now, the background to our change project, we had 2 teacher educators attending a workshop organized by UNESCO in Harare in June 2019. And they came back fired up and inspired about the project. They shared with administration. We were convinced that indeed it was a very good project, and we said, let's take it up. And we said, after all, sustainability starts with the teacher programs. So we then held a sensitization workshop on ESD to the whole college community. And in that sensitization workshop, we agreed that we do an environmental audit, which was indeed done. And we realized that we had challenge of litter in the college environment. And therefore, we formed an ESD committee, that's community of practice. And well, that picture there is really showing part of the ESD committee doing an environmental audit. And we say to ourselves, we need to be guided by policies on this change project. So the policies that are guiding us are the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science and Technology Development, the Heritage-Based Education 5.0, where we're talking about teaching, research, community service, innovation, and industrialization. And we say to ourselves, indeed, this change project will incorporate all those pillars of Education 5.0. But we also said we are guided by our user ministry, Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education, where they are talking of competency-based curriculum. And we said, yes, this change project really can address that, because we will develop lots of competencies among our students. Also, Vision 2030 is one of the policies on sustainable development, SDG 4.7, that focuses on quality education for all. And finally, we then said the African agenda speaks to the Africa that we want. And therefore, we can actually capacity build in an inclusive manner for sustainable development. Then we went ahead to say, as an institution, what is it that we can do for our change project? So we then said it should be best to integrate ESD into the college curriculum. And when we talk college curriculum, we are involving all staff, we're involving all students. And therefore, we agreed that we have a whole institution approach, which is interdisciplinary in nature. And we then say to ourselves, for this project, this change project to be successful, we need to budget for it. So we have an ESD budget that was approved in 2020 of 20,000 Zimbabwean dollars. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we were not able to use this money. So that money is still on and running for running workshops, providing refreshments during workshops, and also acquiring any items that we may need. But I want to emphasize that our change project really is on low cost. And then the implementation of these ESD activities really are coming, we are saying different sections, different departments, they actually embrace this change project, come up with their activities, and we then bring them together. So every department is actually involved. Of course, you'll find there'll be one or two who may not really be interested, but I want to say the majority of our staff and students are really interested in this. And therefore, we are saying we are, embracing transformative learning at the college. And this is embraced by, this is evidenced by change of attitudes among staff and students in the college community, especially on issues of litter. And therefore, we have intensified our cleanup campaigns, and our students are producing teaching learning materials using litter. We also engage in horticulture activities and many other activities. Yes, and then we are saying for capacity development, there is need for sensitization programs for both staff and students on ESD. Like I said, when the two teacher educators came back from the UNESCO workshop on sustainable development, education for sustainable development, we sensitized our college community. And we found that to be very helpful because many of us have embraced that, starting with administration. And when administration is convinced, there will be lots of support. And indeed, we are supporting this program. Then we have also said we need to make sure we engage in monitoring and evaluation workshops on ESG activities. Because if you don't monitor, if you don't evaluate, really, some projects may just die a natural death. And therefore, we are saying we want to capacity develop ourselves and make sure we sustain our programs. We also engage in peer reviewing meetings within college, outside college, sharing ideas with others so that they can, actually help us on improving the projects that we are doing under our change project. Because we're not only doing one project, we have so many activities under our change project. But then we have emphasized that we have to engage the youth. So for youth mobilization, you'll find that our youth are actually involved in cleanup campaigns, both at local and national level. every first Friday of each month, we are engaged in cleanup campaigns. And one exciting thing that we have noted about our youth is that they've got initiative. So our own students initiated an online debate on ESD issues. And this is really an exciting development for us. The production of teaching and learning media using waste materials is done by our students, and therefore they don't have to spend a lot of money, procuring the teaching learning media, but they actually produce it from the waste materials.
You have 2 minutes.
We have also said for our youth to really keep them motivated, we need to engage them in some competitions that will show their creativity and innovation, and this is quite successful. Now, acceleration of activities. We have made sure that we engage our school learners on ESD issues. When our students go out on teaching practice, they engage the school learners, and therefore we are taking this project to the community. We have also launched a tree nursery project that is a recent development. And it was amazing how the students actually were involved in this, where they, had some plants grown in empty plastic papers. That alone reduces litter. We are also planning we have actually just started a beekeeping project. We are at the infant stage of this project, but we see it will take us far because our environment in the college is quite a good environment for that. Also, we are planning on the banana and sugarcane plantation. But one exciting thing about our change project is that we network a lot. We collaborate with stakeholders like environmental management agencies, city council, forestry commission, national parks, Manika Youth Association, and we get involved in some of the activities that they do. But what is exciting is that, like Forestry Commission, have actually made a commitment to say they will be involved in capacity building our students. So we're having meetings
to go.
And sorry, Chairman. Okay, so I'm really at the end of it now, but our change project is really exciting. Some evidence of some of the things that we do, I'll just quickly run down on this one. That's a teaching learning aid on the respiratory system. Our students involved in a cleanup campaign. When we're having our meetings, we sit in groups and actually discuss. This student here is actually giving us a poem on, the change project, the ESD change project. And finally, that is our community of practice, our committee, ESD committee in the college that includes the principal, the vice principal, some students, and members of different departments. Thank you very much, Chairman. Unfortunately, I was now rushing, but there's a lot I can say about our change project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal, for sharing the whole institutional approach. Usually, it's very difficult to conceptualize what exactly we mean by the whole institutional approach in integrating ESD. Now, let's move on to the last speaker, who is from Zambia. Unfortunately, we could not bring all 11 countries in this roundtable, but we just chose 3. With a lot of very good change projects out there. Now, Mshingamoto in Zambia at Mungu College is working with the early childhood curriculum, and his argument is catch them while they're still young. So over to you, Mushinga. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Oh my it's very dark. My room is very dark.
Maybe you can, for the purpose of bandwidth, you can switch off your video. All we want is your good voice and perhaps if you have good slides to share.
Thank you very kindly. What's this now? Technology is misbehaving. Are you able to see anything?
Not yet.
I think it's coming up. How about now?
No. Are you sharing or yeah, something is promising?
Is it?
Yes.
My old box is kind of slow.
I think you'll be seeing something soon. It's taking long. Mushinga, are you there? Hello? I think we have lost him, or is he rejoining? Meanwhile, I can quickly go through some questions whilst I'm waiting for him. Let me quickly read through the chat. And if there are questions, I'll pose them to the relevant people. So Hela, there are a lot of people who want to join the M&E. One of them is Eureka, and I think I've seen also Mike. This is, I think this is a comment to Marymount. Sensitization to audit to change is also a nice spectrum for indicators. Brilliant. The concept of adopting a river and saving it cleaning sounds very useful and can engender a sense of ownership for a community or student to ensure that the change project becomes sustainable. Great inspiration, Preven. A thumbs up there from Professor Carr. Sense of ownership, she's responding to that one. I believe it can be nurtured and create sustainability within our local environments. What an impressive change project, Marymount. Well done, Team Marymount. Good ESD change project, Mrs. Silitana, well done. I'm reading what is there. Good example of whole institution approach from Professor Shumba. I'm looking for questions.
Charles, there's some questions in the Q&A.
Oh yes, yeah, thanks. The first one is from Mushinga. If you are in, please just shout. Mike, thanks Hela for the brief overview of the change project. I would like to know which areas you are working on in Malawi. Which institutions are you partnering with? This is Mike Banda. Mike, I can respond to this one very quickly. Our reference group member in Malawi is also a Banda. She's called Tiffany. If you can write to me, I'll link you up. What we have done, I think we have taken, I stand to be corrected. I think we have taken all the teacher education institutions in the country, if not all, many of them. But I can give you a list if you can write to me, and I can link you to our reference group member there in Malawi. And also we are thinking of bringing on board a little bit more TVET institutions, because we didn't have in our startup workshop in May, with April, we didn't have enough TVET representation. So Mike, we can be talking. Then the next question is to prevent and Silichena how the sustainability and the future of these change will be impacted with advent of pandemic causing school closures and shifting to online virtual learning. Any reflections? So the question here is, what is your experience with the school closures, with your change projects? Can I start with you, Priven, very quickly?
Yes, thanks so much, Anwar, for the question. Yes, it was very difficult initially. We started this project in Makanda in 2019, late 2019, and then it started. We started getting some momentum in January and February, and then, of course, coronavirus happened, as everybody knows. Lockdowns happened, and we had to basically stop for a while it was in the severe stages of level 5. But what we found that afterwards, after the lockdown levels came down, and more towards June, we were able to engage community members again. Of course, all with strict protocol. So having masks and sanitizing station. The nice thing about field work and field activities is that you're outdoors. So there's already social distancing in place, and it's a bit more healthy, I think, than being in a crowded environment or even in a classroom, which many of our schools are now facing. So by tweaking and changing the activities to suit the times, we were able to navigate some of the COVID regulations positively. And they even added more to the activities, where we were very concerned about the health of the river and our health of ourselves, and see that we actually are very connected. So yes, it was tough in the beginning, but with the nature of these fieldwork activities being out and open, we were able to proceed. I hope I answered part of that question.
Thanks, Priven. Mrs. Silja, in view of big challenges like the closure of schools and the college, what initiative are you considering, or have you come up with? This is the question, to continue doing work.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Doc. Indeed, COVID-19 has slowed down our activities for the change project, especially the practical work, the practical aspect. And we assigned ourselves those who would have already been involved in the change project. They take it to their communities. They continue doing the work while they're out there. But we have also said that each time we do a change project where we have to work maybe as a group, we should recognize COVID regulations. And we want to believe that when they are away from college, they actually recognize the COVID regulations. But when the students come back to college, like now we have a group of students, we continue to emphasize issues of COVID regulations, and we abide by them. But one interesting thing, like what you heard from my presentation, is the online debate. Students continue to engage in debate online. However, there is a challenge that some of the students may not have bangles to continue to be involved in this. That indeed has been quite a challenge. But where students have bangles, or where a few of them come to college, they use the college facilities to continue to do debate. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I don't see Mushinga yet in the room. So I'll continue with the questions. Priven, this one is for you. Are there any training or employment opportunities related to your work on the waterways? This should be a young person. Priven, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Louise. At the moment, there were very informal training opportunities done by DUCT, where we have paid river monitors per interviews they did per household, and of course, every single mini-slash sheet that they gave in, after a certain training period, they would get paid a small stipend. What we want to really try to do now is create a certificate course around the work for community members, and in that way they can get more employment opportunities. Also finding when people form catchment management forums and create a conservation group as well, that really does start feeding into conservation of their local environment, the opportunities do start to come closer. So we've seen with a few other projects, they were able to get funding from the national lotteries, funding from other sponsors in doing this river work. And in fact, some of our work is sponsored by, for example, the skip, that comes and offloads that takes away all the rubbish that people collect. That is also sponsored. So in a way, there is some pathways which we can work, but we are looking at creating more sustainable pathways in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mushinga, not yet in the room. Then let me go on to the next question. This is e-learning school of business. My name is Irene from Zambia. Thank you, Ms. Silchana, for the good work. My question is, what strategies do you have to use to change mindset attitudes among college communities, especially learners? Apart from sensitizations and cleanup campaigns, do you believe that this is really sunk in their brain to the extent that on their own as individuals, they can actually stop the litter? Principal, that's your question.
Thank you for the question. Change of mindsets is not an easy thing, as we all know, but we'll always do our best, especially when our students are still here with us before they complete their program. We really want to hammer on them. And normally you would see it, that there is change of mindset when they actually engage. Like right now, when I look out through the window, we have a beautiful park out there. I don't see any litter. That is a sign that indeed there's change of mindset among our youth. And we are just hoping that they will take this with them when they finally leave college, because we'll not have them forever. But we would have touched a life. And I'm sure out of the many, we'll have those who will take the project further in their day-to-day life. And the cleanup campaign, maybe I didn't quite get the question. It was not very clear to me, but we want to believe that what we practice here at college, these students take it to their communities even after they leave college. And when we actually get involved, even as administration, we go out with them to actually do the cleanup campaign, then they realize, oh, so staff and even administration are going out on the cleanup. So this means it is very important. And in that way, we want to believe we will win some lives as a life skill for them. Thank you.
And maybe to add on to that, how are you reaching out to schools? Maybe that can be also part of that question, or the answer to that question.
How are we reaching out to schools? Yes, we are reaching out to schools through our student teachers. You know, they come to college to do their first year. We have them for the whole year. And that's where we start really, trying to make sure they acquire these, the knowledge and skills on our change project. When they go out to the schools, they're actually taking this with them. They work with the learners, they work with the teachers there, they work with administration out there. They even work with their local communities. And that's how we reach out to the schools. And when we visit the students for assessment, we actually, the post-assessment discussions, we sit down with them, engage them, what are you doing here? And we've had some of the students actually telling us they're doing wonderful things out there. They have impacted on the communities around the school. Yeah, so that's how we're taking it out through our students. And then we do a follow-up when we do the teaching practice visits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silsona. It's a pity Mushinga hasn't joined us, but this one is for you, Hela. I suppose you are using the value creation framework for your monitoring and evaluation exercise. How is this framework? How could this framework be supportive if national education systems continue with their current assessment policies in the formal education from early childhood to higher education, including TVET? I hope you understand the question, Hela.
Yeah, I think there's probably two things sitting in that question. The one is the question about evaluation, and the value creation framework is an evaluation tool to see what kind of value is created through these change projects for the institution as well as the community and the students. So if we listen to the case study that we've just been hearing, we can say that there's, you know, applied value. The change project has helped to change the grounds and the of the institution. We can also say that there's a potential value in that the students themselves have become more empowered, and they then have the potential to influence children in the school. So we see different types of value that is created for people in the change projects. Now that I think is different to the school's assessment approaches, which is to assess, you know, knowledge that is acquired and success according to particular curriculum standards. So that's a different type of assessment. So I think to differentiate between the tool for evaluating what value is being created for people in a project and the traditional assessment in the schooling system. So they're not the same, they're not the same thing. Of course, one of the things we are doing in the program is to try to challenge that problem with the assessment system in the schools, which is very rigid. So Caleb Mandikonza and Professor Shumba, and maybe Professor Shumba can help speak to this as well, have been innovating with a new assessment framework for us, which is called Assessment of Significant ESD Learning. And in that framework, we are assessing the knowledge of learners, we are assessing social and environmental relationships, we are assessing values and ethics, and we are assessing more things than just, you know, the rigid knowledge that one would normally assess in a normal school, kind of very rigid school curriculum. So I would actually like to invite Professor Shumba to speak a little bit perhaps to that assessment question, but just for this group, you know, to separate the evaluation framework from a school assessment framework. I don't know if I've understood the question correctly, but that's how I was reading it. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you. I think Professor Shumba should be promoted to be into the panel. And whilst they are doing that, please can you look for O Shumba and promote him? Whilst he's being promoted, I also want to add on to that question to say what we have discovered through this program, the SST program, is that in many countries, we have different curricula focusing on competencies. But what we have seen is that teacher education is lagging behind in terms of developing new teachers in those competencies, as well as coming up with these assessment models. So some countries are now developing their assessment, reworking their assessment frameworks so that they can also embrace assessing many other things rather than content and knowledge. And this is where Professor Shumba and Caleb's project comes handy. But what we are doing is to support change projects that are also bringing teacher education up to speed with the new assessment frameworks in different countries. So let me hand over to Professor Shumba, who is now in the room, for his framework. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I was not even paying very much attention. I was still looking at finding Mshinga Moto. And maybe I could just highlight some slides which he sent to me for an earlier presentation to show what they've been doing. And then I can then comment on the significance learning a little bit after that. Is it okay?
Yes,
to do
yes,
that?
Prof. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Well, perhaps I can share the slide which he gave me earlier on for another session.
For the benefit of the House, Professor Shumba is the reference group member for Zambia for this program. So he's quite aware of all and he's supporting all the change projects that are happening in Zambia. So I think it's in order for you, Professor Shumba, to speak on behalf of Mshinga Moto. Go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. As you'd appreciate, the whole change project story with SST started in March 2020, when we had our first meeting to launch the Sustainability Starts with Teachers program. And after the workshop, they went back and engaged the stakeholders in their college in Mongu, and they were allocated land for the project to begin. And their project is really focused on trying to integrate education for sustainable development in early childhood education, and in particular, trying to promote urban gardening. And so this is the land which they were given, and you can see it in the pictures with their principal participating in the cleanup of the area which was disused as they tried to set this up. And we can see the early childhood education students here working on the area which then translated into the work area for the early childhood learners. And they went on to paint their wall fence to highlight the Sustainability Starts with Teachers program, and also the college vision, and of course acknowledging UNESCO and the learning which they had achieved. And here they were setting up the college fence for the garden, and preparing the bags which they used for the vegetables. And here we can see the community of practice members, and here they are explaining how they were planting the seedlings in the bags. And then, of course, since they were integrating this into the college curriculum, they really prepared their student teachers for the practicum. And they did so by identifying those topics in ESD which were compatible with the EC syllabus for the age groups which are involved. And what they did was to consider the teaching of urban gardening activities, and making sure that child play was also incorporated in the process. And here are the student teachers essentially working in the garden and managing the garden. And some EC learners now tending to the garden and hopefully appreciating what gardening is all about in their schoolyard. So that is what he was able to share with me in terms of part of the slides which he was going to present I don't know exactly the one which he was going to present to the conference, but this is just evidence that they are really working to integrate urban gardening into the teaching and learning process. And further to this, their project also extends to secondary education, and they are focusing on STEM education, and they want to integrate the same principles of ESD into the science teacher education curriculum. And so far, that is what their community of practice is doing. Now, turning to the question which I was asked to comment on, what we have been doing with colleagues is to adapt a taxonomy of learning outcomes, which was originated by Professor L.D. Fink. This essentially tries to define the issue of significant learning in terms of learning outcomes which are integrated rather than which can be put into layers. And so among these learning outcomes which we have actually seen as being relevant is the issue of what do you call it? No, I'm missing something here. Well, what it is that they emphasize the significant learning in terms of making sure that a value system is developed within the individual so that they can demonstrate their appreciation through action, which is respectful of the environment and the community which they belong to. And so by and large, then what this model does is to promote thinking about assessment in terms of underscoring learning outcomes which are in fact holistic, as it were. And so what we have been working with is a good example of alternative assessment where we can apply rubrics to assess performances as well as valuing which is expressed through action projects. And this is what we have been able to contribute to the learning action number 4 in the project. So thank you very much. That is what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Professor Shumba, and thank you so much for sharing the Zambian Change Project and also for talking about the framework of assessment that this region is working on, being led by you and Dr. Mandikonza. Thank you so much. I want to leave some few minutes at the end for Hela to wrap up, but for now, I still see some questions in the Q&A. This one, how does one get involved in the MNE working group? I think, Hela, you can speak to this when you're wrapping up. Then we have another one from Matabo, which says, Preven, how do you work with communities or students whose socialization teaches about the mysticism of water bodies, rivers, dams, waterfalls, and their inherent holy powers? Preven, in your decolonization of education, how do you deal with mysticism?
Thank you so much, Prof. Khao. Yes, I think it's a very important aspect you raised. We work a lot, and I think it's important to work closely with indigenous knowledge systems, because a lot of what has been good and the conservations of our natural heritage has been lost in the forgetting of our indigenous knowledge. So, for example, in KwaZulu-Natal, children were told not to pee into the river or not to urinate into the river because, you know, maybe a ghost will catch them, or the boys will turn into girls and girls will turn into boys and so forth. And these kind of stories, even though they may seem unscientific to us, they help to create a culture, a sense of respect for the natural environment. And I think as we go deeper into this culture, we'll see that there was a lot of mysticism that actually is very profound and also very scientific. For example, in the Zulu cultures and Xhosa cultures, they were said to sweep the surface of the water before drinking from it, and to not go and collect water a place where there were many frogs nearby, and that's because there would be snakes nearby. And so there are rich cultural heritages, and every single culture shares a common ancestry with rivers, and shares and reveres the rivers as spiritual places, holy places of transformation and power. And I really think it is incumbent upon all of us to reconnect with those traditions, those spiritual traditions in all of our cultures, because truly the river is life and we are all connected to it. And I think that that would bode well for the future of environmental education as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Priven. Thank you very much. Then again, Hela, you have adopted the 5-step action learning framework. Are the agents of change documenting their reflection somewhere? And if yes, these be potential indicators in M&E, and 2, for the reframing value of your value framework. Again, I'll leave time for Hela to respond to this one in her rounding up. Let me go on to the last question that I have in the session. This one is for Dr. Orenje, but we can still answer it. How best can we motivate learners to value sustainability for lifelong learning instead of just learning to pass the examination? I think in the morning, in his keynote address, Dr. Orenje referred to transcending the threshold, somewhere there, something like that. I think this is where the question is coming from. How best can we motivate learners to value sustainability for lifelong learning instead of just learning to pass the examinations? Any volunteer in the room? Dr. Orenje is not part of the panel, or maybe he can be promoted.
Maybe I can
Yes.
just speak to that as we wrap up.
As well, yes.
What time does the roundtable finish?
1:45.
Okay.
14:45. Am I right? Yes.
Yeah, so we don't have a
So we
huge
have
amount
2
of
minutes to
time.
go now. In fact, Hela, can you take the last 9 minutes?
Yes, I'm going to just go back to the value creation and the evaluation, because there was some good comments in the chat on that, and also some good suggestions. And I don't know if anybody wants to come in perhaps from the floor there to just add to this discussion. We've had some volunteers who wanted to join the SST evaluation, monitoring and evaluation process that we will be developing together with the UNESCO Rosa office, also as the ESD 2030 process unfolds in our country level workshops. But what I was quite interested in us thinking about and looking at as we move forward is, if we are working at these lovely creative levels, like Previn showed us with river monitoring, and we saw the beautiful case study of the young learners, being able to planting those gardens in the school, and the teacher educators coming together, doing something new, whole institutional approaches. So what those are for me in monitoring and evaluation is to do monitoring and evaluation, if I could call it, from the ground up. Because so often we do monitoring and evaluation from the top down. And this is a discussion that I think would be very interesting to have with the monitoring and evaluation team. So what we're trying to do is to map and capture the value that is being created, and then say to ourselves, okay, so what does that then mean in terms of, how these change projects and these processes are responding to gaps in the system at the moment when it comes to teacher education, TVET education, and some of the challenges that we have, like, for example, the problems with the overstructured forms of assessment, or, you know, so how do these then help us to respond to those more systemic problems? And what do they then mean in terms of our national policy intentions and institutional alignments? Because all of our governments have signed up to SDG 4. All of our governments are intending to report on SDG 4.7, but almost none of our governments have got adequate data to do any kind of meaningful reporting on that. And then what does that then mean for the wider country's sustainable development policy reporting outside of just the education reporting? And what does it ultimately mean for our sustainability challenges? So I was thinking of maybe, can we think about evaluation as a relation of emergence rather than as a top-down impositional practice? So that was the one thing I was really hoping we could look at and discuss today. I saw in the chat that Eureka also put in some very nice suggestions for, you know, how we might frame indicators. And I was wondering about, you know, what sort of indicators could we be framing at these different, these sort of different levels of emergence. And I think with this program, we now have 70 or more change projects, such as the ones you've seen today. We will be having a whole lot more coming. And can we look at that body of work and say, you know, how do we do monitoring and evaluation for SDG 4.2 or 4.7 with the richness of our experience informing that evaluation? So that was the sort of question I wanted to just perhaps put on the table. We've got a couple more minutes for discussion. I wish we were in a room together because we could then, you know, all see each other and discuss this. But I don't know if anybody would like to come in and just say something about that, or just speak a little bit more to the monitoring and evaluation. I was shocked when I saw the UNESCO data, and I'll just show it to you again, on the lack of material. Look at this. Of all the targets that they're monitoring for target 4, here's target 4.7. That is what we could call our indicator, and there is no data for it. There's no means of monitoring that particular target across our countries. So what are we going to do? We need to develop these monitoring and evaluation frameworks, tools, instruments in such a way that it reflects this richness of practice that we do have in our region. So I think that is the challenge for us as we go forward together. And for those of you that do want to join the monitoring and evaluation work, and those that are producing the practice, you know, your work is speaking into our national level reporting and regional level reporting and international reporting on what is happening. So I'll just, if there is anybody who'd like to speak, I'll stop sharing here now so that I can see. And yeah, if there are any hands up or anybody who'd like to respond into this discussion, please, we have a few more minutes. Yes, there's a hand. Eureka. Can somebody let Eureka speak? Ravi, can you let Eureka open the mic for her? Is that possible?
Technical team, is that possible?
Yes, we are putting on Eureka.
Good.
Thanks, Anwar. Ravi. Okay, let's have Eureka coming in. And then Anwar. Oh.
Yes.
Yes. Can you come in yet?
Yes, we are there.
And then there's somebody from admin who wants to speak as well. Hey, Eureka, you in? Can you unmute and then share your comment?
Yes, sorry, thank you very much. I think we have this challenge of having a very professionally run conference with 90 people in it, and then at the same time we also want to be very interactive. Hayla, thanks very much, and Charles, thank you very much, and thanks all of the presenters. I think you are giving us a really important challenge. How do we present basically into the United Nations in such a way that we reflect the fantastic practice that is happening in such a way that it can be recognized. You know, our indicator must be more than, do you have ESD or do you not have ESD? It needs to be more than that, but at the same time, it needs to be quite simple. So I was just listening to the presentation from the principal from the college in Zimbabwe, and she was reflecting almost a spectrum of activities and a progression from a sensitization workshop to auditing activities undertaken by the staff and students, to change projects undertaken by the staff and students. And I think something simple like that, you know, it's of course on the ground, it's not simple to do that, but you can quite simply report on that into indicator 4.7.1. Do we have ESD? Did we have sensitization activities? Did we have auditing or similar activities? Did we have change project or something similar, which is a progression from immediate to applied to even transformative value. So I think something like that can work, and it comes out of the practice in the region. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Yurita. And I think it helps us to begin to define, you know, what some of the nuances of indicator 4.7.1, which is the main indicator that most countries are using at the moment, because the other indicators for 4.7 are very poorly framed to begin with. So this indicator asks us to report on mainstreaming of ESD into national policy, curriculum, teacher education and assessment. And what we were thinking in the SST program is that we don't just want to report in terms of numbers, but we also want to report on, in fact, this is what we're trying to do with the monitoring and evaluation, is to indicate how this happens. In other words, how does mainstreaming happen? Mainstreaming doesn't happen without professional development of educators, without change projects, without building communities of practice, without sharing this practice, etc., you see, building networks and so on. So we were thinking it would be very helpful to do that, because I think if we can't see how things are done, it's very difficult to work out what to do. And therefore we can monitor and we say, oh, well, we've got, like they do, for example, in the citizen science practice, they're reporting, they say South Africa has got 100% community involvement in community-based water quality monitoring, which is complete nonsense, because they're reporting on whether the policy says the policy uses the word participation. There's nothing about operational participation in community-based water quality monitoring. So you can see there how important it is also to give nuance and this process richness to monitoring and evaluation. So I don't know if you want to just comment on that. We now on the last minute. I see there's one hand up still there quickly in the attendees. Is that Anwar wanting to come in? Anwar has been putting quite a lot in the chat already.
Yes.
Can we let Anwar in, or let's take us over time? Charles, what do you want to do with time now? Anwar's allowed to talk. Yes, great. Yes. Okay, Anwar, last word to you.
Yeah, I think this roundtable is raising a very important issue. Is about how to not only to report to national policies, but how to get data from the school where this ESD is being mainstream and embedded in the school practices. And I think what my comment is, indicators, it's not only in figures, and I think we all agree to that, but also the qualitative responses, the qualitative reflections from the agent of change in the schools should be coming up to teacher education institution and to national policies. I think that's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Anwar. And I'm going to appreciate that as the final comment, because when we look at the way people report about what's happening in Africa, we often see them saying, there's nothing happening here. And that makes me completely crazy, because the problem is that people are not seeing what is happening here.
Yeah.
And we are not communicating well
Yeah.
enough what is happening here. So if I could make this a challenge for the ESA community, for people interested in monitoring and evaluation, for the SST program participants and the entire alumni network, can we do that together? And we're definitely going to bring those people who've indicated that they want to be part of the M&E group into the M&E group. And we will also be involving all of the participants in this network in helping us to work that process out, that reporting system that can reach and show, and also help us to see ourselves what is and what isn't happening. So Charles, I think that's it from me. You can probably just wrap up, and yeah, if there's anything else.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for the ideas in the group. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Hela. Thanks very much to all the participants, to colleagues who have presented their change projects, to Rita, to Professor Shumba, and all those who have asked those critical questions. I think there are some take-home messages we move forward with the project, and we wanted to scale up into policy, into practices, into everything. And I liked the last session. We really want to engage the tools that are already there for monitoring the evaluation and the reporting, so that we can also enrich that. And I think colleagues in UNESCO are very flexible. They will listen to us. So thank you very much. I'm handing back to the organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chikunda and Professor Hela, and all the team for having given us an insightful views of ESD, how it is taking shape, especially among the teachers. So we are going to end up this session, and the next session is going to start in right a few minutes. That will be parallel sessions. Thank you.
Expérience, il y a essayé de nous planter. Nous avons essayé de nous planter aussi, de protéger la nature. Très intéressant par rapport à aller à la maison côte d'Œuf.
تسوق يكسو مخفولات قاعدين ناخد
il y a un beau projet, il y a des pour l'environnement. C'est très intéressant parce que ça aide les élèves à comprendre comment planter. À l'école, on a planté des épinards, des thym, des choux, piments, vraiment les cheveux. Beaucoup de choses. Oui, beaucoup de choses. Et on a même vendu. Et on a même rapporté à la maison.
C'est une très bonne initiative parce que si je ne pas faire ça, une bête qui se fait là, nous ne faire ça comme ça. À chaque fois, nous prenons beaucoup de temps pour refaire une bête. Tandis que là, c'est plus facile pour les élèves, pour les enfants. Et les enfants plus motivés pour le travail parce que c'est plus facile de venir planter, plus facile pour arroser, plus facile pour entretenir. Bon, LCFA de nous beaucoup de choses. On a pour une planche, pour faire une plantade. On a pour une plante qui nous planter, qui nous récolter. On a pour Roxane, on fait une nursery. On a pour une bio-fertiliseuse qui nous aide beaucoup. Parce que nous trouvons la différence quand on met de biofertiliseuses, la plante plus en bonne santé et se pousse mieux et nous avons plus de récoltes. Il est vrai que nos jardins existent depuis assez longtemps. Alors moi, mon rêve, c'est que ce jardin-là, c'est un jardin pour les élèves, que les élèves viennent de planter, de t'apprendre comment planter et puis aussi de refaire la même chose à la maison et que je garde tout le temps ce jardin-là en bon état et que tout le temps les respecte.
Expérience, il y a aussi nous planter. Nous avons assez de monde pour planter aussi. Nous protéger la nature.
Très intéressant par rapport à l'école, à montrer aux élèves comment planter,
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, so you'll be chairing this session.
Not a problem. Thank you very much.
For 90 minutes. And we're
No.
going to have 5 presentations. We have already upgraded the presenters to the status of panelists.
Okay.
Only one we are waiting. In a few seconds, we're going to promote her also.
Okay, not a problem.
All the sessions, and then at the end, we are going to take a few questions and answers. And
Not a problem.
participants can type the questions in the question and answer section, or they can write it in the chat section.
Not a
Okay,
problem.
thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, everyone is here. Maybe we can start. Thank you.
Okay. Not a problem. So, so there are 5 presenters, and I have been sent 4 of the presentations, and there are quite a number of people here. So I see Nazira is here. Let's see who else is here. Okay.
Hello. Hello, good
Fantastic.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nazira. Thanks. Mahindra is here as well.
Yeah, Sydney is here as well.
Sydney is here. Arsenio is here. And Harris is here. So it's a full house. Brilliant. Thank you so very much. Thanks for coming on time. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to this sub-team on green skills and sustainability. My name is Emmanuel Ojo from the School of Education, University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, South Africa. For this session, there are precisely 5 presenters, actually 5 presentations, and each of these presentations will speak to the sub-team on green skills and sustainability. And in the order of presentation, we have Muhangi as the first presenter, then we have Harris as the second, we have Mahindra as the third presenter, and Nazira as the 4th presenter, and then Mindu and Munjane as the 5th presenters. So without much ado, I'm going to ask Muhangi, will you be kind to put up your PowerPoint? You have precisely 10 minutes to present. Thank you. So the title of Sydney's presentation with Dandira and Shakona is Reimagining Agricultural Extension for the Future, an investigation of systemic factors affecting the flow of sustainability knowledge among South Africa's smallholders farmers. So you have precisely 10 minutes to present. At exactly 8 minutes, I will alert you. And please, within 2 minutes that is left, I want you to round up so that at least we can maximize the time. Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Emmanuel. I will not waste much time reading the title. So my name, like you mentioned, is Sydney Mhanji from the Environmental Learning Research Center at Rhodes University, South Africa. So as you said, that this paper is still work in progress, but I want to share some of the emerging insights from the work we've been doing. And this paper is situated in a project called Reimagining Agriculture through a Learning Lens, Reimagining Agriculture Extension through a Learning Lens. So, not dig much into history. A few things I'd like to tell you about South Africa's agricultural sector. Number one, it's that it's divided into two parts. There's a small group of farmers who are doing commercial farming, and then a large population that is doing smallholder farming, engaged in subsistence-related practices, and these live mostly in rural areas. Historically, smallholder farming in South Africa has been affected, and it's been underdeveloped for a long time because of apartheid system. And in South Africa, smallholder farmers, who are in excess of 2 million people, are facing sustainability challenges, especially regarding environment and climate change. And so the 2030 National Development Plan is looking at the agricultural sector as a potential employer for many South Africans moving into the future. And as a result, it has prioritized skills development, especially in this sector. And central to this, especially to smallholder farmers, is agriculture extension in facilitating knowledge transfer. And thus, therefore, moving into the future for the smallholder farmers to be sustainable, to create the employment that the country seeks, it has to work hand in hand with agriculture extension. So this paper is looking at the components of agriculture extension services, and I created this little diagram to just give us understanding of what you're looking at. So there's practice, there's teaching and learning, and policy. In practice, the agriculture extension officers and farmers, and in teaching and learning, we're looking at institutions, learning institutions that are training agriculture extensionists. And then on policy, we're looking at institutions also that are engaged in creating policies that affect agriculture extension. So in the middle is the sustainability side. How do these components affect sustainability in the context of smallholder farmers? Well, this was a qualitative study, and we've done interviews mainly online with agriculture extension officers, the policymakers, smallholder farmers, and agricultural learning institutions. So to give you some of the insights that are emerging from the interviews that we have conducted, where if we begin with the practice component, beginning with farmers, some of the factors that are hindering the flow of sustainability knowledge to smallholder farmers. The first one identified was the limited knowledge of or about sustainability by agriculture extension officers. So farmers feel that agriculture extension officers do not know much about sustainability practices, such as rainwater harvesting, water recycling, drip irrigation, and other things that help them, especially those that are practicing agroecology. So if I can quote what one of the farmers said, I say that I do not even attend their meetings because they don't know much about my way of farming. I'm an agroecology farmer, and when they promote fertilizers and tell us that we as agroecology farmers can't be commercial, I stopped. For example, they could not advise on seed saving. And this was also highlighted by some agriculture extension officers interviewed, that they have not had the opportunity to learn about sustainability. And that is, I think, coming from the side of the curricula, how it is made in learning institutions. The second is the limited interaction between farmers and agriculture extension officers. So agriculture extension officers they face a large number of farmers. And as a result, the interaction is limited because they cannot serve thousands of farmers regularly. They cannot meet weekly because each farmer has to have a chance of meeting with an agricultural extension officer, which is not possible if one extension officer is facing large farmers. So that impedes the knowledge exchange between farmers and extension officers that would help them to learn about sustainability issues. Quickly to read like what one farmer said is that I've never met our extension officer for the time I began this farm. She only calls me on phone when there's an opportunity to apply for at the department. So it tells you that kind of meeting that is irregular also impedes the flow of sustainability knowledge. The third factor is the commercialization of agriculture. Farmers that are involved in agroecology talk about how the government is prioritizing commercial farming and how it's trying to get smallholder farmers to shift into commercial farmers. And as a result, it's promoting the use of things like herbicides, pesticides, the new breeds of hybrid seeds, which to them is not their way of farming, and they feel it's not sustainable, which is, and that one is also impeding them. So they cannot seek knowledge from agricultural extension officers who are promoting things that aren't aligned to their philosophy of farming. And from the side of extension officers, one of the factors that emerged is that the farmer literacy and access to smartphones and internet is still limited. So most of the literature about sustainability that they would be sharing with farmers is in English. And a large number of smallholder farmers do not understand English or this kind of literature. So, and also they don't have access to smartphones, and those who do, they don't have regular internet due to the
Sorry,
data.
Sydney, just 2 more minutes to the end of your session. Thank you.
Sure. So that is also impeding the knowledge transfer. And also there are shifting needs of farmers from technical advice to funding, especially farmers are now more interested in getting funding, and they are distancing themselves from approaching extension officers that aren't providing opportunities. Yet extension officers do not have a budget that they can allocate to farmers. There was also limited professional development for agricultural extension officers, especially on sustainability issues. That's also affecting them. They do not have that knowledge that they can transfer to farmers. Then there are funding gaps when it comes to policy. There are funding gaps and capabilities within the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform. So they cannot provide budget to the extension officers to reach all areas or to promote green initiatives that farmers can use to learn, especially like demonstration sites and all that. And also there's limited engagement between private and public extension actors. So there's no co-learning that is happening, especially now that the government is trying to promote tourism. There are also land access and redistribution challenges. And finally, when it comes to learning and teaching, as I mentioned earlier, that there's lack of sustainability issues in the learning curriculum for extension officers. So they graduate without much knowledge about sustainability, which they can pass on to smallholder farmers. And the final one is that the teaching methods also a hindrance, because some of what is used in these learning institutions limits the interaction between agriculture extension students and the farmers. So by the time they graduate, they lack the social skills to engage the farmers, even to pass on the sustainability knowledge that they have. I guess I've come to the end of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Sydney, for keeping to time. Really appreciate your presentation. Colleagues and participants, I kindly leave your comments and questions in the Q&A session on Zoom. I'm keeping a track on that, and I will be able to present that to the different presenters at the end of their session. Thank you. So the next session is by Harris Laura, and the title of our session is on understanding green skills within the manufacturing and engineering sectors. Laura, will you be kind to put thank you? And on presentation mode, thank you very much. So you have precisely 10 minutes to present. When you're ready, let me know.
Thanks, Prof. Ojo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Great.
You have 10 minutes. At exactly 2 minutes before the end of your presentation, I will alert you, and over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Laura Harris, and I come from an institution called the MERCETA, which is the Manufacturing, Engineering and Related Services Sector Education and Training Authority. So basically what we do is we facilitate skills development between within the manufacturing and related services sectors. So we try and bring education and industry together. And within our sectors, being manufacturing and engineering, we mostly are located in the automotive sector, as well as the plastics and metals sectors. So that's the sectors that we'll be talking about today. And we commissioned a study in partnership with the University of Stellenbosch, or Stellenbosch University. And we wanted to understand green skills within our sectors because you know, there's a lot of talk about green, and green has been identified as one of the key drivers within our sectors. But we wanted to go back to our stakeholders to understand what it is that they understand by green. So the first objective of our study was to understand the interpretation of the green economy since 2013. Now in 2013, we'd already done a baseline study and found that there was a very broad understanding of what the green economy was. And there was not as much adoption of green practices at that point in time. So we wanted to see how far we've come since then in terms of establishing the types of skills that are required. And then we wanted to know how do we also keep pace with what the green economy demands? And then how do we implement mechanisms through which we can better monitor the green economy? So if we're bringing education and industry together, how do we know what the demand is in terms of green skills so that we are providing the correct skills for our sectors? And what we found, so I should say about the methodology, this study was a 2-year study. It comprised of a series of workshops with various types of stakeholders. So we did private companies. We also interviewed and had focus groups with government agencies, as well as training providers to understand, you know, what is government doing in terms of green, what types of skills are being provided through our higher education institutions, TVET colleges, and other training providers. And then also what are our private companies who operate in the sector doing with regards to green skills. So what we found was that there has been an overall shift from that narrow to a broader understanding of the green economy. So there was a similar pattern in terms of what was understood with regards to green jobs. And it seemed that there was a tendency to be thinking about the greening of all jobs. Green jobs and activities were said to reduce emissions and pollution, improve ecosystem services, so natural resource management, also promote greater efficiencies in terms of energy, water, and other resources, and reducing waste. So we all know about recycle, reuse, and reduce. So the broader understanding of the green economy and green jobs requires a new and different approach to skills and skill sets. The implications, therefore, is that we need to incorporate this wider set of skills and learnings than what we had traditionally focused on, which was mostly technical. and that green skills would incorporate knowledge, abilities, values, attitudes, and approaches needed to live in, develop, and support a society that reduces the impact of human activity on the environment. And therefore, we also need to consider the processes and a host of soft skills that inform, shape, or guide the transition to a green economy. So what we found is that, you know, you can't say that there's this one qualification or this one occupation that is green and that we must support that. No, it's more that there are components of green and having a green culture within our occupations and within our sectors that we need to support. So it's not about just the big qualifications, the full qualifications, but also those soft skills and those limited skill sets that are required by industry. So here we talk about the technical, relational, and transformational skills as well. So in terms of the review we did a global review, which was just a desktop analysis of what green skills were offered in manufacturing globally. And we found that there were specific courses that are related to sustainable manufacturing available in the USA, that courses incorporate the majority of our identified topics. Courses impact product and process design with a wider lens, which includes suppliers. So we look at the whole value chain of within manufacturing. Training extends beyond engineering students and plant operators to business managers as well. So that's quite an important understanding, is that we need to be able to facilitate skills development from the shop floor all the way up to executive management as well. Green skills are linked to core competencies, including relational or soft skills. Some training programs are developed to fulfill or to adhere to government regulations, and some are developed through partnerships between industry and government. And others are also developed through industry and university partnerships, which is something I will also talk about a little bit later. I hope I don't run out of time. Then in terms of what we found here in South Africa when we did our desktop review was that several institutions have specialist centers focusing on renewable energy, and that there are very few courses at TVET colleges as well as private colleges that are dedicated to green. No South African universities offer specific training in sustainable manufacturing, nor do they cover a broad range of the green topics as electives. And green education is not clearly incorporated in engineering or management fields. There's a need for developing new and or expanding on current training offerings to be more green. Then just in terms of who was offering green skills training, if you look on the left there, you see that the majority of institutions are from the private sector that are providing green skills training, as well as only 12% in the TVET colleges, 15% are employer organizations, and then substantially 20% are being offered through other organizations. And these would be your other like local government organizations, and non-profit organizations. And the majority of the types of skills training offered was related to those big manufacturing topics, you know, the energy efficiency, renewable energy, and waste management. So if you look on the right-hand side, I'm just reading from the bottom to the top. And that was followed by business sustainability, recycling, water management, and resource management, as well as the green economy. And then the circular economy didn't seem to have as far a reach. And the circular economy for us has come through quite strongly in all our desk research in terms of manufacturing, that, you know, even legislatively, we need to be looking at what do we do with the end life of manufactured products so that it doesn't have a detrimental effect on the environment. So what does this mean in terms of resources that are required? In the TVET colleges, we definitely need to fund more TVET colleges in terms of taking up new courses in green, as well as developing subject experts, but also that we need to do more in terms of understanding the industry demand. So as MERSITA, we've developed a lot of skills interventions that are not taken up by TVET colleges because they're scared that if you take up a new course, there won't be learners that are actually going to register on the course, and then you don't make money at the end of the day, right? So we need to understand, where does the industry demand
Sorry,
lie?
Laura, you have just about 2 more minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, I'll wrap up. Where does the industry demand lie, and do we have skills interventions to match that demand? And then we do need to foster partnerships. Similarly, in the universities, but also program sponsorship within the universities, particularly around the area of research and development. And we found within our sectors that sectors are quite happy to sponsor things like new technologies, for example. Private and other institutions need clarity in terms of what the sector's needs are, again, that industry demand. What are the accreditation requirements? So how do they access funding so that they can develop these new skills interventions? And then the green economy practitioners and policymakers also need support through partnerships and networks, as well as further developing subject experts. I just want to go here in terms of the recommendations. Integrating a variety of skills categories is something that we need to do, and we need to be aware of, well, what are the types of things that we need to be focusing on for our sectors? And developing a mindset focused on the inclusion of sustainable practices at all levels within an organization, as well as building capacity and development. And it's not only for our sectors to develop the capacity, but also for ourselves. If we're going to be funding interventions in the green economy, we better understand what it's all about and also have a green culture within our own organization. We definitely need to look at developing the topics and understanding where the demand lies, as well as partnering with other sector education and training authority organizations as well, because, for example, education and energy and water, CETA, for example, would have more idea in terms of what are the types of interventions that have worked in their sectors. And we need to collaborate across ourselves to better understand what are the types of interventions that we can sponsor. Thank you very much, Prof. Ocho. That's me.
Thanks so very much, Laura. Quite insightful, especially finding out what the meaning of green skills is within the industry. Once again, thanks. The next presenter is Mahindra, and Mahindra is here. Will you be kind to put up your PowerPoint? Mahindra, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, Sid, I can share my presentation.
Yeah, kindly share your PowerPoint. So Mahindra's topic, title of presentation will be on design thinking and the curricular, the circular design, key green skills for promoting sustainability. So over to you, Mahindra. You have 10 minutes to present. I will allot you at exactly 2 minutes to the end of your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mario. Can you see the screen? Can you see
yes,
the
please, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I would like to thank the EEASA for the opportunity. So the presentation I want to give is on circular economy broadly, because I've been running a few campaigns in Mauritius to raise awareness on the circular economy principles. I've been doing that at schools and also for enterprises, for businesses, that they can adopt circular design or circular economy principles to be able to convert the processes and to raise awareness really how to deal with the waste and also in general the resources. Okay, so I just want to share these two broad ways of doing design, so design thinking and circular design, which I've found to be very effective in communicating to people, and I think it's very effective for our learners in the future. If they want to get in industry, they are able to really make impact. I'm just going to briefly talk on the COVID-19 and lessons of circular design and how the circular economy can help to tackle the weaknesses of COVID-19, an overview of design thinking and the circular design, and then how we can combine these two to really to do proper design. And what I want to show in my presentation is if our future learners have these concepts in mind and they're able to apply it, they can really do marvelous things. And myself being from the green building design industry, so I'm into design of green buildings, the certification of green buildings, so I will take a case study and then some concluding remarks. Okay, so as we all know, the COVID-19 is amongst us, and we have learned lots of lessons, and one of these would be about the weaknesses that in this particular economy would have with respect to its self-reliance. And one way we can tackle these weaknesses would be through circular economy. Okay? And like I've said, if our learners have this type of mindset or have this type of techniques that they have mastered well, they can go about and do a very good job. So the circular economy is a framework to develop the desired resilience by valuing materials and resources. But as we'll be seeing as we go along, it's about materials and resources, it's much more than that. And coupled with design thinking is a tool which I like a lot, and it's applied actually in many sectors. And we are talking about education sector. It's applied actually in the education sector as well, to be able to come up with different solutions for our learners, but as well as we've talked earlier about the lack of monitoring mechanism. So design thinking can help bridge this. So briefly about design thinking, if you use that earlier, so you use a method which was conceived by Stanford University, and it is a blend of both intuition and reasoning, so a bit of both, so analytical reasoning, but also intuition, where we don't give too much credit to just thinking logically. So we want to combine both. And by its very nature, design thinking is for coming up with solutions which are human-centered. I think this is going to be a key aspect of designing products, processes around us that are able to tackle the issues, the sustainability issues around us. So I think our young learners in the future, when they step into the world of work, they would have to tackle the issue they're facing, be it with waste or energy or water. So one of the key things that we always need to think about is the human-centered aspect of it, and design thinking allows them to do. So basically, the steps of design thinking are normally represented as follows. So you have an empathize phase where we get to know the user requirements, which is very important. Then based on these requirements, we can define the problem. Then we start ideating. So when we ideate, this is where we don't want to be too logical. We want to be quite open to ideas, so we don't really critique. And then what I like a lot as an engineer is the prototyping part and the testing part, which really allows us to get information which we can't get if we don't get our hands dirty. So I'll just briefly talk about these steps. The empathize part is where we're actually designing for people. For the people we want to make an impact. It could be the community, it could be your client. So that's a very important step. And then from there, we can define the problem. And then this is the ideation phase. So one tool we can use is the mind map, or other tools we can use. And here we want to brainstorm and be as free as possible. So we don't really judge ideas at this point. And then prototyping is where you start testing things. So based on my own experience, and I guess many of you, if we don't get into prototyping and getting our hands dirty and doing things, we actually lack lots of, if you want, lots of experience, lots of information about what you're proposing to the user. So as I've written there in red, it's not a sequential process, it's iterative. So we need to be able to test and refine. So I think it's a very key skill we need to imbibe into our young learners as part of the education. So they know that they will need to test things out and then refine, not just a sequential process. And of course, when you have come up with a solution, you want to now deploy it in the real world for your users, for your customers, or for the community. You want to put in place some methods of refining it, because it's not just one go, it's actually iterating relentlessly. This is what I want to say about the design thinking. We'll come back to that afterwards. Coupled to that, like I was saying, I've been running a few circular economy campaigns in Mauritius as part of a network of 10 sub-Saharan countries. So I represent Mauritius. So we know that currently we are deep-rooted into a linear approach to growth. Like we just make things, we use them, we dispose, and hence our design process is not holistic currently. So we are just meeting short-term needs. So why it is so? So just a few pictures. If you find pictures like this, lots of debris, lots of unwanted materials, like you have debris on the beach, or plastic is a big problem. We are sending effluents to the beach, or you have food waste, or you have sort of more technical apparatus, equipment which are not required, so we don't know really what to do with them. And then all these things tend to end in the landfill. So one of the principal objective of future, if you want, startups or future engineers or anyone who's with creation would need to find solutions to these problems with materials. So one way to do that is the circular economy with three main pillars. The first one, the lower one, is key products and materials in use. So if you can manage to do that, of course, we'll do a good job, and we'll be seeing less of pictures we have seen earlier. But two very important other pillars are regenerate natural systems. So this has been an issue with us. So we've been developing things not really respecting or considering the natural systems in place. The circular economy framework here from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation asks us to find means to regenerate natural systems and thirdly, design out waste and pollution. So if we can imbibe these three main pillars into our young learners. So whatever solution they are conceiving, they always think along these 3 pillars. It's going to lead us to really good schools. So this diagram is again from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. It's called a butterfly diagram, where on the left you have the biological cycles out there, which you can make use of, and on the right you have the technical cycles in blue. So we can now merge these two. And typically, if you look on the right-hand side, you would want to be as close in a loop as possible, because these are less energy intensive and less destructive of the material values. Again, if we can imbibe this type of principles into people we are training to become creators or designers, this would lead us to a better solution. Now, apart from these 3 main pillars I just talked about, normally we have 6 circular design strategies that are
Sorry, Mahindra, you have just about 2 more minutes to round up. Thank you.
Yeah. So you have these 6 strategies there designed for EA loops. I've just shown you the loops. And you have a very powerful strategy also moving from products to services. So we don't always need to propose a product. We can actually go for a service where we remain the owner. We are the developers of products who remain the owners, and we just offer a service. And you have product life extension, the source of materials are very important, dematerialization, and modularity. So all these things would be very useful for us to offer that. So one case study for the built environment. Like I said, I'm from the green building industry. So basically, we want to design, of course, a building that meets all the requirements. But at the same time, we want to be to consider the user requirements in place. For example, if you see people sitting in an office which is air conditioned but putting on the sweaters, or they have to stick papers on window panes because we have glare, or lots of other issues. It means we did not consider the users well during the design phase. So that would be tackled by the design thinking I just spoke about. So if you focus on occupants' preferences, we can achieve win-win situations, be it with energy efficiency or better thermal comfort. And like I said, prototyping is key there, where we want to test things out, and we want to achieve also integrated design, where we are asking all the partners to work together right at the start. So it's a multidisciplinary start. And just some concluding works. So clearly, design step is going to be vital in anything we want to do. We have a design element there. So if we have the proper mindset, we can achieve great things. And we need to transit from the linear to the circular paradigm to be able to resolve many of the issues we're facing. And for me, design thinking and circular design will be key in this endeavor. So thank you very much for your attention. So I'd be happy to take up any questions. Thank you.
No, thank you so very much, Mahindra, for keeping to time. And more importantly, for giving an engineer's perspective to green skills and sustainability. I like the design thinking and circular design that you've actually brought into the context. Thank you so very much. So the next presenter is Nazira, that will be speaking on the integration of green skills in environmental education. Nazira is from the MIE, who are our host for the EEASA 2021 conference. Thank you. Nazira, over to you.
Mute.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Hello.
Awesome. I can see you. Can you put it in presentation mode, please?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I take this opportunity to welcome you all to this conference. I'm very happy to see the more than 60 participants here, and I'll start my presentation. So I'm Nazira from the Business Education Department of the MIE. I have collaborated with Dr. Bola, the convener of this conference. He's from the Science Education Department, and on this project, and the title, we are from the education background, so we're mostly interested in looking at the integration of green skills in environmental education. As you know, since the opening of the conference, we've been talking about all the laudable actions and outcomes of environmental education for sustainable development. The focus here is mostly into green skills, and this is where I want to take you to look at green skills as quite distinctive from education for sustainable development. So in a report entitled Green Economy Assessment for Mauritius, which was requested by the government of Mauritius itself from the UNEP. There's a report that mentioned it demonstrates that a green economy transition is so important for Mauritius because it offers real opportunities for sustained economic growth, energy and water savings, increased agricultural productivity and green jobs. So according to the analysis in this report, green economy investment are expected to generate better economic outcomes than a business as usual investment allocation, with GDP 6% higher in green economy case relative to business as usual by 2035. So this report is very much into looking at the economic aspect of integrating economic for sustainable development. And we see that green skills are directly linked to the green economy for economic development for the country, as it is a key driver to challenges of societal advancement in an era of Industry 4.0 and upcoming Industry 5.0. So as here in Mauritius, where there's quite some publications about green economy, green skills, green jobs. There are quite some reports that are talking about green economy. It's good to know what is a green economy. The green economy is defined as a low carbon, resource efficient and socially inclusive. In the green economy, growth in employment, we expect growth in employment and income that are driven by public and private investment into economic activities that would enhance infrastructure and assets, reduce carbon emissions, pollution, enhance energy, resource efficiency, and prevention of the loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services. The approach is very macroeconomic approach towards sustainable economic growth. And it looks at the region, the national, the regional flora and fauna. The green economy is also about focus on green finance, technology and investment, and mainstreaming macroeconomic policies that would support transition to a green economy. Green economy is linked to green skills and to green jobs. Green jobs, what are green jobs? Green jobs are decent jobs that contribute to preserve or restore the environment, be they in the traditional sectors such as manufacturing and construction, or in new emerging green sectors such as renewable energy and energy efficiency. And green skills is mostly about the way the people involved in the green economy would be. It's all about this awareness, this understanding, the building of knowledge, the abilities, the values and attitudes needed to live in, develop and support a sustainable and resource efficient society. So in a report of OECD, the greening of the economy will have certain implication. It's going to lead to structural changes where we'll find increased demand for some occupations and decreases for others. We're going to find new economic activity that will create new occupations and the need for new skills, profiles, and qualifications and training networks. And many of these existing occupations and industries will experience greening changes to tasks within the jobs, and this will require adjustment to the current training qualification frameworks for these occupations. So my research is about looking at the problem here, the problem of whether the green skill concept could, if not addressed properly, might create a critical mismatch between the demand of and supply of green skills in emergent complex industrial revolution, such as Industry 4.0 or the upcoming 5.0. So we're looking more about coping with the mismatch through education, where in the reports of EEASA, and several reports are there for UNEP and government reports, where we're looking for stronger education, more training and capacity building to prepare a workforce with green skills for sustained economic development. So this paper actually explores a long-term action plan strategy to consolidate a green Mauritian economy through the awareness and integration of green skills, led by an educational system that promotes SDGs across the system and to meet the local and international challenges of sustainable development that could drive the country long-term economic growth strategies. We are very much linked to education. That's why we've looked at ESD in the global education system, looking at education policy on ESD in Mauritius as well as green skills. And we will also focus on teacher education programs for effective teacher training to meet economic and societal challenges. Would like to recommend the MIE as a key leading stakeholder promoter of green skills for a greener economy to reduce mismatch between demand and supply in an essentially upcoming green labor market. So we have a number of, actually I would share with you that for a number of years or more than decades, we've been looking at ESD in all our programs. We have had the educational reforms and ESD have been embedded through the curriculum and at all levels. So ESD is present, yes, but we would like to see how green skills, more particularly the concepts of green skills, have been addressed in the curriculum to prepare the future workforce and embrace the strategies of 2035. It's not only changing the mindset, but it's about now taking actions in order to go for sustainable production, sustainable consumption, and resource efficiency. So we would like to see how the concepts of green skills and green economy understood by the wider society, how they're represented in ESD and in the formal education or any other instances, even the informal, and what actions have been taken in line of promoting teaching and learning of green skills in ESD at schools and capacity building and training programs.
Sorry,
So,
Nazira, you have just 2 minutes to round up, please. Thank you.
So can we expect that green skills that exist in ESD curriculum as at this period can help Mauritius towards a strong pathway towards greening of the economy, and would like to see it at the 3 level: economic, environmental, and social. So we have had, it's a very, our project is at a preliminary stage. We've had a review and analysis of relevant documents to ESD. We have located green skills. We are planning to be in conversation with policymakers from the Ministry of Education, Environment, and other stakeholders, people from the industry, and as well as an online community. Because of the COVID-19 circumstances, we want to maximize the opportunities through an online discussion and conversation. And in that, we'd like to see what they know, what people know about green skills, how they understand it, what's the practices, what are the actions. And of course, we're going to go through questionnaires, interviews, and focus group. Until now, the findings have been that green skills is overarching across subject areas and disciplines. We did find green skills in the textbooks and so on, but they're not very manifest. We don't know that this is the concepts of green skill. Would like to see deeper in that. And green skills must be more, it has to be more manifestly represented in ESD, with a greater emphasis laid on sustained macroeconomic benefits. And green skills are more important to promote. It has to be promoted, repositioned itself integrally in the environmental education. And it has to be perpetual, it has to be constantly regenerating, and so that we could be recommending it to our teacher education programs. Thank you very much.
Thanks so very much, Nazira. Quite insightful presentation, especially from the perspective of Mauritius. And thanks to MIE for hosting us for the EEASA 2021 conference.
It's our utmost pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so very much. The last session, the last presentation is by Arsenio. Arsenio, are you here? Will you be kind to unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you. Awesome. Here I am.
Good, nice.
But I cannot share my screen. I think the previous presenter.
I will unshare, yes.
Okay.
I'll stop sharing.
Awesome. As you are putting up your presentation, I will quickly share with the audience the title of your presentation.
Yes.
Your presentation is titled Deployment of PV Systems for Irrigation in Momba Mozambique as an opportunity for green skills among students. Quite interesting, because I think you are the non-education practitioner, the second person sharing on green skills from a purely science engineering perspective.
Yeah.
So over to you. Will you be kind to share your PowerPoint now?
That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm going to there. Just a little time for this to get through. Okay, let me get it. Can you see it, please?
Yes, it's coming up now. Will you be kind to, kindly put it on? Yeah, also.
Thank you. As you have presented me, this is Arsenio Zemindu, alongside with Antonio Armindo Monjane from Mozambique, Pedagogical University of Mozambique in Maputo. We belong to the Faculty of Natural Science and Mathematics. So we're going to present our work on deployment of PV system for irrigation in Muamba. Muamba is a rural place in Mozambique. So this is a district. An opportunity for green skills among students. Well, let us see the potential, electrical potential, energy potential of Mozambique. Mozambique is very endowed with renewable energy and so on resources like solar energy, like hydric energy, wind energy, and so on. And the famous electricity source that is known in Southern Africa is called the Cahora Bassa Dam, with approximately 2 gigawatts of electricity production. So what is the understanding of green skills? According to chemists, green skills are the technical skills, knowledge, values, and attitudes needed in the workforce to develop and support sustainable social, economic, and environmental outcomes in business, industry, and the community, as defined by Green Skills Agreement Australia. In this context, school teachers play a role in producing skilled labor that has green skills. Well, according to the efforts of greening economies on skill needs, the transformation brought about by greening economies affects skill needs in 3 ways. Firstly, structural changes lead to increased demand for some occupations and skill profiles, called the green increased demand occupations, and decreased demand for others. These situations create a need for training to enable enterprises and workers to move from sectors and occupations in decline to those that are growing. Secondly, new economic activities generate entirely new occupations that require the provision of appropriate training courses and the adaptation of qualification and training system to green new and emerging occupations. Thirdly, and lastly, and most pervasively, many existing occupations and industries experience a greening of existing jobs, green expanded skills, occupations, which leads to significant changes in the tasks and skills required of workers. Well, so looking to this background, to these ideas over the green skills, under private financing, Pedagogical University of Maputo in Mozambique has been undertaking a number of renewable energy technology-led projects, one of which is aimed at deploying solar-based energy for water pumping purpose in a rural district of Mozambique called Muamba. Another project, or one of the various projects is aimed at designing a biodigester that can convert, let's say, waste, animal waste, into biogas to be pumped to a, we call the communitarian kitchen, in which the population around will be using the biogas generated from the animal waste. So there are a list of projects that the students are involved. We talk about graduate and postgraduate students. So the process on these activities consists of project grant fetching. So we fetch the project grant, then we get into the students, graduate and postgraduate, which are dealing with renewable or green related courses in pedagogical university. We involve them in the projects, and they go to the field. They design the projects, they implement them, they analyze, they evaluate, and they monitor it. They do all these necessary steps in a green projects. So, well, all over the years, we ask about what is the contribution of these green projects among the students in the University of Pedagogical University in Mozambique. So we use a survey to collect data from them, in which we investigate the contribution, the perks that they see, they envisage when they get involved in the projects. So through a survey in which 20 students from graduate and postgraduate degree in the Faculty of Natural Sciences and Mathematics was collected. The survey aimed at scrutinizing what the students' perspectives were on the perks of being involved in the practical activities on the field, and what skills they developed throughout their involvement in the renewable energy technology projects, so-called green skills. Well, these are some of the images that can be shown, some of the pictures that can be shown, in which graduate and postgraduate students are involved. This is this picture show the activities undertaken in Moamba, where the students were getting involved in the electrical needs, technical needs in Moamba, from which the students will design a PV system as a source of water pumping for irrigation purposes. So the results revealed that students gained skills in sizing, deploying, and maintaining the renewable energy-based projects. So something must be pointed out here is that pedagogical universities, particularly the Faculty of Natural Sciences and Mathematics, is facing difficulty in acquiring or getting laboratory instruments for the students to get into or to engage in experimental activities. So these projects work as a, let's say, alternative for them to develop these activities. So the extracurricular practice activities in the field of renewable energy has led to acquisition of green skills and so-called learn by doing approach. Well, based on the results seen over the years and the self-confidence of the involved students and number of graduates once, it shows to be a good alternative for Mozambican universities to rely on insight projects as a means to offset the lack of practice activities within the university courses. So here are some of the reference used for this study, and thank you very much.
Wow, Arsenio, thank you so very much. Interesting, quite interesting. Thanks for the insightful presentation.
Thank you.
Colleagues and participants, we have finished the 5 presentations within the hour. Thanks so very much all the presenters. They all kept to time. And for this, I'm really very grateful. So we have the next 30 minutes to take up questions and answers. To take up questions and comments. There is one question that was asked earlier in the chat, and this came from Sibanda. So this question is to Sydney. So Sydney, the question reads, kindly reshow your model that you displayed on one of your slides. I missed it due to technical issues. I think it was that model relating teaching with the three spaces. Will you be kind to pull it up again?
Okay.
Yes, please. So I think
Screen, yeah. Is it this that?
I think is the third slide. Yes, the one that was relating teaching and learning and policy. Yes, that is the one. Thank you very much. So I hope, Sibanda, that you got that image. That is where Sydney related teaching and learning to practice and policy. Thanks so very much, Sydney. Interestingly, the second question that has been asked is also to you, Sydney, and I'm quickly going to read it out to you. So Dr. Duma is asking, from your research, Sydney, will you say AEO career is a dying breed in South Africa, given the constraints and the apparent lack of support, for example, accessing practice on farms, and the fact that it seems and the fact that it seems in turn that the current crop of AOEs is not adding value to farmers. Any ideas on how the situation can be alleviated given the strength of agric extension in other African countries? Do you want to answer that, Sydney, please?
Yeah, for sure. So to start with the first part of the question, I don't believe that the agriculture extension career is dying. I think that it's just not supported enough to support smallholder farmers. The smallholder farmers still need extension officers, but what the department needs to do is not only to increase the funding to agriculture extension, but also to train agriculture extension officers and equip them with the skills that they can respond to the challenges that farmers are facing. For instance, during the interviews, there's one extension officer who stated that for them they are general practitioners, that they don't have any specialization in any of the areas, say a crop husbandry or animal husbandry or business. So sometimes they go to these communities and they're asked questions that they don't understand because they're specialists. And when they don't answer, they feel ashamed. And sometimes farmers lose trust in them. So one of the recommendations that he was putting across is that that extension farmers as our workers need to be trained to specialize in 2 or more areas so they can respond to most of the farmer needs. So I think that's one way that it can be saved.
Thanks very much, Sydney. There is another question to you before I take the general question from Joanna. So Prisha is asking, where does the context fit into your model? And those 3 elements embedded in a context. So that is that image of teaching and learning, policy and practice. So how does that fit in within the notion of a contextual space?
So that was demonstrating the context of within the smallholders context, that the components that are working within the agricultural extension context, for instance. So looking at those 4 components as a system. So what policy does affects what agriculture extension officers do, and then also affects what might happen in agricultural institutions. So it's a system, and the title of the paper was looking at the systemic factors. So one element affects the other. So that diagram is trying to show the interconnectedness between those elements within that and how they affect knowledge development and transfer with of sustainability. So I don't know whether I answered that, but it was trying to symbolize those four.
No, I think, yeah, I think what you have said is showing the connection, the nexus between teaching and learning, policy, and then practice within the context of green skills and sustainability. Thanks so very much for that. There is a general question that I want each of you to at least speak to. And this is a question coming from Johanna in the UK. And she's asked, large private sector actors seem to have a powerful role in shaping and defining the concept of green skills through their own training programs and product development. So do the presenters agree or disagree? And do the presenters see any evidence of other actors, researchers, NGOs, and farmer cooperatives being able to challenge or engage with private sector interpretations of the green skills concept? I love this question. It's absolutely brilliant. Can I ask Mahindra to start, especially because your work speaks to design thinking and curricular design from a purely engineering perspective, speaking to green skills and promoting sustainability. Mahindra, will you be kind to unmute yourself and kindly respond?
Thanks, Mario. So can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So I would say my personal view on the question from Joanna, I think so there's a huge lobby from the private sector, from big corporates because there's so much importance attached now to the sustainability and green. So we also see things called greenwashing. So people are not really doing sustainable things or into the green movement, but they are showing that they are doing it because it's related to customer choice and so on. So we do have this issue. But I think one very interesting thing that can regulate this is something called third-party accreditation, third-party certification, whether something is clearly green. So I think more and more we'll be having this concept of getting accreditation for the greenness of anything we are proposing to be green. It has to be properly certified by third parties. I think this is the way we can tackle this problem, where everybody is showing they are green or they are sustainable, but because there's so much monetary value, profit attached to it, so people tend to just do it for the sake of profit making. So this concept of certification, third-party validation would become more and more important.
Okay, thanks so very much, Mahindra. Laura, will you be kind to speak to that question? I've also copied the question into the chat so that you can actually reread the question to make sense. So Laura, what do you have to say in terms of what Joanna has asked? Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Yes, I tend to agree that large private sector actors definitely have an influence. But from where I sit as, working for one of the CETAs, we work very closely with government and for everything that we develop and put in place. So I said earlier that we need to bring industry closer to education. And we are aligned with government imperatives and strategies. So where we see the economy going is where we also need to focus our efforts in terms of funding. So for example, from the MERCETA's perspective, we've highlighted the social economy as one of our strategic imperatives, which is aligned to all of our national imperatives, so that we don't overlook the needs of marginalized groups and smaller companies. We're even going to the extent now of starting to have discussions about informal training and accredited informal training. So it is something that we are aware of, and we do try, and where we can, uplift the voices of those that might not be heard. And that's, a key for why we do research, is that we don't only listen to the loudest, most powerful voices. It's to try and get perspectives from all angles within the economy, and to do our jobs in terms of implementing a just approach to everything that we implement in terms of skills development, and also to the green economy.
Oh, thanks so very much, Laura. Quite interesting, especially because the dominant voices must be mediated in such a way that we can bring in those seemingly silent voices of other key stakeholders, that voices might not be heard. Can I ask Sydney, thinking of the context of the smallholder farmers that your study is based on, will you be kind to provide your own feedback to this question? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I also agree with that fact that large private sector actors they do also have an impact, and the researchers and NGOs or other farmer cooperatives can engage with them to develop green skills in, for instance, that context of smallholder farming. And there's evidence that large corporations, for instance, through their programs of corporate social responsibility, provide funding to NGOs that are working in agriculture space with smallholder farmers to provide training on skills to do with business development, also irrigation. So trying to promote the green skills that can be sustainable at a local level in the context of smallholder farmers. So I completely agree that with that.
Thanks so very much, Sydney. Can I ask Nazira, what exactly would be your response to this question? Because the question is posed to all the presenters.
Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate this question, because this gives actually reason for our work, because we, coming from a parastatal body looking at the curriculum development, we are aware that the industry has a sense of urgency of, for economic reason to apply a green concept if it is, for example, going to improve the situation. And what we are doing here is actually wanting to go to the industry and understanding what they understand by the green skills concept, so that we can bring it back to the curriculum and prepare the younger generation to cope up with all these pressure that they would actually receive when they join the labor market. So we want them to be greener, and we want them to be having this kind of, as I said, knowledge, the disposition, the values, the ethos of green skills, so that they can cope with that. And we really have to be aware as curriculum developers how the private sector is handling all this. And I think this is why we have undertaken the research, in order to feed it back to our institution and recommend ministries and all stakeholders to prepare a nation that can cope up with the green concept skills. And I believe there should be a convergence and not a divergence from that green concept. So where we need to meet at in the middle and serve the nation in this way. Thank you.
Thanks so very much, Nazira. There is another follow-up question strongly linked to what Joanna has asked. And this question is coming from Nontokozo. And honesty is another brilliant question. So let me read it. It says, there is obviously a neoliberal influence on green skills. obviously because green skills are driven largely by businesses or corporate. What then would you say are the things we need to be careful of as we engage in this discourse? Brilliant question. Brilliant question. And it links quite strongly to what Joanna has asked, because, there is a dominant voice around the shaping of green skills within Africa, without necessarily, not without, but at least also trying to make sense of what exactly is the local knowledge and the local players within the space. I know this is quite a very interesting and seemingly difficult question, but would any one of you want to respond? I don't want to do a cold call this time around. Who would be interested in responding to this amongst the five of you?
Emmanuel, if I can maybe
yeah, please go ahead, Mahindra.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So, like I said, I work in the field of built environment in green buildings. So the way this can be regulated. So, for example, like in green buildings, we do have green building association which regulate the industry, and sort of course, they have people on the board that are members of private sector, but that's not everything. They have different voices around, and they have professionals that are allowed to regulate what is accepted maybe as way, what are the policies or frameworks that will be adopted. So I think this is one way we can go about regulating ideas, because government has a say in that for sure, but we do have professional associations as well, and it could be in their reputation because they are bound to, like I would say, international norms, international standards. They are answerable to this network, I would say. So this is one good way we can regulate activity in a given sector. We do have associations, professional associations, which regulate that. In my own case, I'm from engineering background, so we have, like in Mauritius, we have a CRPE, we have Institution of Engineers Mauritius, so all these are professional networks. I agree, of course, we do have people that are represented in these organizations who are from the private sector, but they can't just do things like they want to drive it, because there are other people who would be sort of having different views. So that's one way we can go about regulating what is green skills and what is accepted as green. Like I was talking about greenwashing, which is something which we need to prevent. And one way we could do that is through professional organizations.
Yeah, thanks, Mahindra. Quite interesting. Arsenio, will you be kind to, what do you think about this question from Nontokozo, which is closely linked to what Johan has earlier asked?
Thank you very much. So the question is about how careful could we be in terms of looking to the business sector or corporate sector in creating green skills? Well, to begin with, the business sector is firstly, concerned about generating profits. So I don't think that the first aim, the first objective of the corporate institutions would be creating green skills for the community. So this is one of the things that we should be careful about. And maybe look into the idea of Mahindra, in which he says that there should be a regulation in order to involve or to get best results in this topic. I think there should be in any country regulations that could direct the corporate sector in order to involve, in order to engage with the community, because the community is, at the end of the day, the most beneficiaries of their products. So they should also be involved, included in all these programs related to green skills. This is my idea.
Thank you very much. I don't know if either Nazira or Laura will be interested in also responding?
Yes, I would like to. I'd like to say that the private sector and whatever the stakeholders, there's a requirement. They cannot operate at their own ends. It's impossible. This is going to create a disbalance. It's going to a disruption. So it's important that both work together. And as one presenter said earlier, there are regulations and so on to understand the meaning of green concepts. We need to go by a certain norms. However, I would like to say that it is extremely important that we also go back to the industry and keep an eye about what's happening and understand what is actually happening in the real life situation, so that there is there's a word that was used before. There's should be true to it, to keep the concept of green skills true, and there should not be any kind of dissonance at the end of the green skills, because at the end it is to improve the welfare of the society. So all stakeholders have to work hand in hand. And this is where we believe actually education is a key driver, but we cannot work at our remote ends. We need to work together with the industry. And that is a challenge. The industry doesn't have time to wait for policy, for textbooks to come out and so on. Things are going very, very fast. So we also, as educationists, we need to understand how it is going on there and how to back up. And it's not only through textbooks that we can educate for green skills or green concepts. There are so many various ways that education can be done, capacity building can be done, training programs can be done. So I really hope that our paper will culminate into exploring all these different avenues about how the green concept could be embedded into building the human capital or the social capital of the country or the different countries of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Laura, do you want to contribute?
Sure. I mean, I would agree with what the previous speakers have said. Regulation is there for a purpose, and big corporates do need to be held accountable. But obviously they've got power to hide things, but they also have the power to influence. And we should take what good is happening, and how better than to continuously research what are green skills, what's happening in the green economy. And I think it was Nazira who'd said that, the inherent sentiment behind the green economy and green skills is sustainability, and it is to adapt ourselves to this world and not to, have a negative influence on our world and on our environment. So it's also about that whole lifelong learning thing, about kids from a very young age taking on a notion of what it means to navigate yourself in this world, in your career, and how to make it a better place for future generations. And regulations are going to be there to assist in terms of reducing carbon emissions, etc. And then we have a new generation of younger people coming into the fore now, where new technologies are greener. There is not this hierarchical neoliberal approach. I think the younger people are more not susceptible, but more accepting of sharing economies, for example, sharing manufacturing processes and plants. So I think it is a cultural change that the world is going through, and it's going to take a long time. But for now, I think I would agree with what previous speakers have said with regards to regulation and having to rely on the law to protect us to a certain extent.
Thanks so very much, Laura. Will you be kind? Prisha wants to contribute. I'm trying to give us the right to speak. Emma Hop, will you be kind to assist me? She wants to contribute. I want to be able
Dr.
to.
Ojo?
Yes,
Dr.
please.
Ojo, I will request you to promote Prisha as a panelist. So she's in the attendee list.
Yes.
So you could just, there's a button there, you can promote her to panelist so that she could.
Yeah, I am. Thanks. Thanks,
Oh,
Emmanuel.
fantastic. Brilliant. Thanks.
Thanks, colleagues. It was a bit long too. Thanks. It's been a very interesting session. Thank you, everybody. I think there's some really great ideas, Emmanuel, that came out in the session. I just wanted to, Mahendra's point, I agree with it around regulation. I think that it is interesting to see both in Laura's study as well as across the others, the role of the private sector. And there's no doubt that the private sector is important. But like the question, sorry, I forget the name, is it's always important to kind of look at the profit agenda of the private sector, the productivist nature, the extractivist nature. So my input or my question is really about when we're working with green skill issues, it is extremely important when we involved in conceptualizing, not to look at inserting sustainability ideas into unsustainable production processes. Because if you don't question the nature of production, you actually have an unsustainable process. So if the education and training in an institution, if the training in a TVET college or in a university has tried to draw in sustainability, those learners will actually move and go into an unsustainable workplace or still be involved in an unsustainable production process. So central to working to private sector or not just private sector, to working with green skills agendas, I think, is how we rethink current production processes. And I think Mahendra started to point us to it, but it's much more than just regulation, I would argue, because if you need to look at the entire value chain of that industry, you need to look at the entire value chain of production. You need to understand where the environmental hotspots are. Who are the people that's working in those hotspots? How do we start to work with those hotspots? And then we can start to surface what are the implications for green skills in this area. Because if not, we're actually applying Band-Aids. We're inserting sustainability ideas into unsustainable practices. And I think that that's the kind of contentious space that I wanted to raise. And the question of how do we engage in the space is to be very aware of that. Are we actually questioning how these products are actually produced, the kind of tools that are being used, the resources that are being used, where the hotspots in these value chains are, issues like that. And I think that that would help us to tease out and bring a more critical agenda. Thank you, Emmanuel. Thanks for the, sorry, I couldn't type all of that.
Thanks so very much, Trisha. It's quite a nice way to bring everything together. I mean, it's been a very great session. Having an education perspective and a totally non-education perspective to green skills and sustainability, especially from science and engineering, is really very good. It's exactly 4:29 South African time, and I think 6:29 Mauritian time. So this is the end of the session. We'll have just a minute, and I'll quickly use this minute to thank all the presenters. Sydney, in the order of presentation, Sydney, Laura, Mahindra, Nazira, as well as Asanil. Sincere appreciation for keeping to time for quite an very insightful session. Your presentations were really very diverse, very insightful. And I just want to thank you so very. We hope that you'll be able to at least write up your presentation as a paper in the EEASA journal. It will be quite interesting to read exactly what you're doing and to contribute to the knowledge on green skills and sustainability. Thank you so very much for, and Sydney, do you want to put up your camera as well? Let's see your face. At least it's nice to see everyone. It's been a very great discussion, really a good one. Sydney, we're waiting for you to put on your camera. I will do a screenshot and tweet, if you don't mind. Waiting for you, Sydney. Are you still there?
Oh, yes, I am.
Please. Awesome. Brilliant. So I'm going to, I hope you don't mind, I'm going to tweet about this. This has been a very good session. Thank you so very much. And please write this up as a paper. We would like to read about it. Thanks and greetings from Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate your time. Yeah, bye.
Bye.
Bye.